we salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is Supervisor Hernandez on the line with us? Yes, okay, good.
I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get a certificate of posting, acknowledgement.
I'll
So
make
mo-
that motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, 5-0 on that one. And then, Madam Clerk, I see on the agenda there is we're addressing that the meeting is open to the public. Can you make some sort of announcement to that effect?
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and members of the community. Our meetings are open to the public. We are following the state guidance from CDPH under the following conditions. All attendees must comply and wear a face covering if not fully vaccinated and show proof. If providing proof, attendees will not need to wear a face covering. If you are exempt from the face covering guidance or not fully vaccinated, we do have face covering masks here at the chambers available to everybody. The meeting is also available through Zoom and YouTube. On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment for any public comment period, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. If you are here in the chambers, please provide a speaker card, and then you will be called during the comment period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so do we have any presentations or recognitions this morning? Oh, okay. Department head announcements?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we do have a few announcements. I wanted to first mention that we have a new RMA interim director, Steve Loop. He comes with over 20 years of experience working in both public works and land development projects. He's been involved in planning, environmental phases, and performed construction inspections as well. So the last 12 years, he's managed roadway and infrastructure projects for the public agencies throughout California and has been a resident of our community in San Benito County for 24 years. So we're thrilled to have him on board in Public Works, and I'd like to invite him up to say a couple of words and just appreciate him stepping up to the plate.
Thanks, Ray. So yeah, I'll just say a couple quick things. I decided to leave the world of private consulting and work for the county so that I can improve our parks and our roads. And I would like to say that the team at the RMA is as good or better than any staff I've worked with. It's been in pleasure and a blessing just to work with all those folks. They work really hard. And just a couple quick things on the parks. For those of you that don't know, we are making progress on Riverview Regional Park. And I was going to put this in the department announcements, but we did just receive a $400,000 grant for Sunnyside Park, which is also great. Yes, and see on the roads, Measure G has helped us quite a bit. We've been able to complete 4 roadway projects over the past few years with Measure G funds and all our citizen tax dollars, and there are 8 more projects to be constructed in the near future. And then on that note, I know that Ray and the board are actually exploring more options to accelerate roadway improvements, which will be great, just to explore different funding mechanisms, and I look forward to supporting that task as well. And then I just also want to note, we recently started discussions with the city of Hollister to team with their efforts to rehab roadways that are partially in the city and partially in the county. And so that's been really positive as well. And so there's a lot of good things going on in the county, and I'm glad that I can help with those efforts. So thanks.
Thanks so much, Steve. Really appreciate it. Wanted to also update the board. You know, there's been much debate and controversy at times with regards to the In God We Trust we have before us. Staff has been looking at potential other options, and I have some pictorials of them. We did move the seal, as you look behind you, up in the back, and potentially putting up letters "In God We Trust" on the back, and then have that as a discussion item for your board at the next board meeting. So I think, you know, we'll have another option for your board, and then we can discuss it at that point. I just wanted to give the board an update on that. So with that being said, I also wanted to highlight for your board that we do have a lot of recruitments. We have an ag commissioner that retired recently, and that is a position that is posted, and it's posted continuous. Currently, unfortunately, we have no qualified candidates, so the position's been open for a bit. And if someone wishes to apply, they can go to www.cosb.us/HR to apply for that. We also have behavioral health director. We have candidates are currently under review, and that will be going to the Behavioral Health Board this Thursday. And there'll be further discussions concerning that through local legislation. And legislation, they will be assisting us per the legislation to review. So probably be reviewing qualified candidates and then moving it forward to the next step. We also have an RMA director that is also being posted continuous. Just as an FYI, we will be scrutinizing the organization itself. I have working with HR currently to address that. We may be splitting the offices up due to the amount of workload. The workload is a tremendous workload, and I think it's come to a point where we probably do need to separate those offices. So we'll have somebody scrutinize that, and we'll be coming back to your board if that's going to be the case, because we'll have to do the reorganization. We do have an assistant director of planning that actually did close in 2/18, and we did receive qualified candidate. So we're going to look at that, and hopefully we'll move that forward, and we'll probably announce something soon with that. With regards to Edgar leaving, going across the street and running the court system, we lost our main HR person. He was wearing two hats, the deputy CAO hat as well as HR. And it's a very unique situation having somebody with those kinds of qualifications to be able to do both. So we were fortunate enough to have Edgar for as long as we did, but you know, he did more or less get a promotion going across the street, so that's good for him. However, we need somebody that's going to really be able to spearhead HR. So we have an HR manager position posted, and it will be closing 3/1/22. So we may need to extend that if we don't see any qualified candidates, but as of right now, there are some candidates that are qualified, so we'll continue to move that forward. And last but not least, a public information officer that is posted continuous, and like with Ag Commissioner, we haven't had the greatest luck on getting candidates that meet the qualifications. But we'll continue to do outreach to different agencies, and in particular associations that potentially could help us in the recruitment process. So with that, I just want to mention again, www.cosb.us/HR if people are interested in those positions. Please apply. And so with that, that has been a discussion internally, as well as I'm sure with your board, about succession planning. This is something that is not new as of late to local government. I've been talking to a lot of my counterparts throughout the state, and they're all in a similar situation. There's just not a lot of people to recruit, and there are a lot of folks that are moving and advancing their careers, getting promoted and with more money. So So we're going to look at that closely to try to build from within and have more options internally in the future. So I just wanted to share that with you. The clerk's office. Jennifer has a quick announcement. Speak your mic.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm going to be pulling item number 8 from the consent agenda for the minutes of January 25th. There's a few corrections I need to make, and I will bring it forward on the March 8th board meeting for your guys' approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all we have, Madam Chair.
You went through your litany of items that you wanted to cover, so I kind of rewind a little bit. I just thank you for all the effort that we're doing to pull in the staff that needs to be. I understand that we have a lot of key vacancies that are open, and with Edgar's departure, I'll be honest with you, I was really, really concerned about that. But you're doing what you need to do, so hats off to you. I appreciate it. And thank you for restoring my confidence, just hearing what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, Madam Chair, I just wanted to share one more point. We are hiring Mike Mcdougall. He comes with years and years experience of HR director in Santa Cruz County, and he'll be assisting us through this process. So he'll be the one that's actually going to be analyzing the RMA office and providing a plan of action in that office. And very well respected in the community in Santa Cruz as well as here. He's been helping us, assist us through the negotiation process as well. So very, very, just a ton of experience. So he's gonna be assisting actually not only us through this process, but he'll also be training our HR staff further. We have some staff in some of the outlining departments in Health and Human Services and in the Sheriff's organization that I've asked him to train. They have a lot of experience, but they have private sector experience, not public sector. So there is a difference when it comes to HR work. So he'll be helping us do that, just as an FYI.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so then that would take us into board announcements, informational only. Who would like to go first? If you want to go, Colin, we'll let Supervisor Kosmicki and then work our way.
Thank you, Chair Gonzalez. Yeah, just to start off, attended the chamber mixer at Jardines this past week. It was a good event. It was nice to get together and get out and see other people and the friends in the business community and other local leaders. So that was nice. Had the Coalition for a New Library. Attended their meeting on Saturday. I thought that was a productive meeting. Just gave them an update of kind of where the county's at and some potential on that, and talked about the upcoming discussion that we're going to have on the library's future. And I also had told them that we would talk about potentially meeting with the ad hoc before. So I'll talk with Chair Gonzalez offline on that before the actual discussion. They wanted to just touch base. I met with a family on Union Road that the reason I put this on here is you have these citizen issues and you go out and meet with folks, and this very nice family on Union, I just felt like almost all their issues, they had homelessness in the riverbed, mowing. We've gone this last year, we had a tough year with staffing and our mowing was way behind. The potholes, the litter along the road, broadband, and housing. And I just thought, wow, that really kind of encapsulated a lot of the big issues that our community faces. And I just thought that was really reflective of, having a family that just kind of was really concerned about those issues. And so I'll be touching base with staff. I have already on some of the issues, including the riverbed. We've started to get a little bit more homelessness. Like, I know I bring this up every meeting, but there were some vehicles, for instance, in that Cienega area, and just want to make sure that we're staying on top of that. We had a situation in Aromas. I've been receiving complaints about mail thefts in Aromas. The narrative is that somebody's going around and stealing, following postal carriers and stealing mail, and so very concerned about that. Pass that on to the sheriff. And I will say, it looks like there's an uptick of this type of activity during the pandemic, so just for the public, be very aware, be very careful. I personally over this past Christmas holiday. I was the victim of mail theft, about $200 in mail theft, so it does happen. It's a real thing. Just want to put that warning out there to the public. Other than that, thank you very much. Enjoy the week.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have very few to announce. We had a tours meeting, which went really well. You know, we're focusing on the next steps, and there's gonna be some really good, basically, we're gonna be lobbying, the hotel community to support this tourism effort. And so anyways, it's gonna be really involved, especially with stakeholder input from the business community. And then we have a EDC meeting that I and Supervisor Tiffany were a part of, and some basic elements that we talked about, the sales tax reimbursement program, and then the updated MOU, which seems to be we're on the same page. So yeah, there's going to be strong metrics when it comes to economic development. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Touch on several things. First of all, somewhat piggybacking on some of what Supervisor Kosmicki was mentioning, I had a meeting this past week with a constituent and a nonprofit advocate on some of the really terrible living conditions that, you know, sadly, some of our low-income people, farm workers in particular, have to deal with in our county. Obviously, it's not just our county, but it's terrible to think that this day and age that those are the conditions that some people have to live in, and it just reminds me how much work we have to do to try to address not just homelessness, but affordable housing for low-income people, so in farm worker housing. Continue to work on, with Steve Loop making a presentation, continue to work with Steve and the RMA staff, Public Works on dealing with the Pinoch Road and New Idria roads, and so that's moving forward. Also, last week got an opportunity to meet with Ray and Patrick Blacklock, who's the president and CEO of RCRC, the Rural Counties Group. 38 counties, very important state association that we're a part of. And Patrick he's the new president and CEO as of about a year ago, and he was a fellow CAO of Ray's previously, and he's making the rounds. So he came to San Diego County, got a tour with Ray, and I got an opportunity to sit down with Pat and talk about many of the issues that we have in our county, which, not surprisingly, are many of the same issues that all rural counties have. Just a couple of other things quickly. There is in my district an issue that has been quite a hot topic in District 4 in South County. There's an off-road motorcycle race that has traditionally been run in South County, and we've basically have bumped up against some CEQA issues and general plan issues, and although it looks like there's nothing we can do about it right now, it is something that as a board I think we need to take a look at and take a closer examination of how we as a county make it easier for events like this to go forward. So that is something that, you know, I will be, and I've spoken to staff about how do we address that going forward. Continue to work with staff on the Cielo Vista wastewater treatment plant, which for that community is a big issue, and I think we have a good plan that we're looking at, but we have a lot of work to do still in that area. And then lastly, on a positive note, I know probably everyone else up here had an opportunity to do this previously, but I had an opportunity last week to go to a reception of the new Community Foundation Epicenter opening on the 400 block. If you know those out there haven't had a chance to see it, would suggest you try to get a tour of it. It's really an amazing building, probably the nicest building we have in our county right now. Most exciting is it's going to be housing many nonprofits And it also has a number of open spaces, both interior and exterior, that will be available to nonprofits and other business organizations and just the general public. And I think it'll be an exciting addition to our community in the city of Hollister. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too went to the Community Foundation Epicenter. Supervisor Gonzalez and I were there on the same evening. And exactly what you said, Supervisor Tiffany, it's a really amazing building, and I'm really happy. I think we have 100+ nonprofits in the community, and I think it'll be a really great space for those nonprofits to get support and to host, functions there that they may have. I also want to say that I went to the chamber mixer as well. It was a great opportunity at Hardiness to see other business owners and meet people there, and it was really great. And I was reminded when I talked to Maria Spandry, who runs the VFW hall, that there's going to be a youth expo. So if anybody wants to come and check out what we have available in our community, they have quite a few organizations lined up. So I think it's a great opportunity for parents on March 5th to go do that. So I want to make sure we had that out there so people know about that. In addition, I've met with Waste Solutions. We're going to be setting up landfill tours throughout the month of March every Wednesday, and we'll be posting the times for those as well. So if people would like to come and do that, you need to contact either myself, Waste Solutions, one of your other county supervisors, and I'll make sure everyone has the dates and times for those. I think it's important for people to understand what's happening out at the landfill, especially because it's a big issue in our community. And we have an expansion that we're going to be looking at coming up. And so I think it's really important for everyone to have all the information to make the best decision they can for themselves. In addition to that, I want to say thank you to Steve Loop. He has done quite a bit, and I really appreciate the collaboration between the city and the county. I would like to see more of that moving forward at all levels and in all areas. The more we can work together, the better off we're going to be. So I appreciate that, Steve. Thank you very much. And just thank you to staff for putting everything together. I appreciate everything that our staff does. And so I know we have some transitions that we're working through, but it sounds like things are going to go really well. So thank you for that. And I just want to say, apparently this has been celebrated, but for me, I want to thank Valerie Eglund for the seal, the county seal. Okay, thanks. So I want to thank her for the county seal. She hand carved it. So those of you who missed it the first time around, it's just really amazing. And if you get an opportunity to take a look, I really think you should appreciate her artwork. It's really impressive. So thank you, Valerie. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. It's been a busy couple of weeks, to say the least. I had the opportunity to have a Zoom meeting with Zoe Lofgren and her group, and potential plans for San Mateo County, should she be elected to this new congressional district that has opened up. I've had a few facility meetings, not just facility itself, but we had our first official committee facility meeting with Steve Loop present and Supervisor Tiffany and I. Not many people were present at the meeting. We're hoping that changes for the next meeting, which I believe is April the 20th, if I'm not mistaken, but there will be an agenda on that. But going back to Mr. Loop, thank you. I don't know if you saw when they named your name, like, woohoo, yes. Tough shoes, okay? We're not going to lie to you. For some reason, we have not been able to keep an RMA director out there. I think the problem is the job is too vast and there's too much responsibility for one person. But you coming from the private sector to come and help us out, that might be the answer to our I'm going to say the word prayers, okay? I know it's probably not acceptable, but it is for me. And so I look forward to that. If we have to do a bifurcation of your department, as we had to do for the election/recorders, I look forward to being part of that conversation, because from an outsider looking in, it's a tough job you're assuming, and it's evident by, just in my term alone, 4 RMA directors just since I've been here, and I've just been here a little over a year. Well, that's a lie, 9 months of supervisor-elect, but I want to say 4, and that's too many in that department. So please keep your communications open with our CAO and then possibly other supervisors if you think, you know, that we need to hear what's going on out there, but we want it to be a win-win, it's successful. RMA has a huge responsibility in the county, and so just keep us in the loop, okay? We're in this together, yes. So that was one facility meeting. I missed the Saturday library function. I had a dental appointment that, me and Dennis, we don't get along well. And so just to say the least, I was recuperating until yesterday. Also, I attended the, of course, the opening of the epicenter. That was awesome, but I've been monitoring the progress of that since it's been, you know, the trenches being built, and I, you know, would frequently at Gavilan College, so I look in and kind of see the progress, and it's so awesome to see what I saw as grass that needed to be mowed and taken care of into trenches, pipes, cement, concrete, rebar, framing, just to see where it's at, and it's just awesome to see the progress in that building. It's state of the art. It's going to be a gem in our community, just a landmark and a gem, and so I look forward to the other portion of the building being built. The library, looking like we're doing some good things with the library. I'm sorry I missed the meeting, but again, you and I can talk, so I'm happy about that. What were some of the other things I did? It's just been a very busy couple of weeks. Okay. We had a meeting, staff and I, about funding, grant funding and so forth. And so I have taken on the responsibility of looking at the Biden's buyback, Build a Better America, you know, and so I'm looking to see potential grant that we can take individually as departments, look at it and see if we can take advantage of it as a county. I know I might be overstepping my bounds to a degree because we do have a grant writer coming in, but more eyes on a situation that can possibly bring in options and possible more grant money, I figure couldn't hurt. Yesterday, I missed this event at the San Benito Land Trust, the hike that was out there on the Nyland property. I so wanted to go, but as I said, the dental procedure kept me from going. But maybe next year I'll get the opportunity. But other than that, I don't have anything additional to report that hasn't already been reported by another supervisor. So on that note, public comment. Do we have anybody that has a public comment on items not on the agenda?
In chambers, if you'd like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card, and we'll start with Susan Hilden.
Good morning. Before I start, I was wondering, I got confused between the 2 minutes and the 3 minutes with the city council, so I wrote my for 3. So I'm going to ask for you to allow me to speak for 3, and if you don't, then you don't, and that's fine. I understand. My name is Susan Daumert Hilden, and I'm sorry, I'm going to fog up, so I have to do this. I have lived in this county for over 51 years, and I thank you all for the opportunity to speak this morning regarding a dire issue in our county with feral cats. Spay and neuter is the only way to stop the breeding, but consistency of clinics, delivery of services, and an overall community approach will help in decreasing the feral population. In 2021, the city of Hollister funded $56,000 in an agreement with the SNP for spay and neuter services for domestic community pets, which includes the shelter pets and feral cats. I began helping Natalie Day of Heading Home Rescue with administration of paperwork and services during the feral clinics. 20% of ferals in these clinics are from within the city of Hollister, which leaves 80% are within county unincorporated areas. 4 cat rescues that participate in the feral clinics are Heading Home, Marina Gordon, Cat Crew, and Petapalooza. These dedicated people trap, rehabilitate, and release feral cats back to trapping locations. Kittens and socialized cats are kept in foster care until they can be placed for adoption. Statistics bring to light a continuing problem and the need for all of San Benito County to be part of this solution. If the county too would fund these services, we could put more effort into lowering the staggering statistics of cat reproduction and eventually get this feral population under control. Outside of the SNP bus paid by the city of Hollister, there is absolutely nowhere in this county to go for low-cost clinics. Nowhere. Pet Friends, the oldest local rescue that pulls from our shelter, had their longtime vet retire during COVID, and now they no longer offer any low-cost clinics. The Hollister Animal Shelter has no services for feral cats. It's euthanasia. Many ferals are being dumped in the unincorporated ranches and orchards. Most of those farmers will use those cats for rodent control. What they can't do is pay $150+ to have the cat fixed. So they look for us to help. I ask that you don't table this issue, please. I ask.
I'm going
It
to
is
have to
very
stop
real.
you there. Sorry, but thank you.
Thank you all.
Deborah Lutz.
If you want to give her your time, you're more than welcome to give her your time.
Hi, my name is Debbie Lotz. I've been a city county resident for over 25 years. I am one of the people that this heading home Natalie has helped. We had 10 cats that I took to the shelter. Found out later, about 10 years ago, that they were all put down. I then found a couple of years ago, I had another feral cat that had 3 kittens, and Natalie came, she trapped for me with heading home, found homes for them, and unfortunately or fortunately for me, I kept one of them. Tried to catch the mama cat for over a year. Natalie tried 4 different traps, spent her time, and we finally caught her, but she was already pregnant again with another 5 cats. Besides those cats, of course, I kept one, and she found homes for the other ones. I really wish we would use some money to help, because I could have not done this on my own. I found her through a friend. Heading home has been wonderful with Natalie. I have gotten my neighbor's cats who are outdoor cats. I took them to be snipped, and they would have done it. We would have had more cats in the neighborhood. I live off of Apricot. They come in from the riverbed. The homeless down there is just, I just have 2 brand new ones this week. One has eye problems, and Natalie's helping me fix them. I don't know what we would do without the sniff bus. I could not afford. I have personally done in my neighborhood over about 20 different cats, and I feed 6 of them right now outside, and they just show up because of the riverbed and the homeless area down there too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Natalie Day.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Gentlemen, ladies. My name is Natalie Day. I'm here on behalf of the animals of San Benito County. I work with Heading Home Animal Rescue, trapping, socializing, and fostering cats, and I also work with SNP by organizing the feral clinics and trapping for residents of San Benito County who have reached out to SNP for help with those feral cats. Last year, over 900,000 animals were euthanized in this country. The number one reason is overpopulation and overcrowding from unwanted and abandoned animals. In 2016, a grand jury found the Hollister Animal Shelter euthanized nearly 1,200 cats that year. As a community, when we found that out, we were shocked, angry, and motivated to do something different. We came together as a community, and we created a little grassroots organization, and we started door-to-door knocking on businesses, asking for money. Our rescue funded several clinics. Melanie from the SNP bus graciously gave us free clinics because our county was in such need. And we have continued to do this work. We've put on 35 clinics for a total of about 1,400 cats we've fixed. Fast forward, that's where we're at right now. Thousands of kittens have been prevented from being born as a result of that. And once they're here, they only have a 50% chance of surviving to adulthood. And once they're adults, they only live 7 years on the street. So it's not like a great life for them as it is. And we can make that better. We can prevent that suffering and that continual reproduction and the stress on them from fighting, mating, and trying to survive with their babies. They face so many challenges as it is. Our community is also full of people on disability and fixed incomes whose lives benefit daily because they have companion animals. Somebody getting $1,200 a month is not going to be able to pay $400 to fix their pet. The cats are here, and the people who can't afford their pets have pets anyway. People on disability and on fixed incomes deserve and need health care that's affordable. The scientific benefits of having a pet is well established. At this point, we got to stop killing animals just because we have no place to put them.
Thank you.
Anita Kane?
Good morning, board. My name is Benito Kane. I'd like to voice my support for the previous comments about the need for spaying and neutering of feral animals. I think it would be an important benefit to the county citizens, not only for pet owners, but for anyone who finds themselves in a position to act as a steward for these animals they encounter. For example, in my position at the County Historical Park as the historical village manager, I can use a barn cat for rodent control, and somebody recently dumped such a cat off. It's a nice cat, but I'm full up on cats myself, so it's a hardship for me financially to get it fixed, but the SNP bus and they were willing to step up and allow a low-cost spay for this animal, which is going to serve the county as a ratter at the park. So it serves a benefit there, and I was very grateful to have that financial help. So I'd like to voice my support to the board to consider some kind of financial support that they could throw towards these folks that are doing this very needed element to help our quality of life for our citizens, as well as alleviation of suffering for our animal friends. And also, helping the SNP bus would be just a great opportunity for the county to work with the city. We hear so much talk about how they don't get along, and this would be a wonderful cooperative effort if you guys could provide this service, some support for them. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press the raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Elia Salinas. Just real quick on the 2017 grand jury report regarding the euthanization of animals in San Benito County was at 47%. And I know that they've been trying a lot since then. The SNP is a nonprofit. It's not something that's actually associated with the city, other than they are promoted by the city and they are encouraged, and they do get donations. So I think you should look into something like that where the county can also contribute. Maybe it's a topic that needs to be brought back on an agenda. With regard, I'd like to remind the entire board that you are employees of the county on a full-time basis, making sure that you should make yourselves available to the public. Your number one job is being a board of supervisors. Anything else is second to that. I'm sure it is not a surprise to you, and it's a shock to you, as it was to many of us, that there was literally an exodus of department heads gone. That's left a burden for the county. We need to find out why there was an exodus. These people didn't leave because they all found better jobs and higher pay. There's a reason, and we need to get to the bottom of this so that we can keep. This has never happened before. In less than 5 business days, 4 department heads left the county. We need to find out why. We have an interim RMA now, Mr. Loop. We need to find out. I would suggest that the Board of Supervisors do exit interviews for these department heads and get to the bottom and the root to this. There's a negative and a positive for asking those questions from the people that have left, but we need to find out what's going on and why we can't keep people in our county employed. As regards to the interim RMA, it's a lot.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello and good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vicente Vega. I'm an organizer with SEIU Local 2015. We represent long-term caregivers across the state of California, and here in your county, we represent IHSS home care providers. Home care providers are right now currently some of the lowest paid workers across the state of California, and they are workers who have been working throughout the pandemic, taking care of our most vulnerable communities. Throughout the pandemic, our workers have been labeled as heroes, yet these heroes do not have health insurance to be able to take care of themselves. This is something that needs to change. At the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I heard Supervisor Bea Gonzalez mention that we need to find a way to keep workers in the county. Well, providing them with fair wages and health insurance is one way to keep workers. Earlier today, I heard Supervisor Bob Tiffany talk about addressing homelessness. One of the best ways to address homelessness is to make sure that people have livable wages and to make sure that people don't go bankrupt because of lack of health insurance. So there are ways that you all can solve these issues for home care providers. You all are the Board of Supervisors, and I wanted to let you all know that last week you all should have been contacted by our union requesting to meet with you all. We are not asking you all to bargain with us. All we are asking is to have a discussion with us, to get to know some of the workers that can't always be on these Board of Supervisor meetings. So we strongly urge you to make the time in your schedules to meet with us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And I'd like to point out the advantage of the SNP bus as an example of the private-public partnerships that reduce the costs and administration within San Benito County. I think that the exodus spoken of department heads, you could probably chart that there is a lack of community support that is welcomed into each department. Like Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, we would love to approach the board to create an appropriate MOU as a parks partner. We have spoken many times, as you well know, and we are advocates for the regional park and all other park possibilities within the county. So I'll leave it at that and hope that that can be agendized or put in the proper hands. I know Mike Chambliss, before he left, was working on an MOU, and that might be a place to start. So thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sandy Patterson Jamark, and I live in District 1. And number one, in God we trust. God is not religion. God is not church. You have to look into the U.S. Supreme Court cases that have stated that. So somebody having a hissy fit because it's on the front of the diocese is just illogical and incompetent at best. Number two, I support the animals and the SNP buses. We rescue. We've also taken care of our own animals and others. Number three, you need to come back to the 3 minutes. You look at the U.S. Supreme Court, New York Times versus Sullivan, 1964, past practice, Robert's Rules of Order, and parliamentary procedure. Quit being afraid of listening to the public because you are just trying to silence them with just 2 minutes. Even the city of Hollister lets you speak 3 minutes. And also on Supervisor Kosmicki stating that the unvaccinated are the problem. You look at Vermont. Vermont is the most vaccinated state, and they have the most new cases. The country that has the most vaccinated is Israel, and they have the most new cases. So don't blame it on the unvaccinated, because the vaccinated ones are shedding the new variant. So you need to know your facts before you speak. Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you. So that takes us then to our first item on the regular agenda. So, Mr. Espinosa?
Hey, Madam Chair, yes, we have Glenn Milburn, Senior Director of Government Relations with Y-Green. He is on Zoom, and he will be discussing PACE with your board. And this is a follow-up to a prior discussion-only presentation to your board. Glenn?
Thank you, Ray. And again, thank you, Board Chair Gonzalez, Vice Chair Tiffany, and honorable members of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Glenn Milburn, Senior Director of Government Affairs at Y Green Energy Fund. I was asked to come back to provide more information and respond to some of the questions brought up about our Property Assessed Clean Energy Program for the board during the January 25th board meeting. I do have a slide presentation. If we can go to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Are we able to pull up the slide presentation?
Just a moment. It looks like they're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Hey, Glenn, do you think
Yes.
you can share your PowerPoint?
Sure, I can share my screen. That'll work just fine. Is that visible now to everyone? Okay, great. Again, thank you again for allowing me to share. As we mentioned last time on January 25th, just wanted to let you know again, PACE is state-enabled legislation that operates in over 500 jurisdictions across California. We operate under a public-private partnership where local government approves our program by offering financing for energy efficiency. Okay, I think we're ready. Again, as I mentioned,
onto the slideshow tab and start from beginning at the very top. Slideshow. So it would be home, insert, draw, design, transitions, animation, slideshow, and then play from start. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. I'm a little new to this, the Zoom. So as I mentioned, Property Assessed Clean Energy is a state-enabled program that operates in over 500 jurisdictions across the state of California. Again, these are some of the impacts that the PACE industry has shown across the state of California. Again, you see 4.3 billion gallons of water saved, over 13,000 jobs created, over $2 billion of gross economic output. I believe one of the supervisors mentioned economic development. We have seen across the state that PACE can be a valuable tool to help local jurisdictions and counties provide economic development opportunities by creating local jobs and creating the environment where those can participate in the green economy. Again, one of the hallmarks of the PACE industry has been its ability to work alongside public and private through a public-private partnership. Our program is through the Golden State Finance Authority, which is a member, a program under RCRC, which San Benito County is a member of. And again, one of the key points of our industry is not only do we deliver best-in-class financing, but the highest standard of consumer protections. And I will share some of the key hallmark legislation that allows that to exist. But again, some of the highlights of consumer protections are the financial disclosures that we provide, confirmed term calls with every customer, the property owners sign off on the work being done to their satisfaction before contractors are paid, rigorous contractor training and oversight as described in statute and our internal practices, as well as a dedicated customer resolutions team available 7 days a week, and eligible improvements in pricing guidelines that ensure that customers are not being overcharged, and work is only restricted to energy efficiency, water conservation, or disaster resiliency. Again, here's some of the key legislation that regulates the PACE industry. Again, it's over 12 years old, starting in 2008 with AB 811 and SB 555, which were the state-enabled legislation that allowed PACE to exist. As we creep down to 2017, this is kind of a watershed moment. AB 1284 was passed as part of an omnibus consumer protection legislative package that established the Dfpi, or the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, as the regulator for PACE administrators, requiring licensing for contractors, comprehensive oversight and training requirements for contractors, recorded calls, strengthening underwriting standards, and adding an ability to pay, and not just limiting it to the amount of equity in a person's home, but now the ability to pay. Again, additional legislation in 2018 expanded PACE to wildfire resiliency. And our next slide shows additional legislation that expanded it to additional consumer protections for senior citizens and low-income families, in addition to a 3-day right to cancel for anyone over 65 years and older. So I was mentioning the Dfpi and our internal practices have some of the highest consumer protection standards in the home finance industry. Again, project and property eligibility standards being one of them. PACE is not available for reverse mortgages or gifted properties. Again, I mentioned there are pricing guidelines that, again, you will never see a $500 toilet seat, kind of the funny example we use in sometimes government contracts, but there are stringent pricing guidelines for any improvement that is done by PACE. There's a commitment to ensuring that every homeowner or property owner is understanding the information being given to them. Ability to pay is an industry model now. Know before you owe disclosures, again, making sure that the consumer knows exactly what the financing terms are, and also giving them the ability to cancel as well. That's the current practice, but over and above that, the industry has also teamed up and taken input from consumer groups and other stakeholders to go over and above the state laws and statutes to protect consumers from foreclosure. There's a commitment by Green and the other providers to ensure that no homeowner or property owner loses their home because of a PACE lien. We have never done that in our 12 years of being in business. Low-income hardship protections. So if a low-income family has a hardship, there are protections in place to ensure that they can become current and do not have delinquencies. For elderly and low-income consumers, there are enhanced protections, meaning it's very, they have a higher standard and threshold by which they can apply and qualify for a PACE financing. Every customer will get a PACE guide. It is a reference guide for them to understand exactly what PACE is, what it's intended to do, what improvements are eligible for that. So they are informed and know exactly what is the case with PACE. And all of these must be applied to all residential program administrators, including Green, as of March of this year. This slide is just an example of how the consumer protections that are in PACE exceed other financing options. Minimum levels of equity in the property, and for us, it's 90%. There can be no delinquencies on property-related debt. No one can be in bankruptcy and get a PACE financing. Loan-to-value limits are established. Again, you can see them here. And again, these are protections that are exceeding other examples of home financing, such as home equity lines of credit or unsecured products. In addition, as I mentioned, the industry is governed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. They released their annual report about a month ago, and these are some excerpts from the Dfpi annual report. As you can see, in 2020, there were over 10,000 PACE assessments in California through the Dfpi. And as you can see, one of the questions in our January meeting were, what are the rates that are charged for PACE customers? And for our company, it's between 4 and 8% those are the rates. And you can see here, these are what has been reported for all of the PACE companies for their rates. So as you can see, no one charges over 12% interest rate for any of the PACE assessments. Again, this is another comparison. I just went on LendingTree to look up what are the unsecured interest rates that are available for people. And oftentimes it's based on credit score. And as you can see, just a simple Google search will show you that the average unsecured interest rate is over 10% or nearly 11%, and it can go as high as 37%, depending on your credit score. Whereas PACE products do not penalize someone based on their credit score. It's the same whether you live in Beverly Hills or you live in any other place in California. It is the same, and it doesn't discriminate based on any of those factors that are typically looked at in unsecured products or home equity line products.
I had a quick question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez, go ahead.
Just really quick on that, just so I don't lose the thought, is what is the typical term of the unsecured loans?
When you say term, it can be as long as 30 years. It depends on the useful life of the improvement. So no one can finance a PACE improvement longer than the useful life of the improvement itself. For example, if an HVAC system is a 20-year HVAC system, that improvement can be financed for up to 20 years. It's dependent upon the customer and what they would like to finance it for. But we can, by rule, we can improve in some cases, depending on the improvement, up to 30 years.
So a use of life is included, but then also what is it compared, like basically when it comes to the percentage and the term for what you're comparing to the PACE, the 8%, what is the life of a loan of the unsecured that is not PACE?
I don't know if I'm understanding your question.
So you're saying, so 8% is the average, and because it's attached to a home, it's applied for 30 years. For another loan, unsecured, you're showing all these rates, which obviously are really, really high. But what is the life of a typical unsecured loan that is not attached to a home, that is not an equity-based loan?
Right, that's correct. But we're just, this is simply to illustrate. I mean, our rates are between 4% and 8%. I'm showing you this is if you went out and wanted to get a new HVAC system, you can pay for it out of your pocket with cash. But if you don't want to use your upfront cash, you have different options to finance that. A credit card will charge you, and this is simply a Google search. They will charge you between 10% and 37%. And you can pay it off as early or as late as you want, similar to PACE. We charge between 3% and 8%, and you can pay it off at any point. There's no prepayment penalty with PACE as well. These are just, again, affordable options of financing for which customers can choose to finance it over the term of the improvement, or they can pay it off early, similar to any other product.
I appreciate it. Yeah, you can go on. I don't want to hold it up. Yeah, so you're comparing it to credit cards. Thank you.
Right. Or, you can do a simple search with home equity lines of credit. You can look at that and you can see they're between 4% and 21%, depending on equity and credit scores.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Again, this is just another slide from the Dfpi annual report that was released a month ago. Again, that showed the number of complaints. Remember, 2 slides ago, I showed you there were over 10,000 PACE assessments. And of those over 10,000 PACE assessments, there were 169 complaints received by the Dfpi. And the important part is it's not complaints necessarily, but it's unresolved complaints. Of the 169 complaints received, 157 were resolved. So that means that out of over 10,129 PACE assessments, only 12 remained unresolved, according to the Dfpi report. So to me, that shows a very stellar result of how the PACE industry is going about dealing with customer complaints. Every home financing program has complaints, but how they deal with those complaints is very telling. And so this is not our statistics, these are the Dfpi statistics. So I would point to this as evidence to show that the PACE industry is working and the rules are working as intended. Last piece of this is my final slide. Again, PACE providers have operated under the CSCDA program, and I believe looking back in the San Benito archives, a PACE program was approved in December 2009 at the very beginning of the PACE program. Our program operates under the Golden State Finance Authority and would need approval by separate resolution. Here's an example of many of the communities we currently work in surrounding San Benito County, such as Fresno County, Merced County, Stanislaus County, Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, Monterey counties, in specific cities. If San Benito just, lastly, if San Benito has concerns about residential PACE, which I believe I've hopefully demonstrated that there are significant consumer protections and the data that shows that the rules and regulations and the industry itself is working to provide those for the community. There's also the option of a commercial-only PACE program to aid small and medium-sized businesses and ag property owners. As I believe that one of the supervisors mentioned, hotels, and tourism. We work with a tremendous number of hotels to make improvements using PACE for their products. And so that's something we found very effective to continue allowing visitors to come into their hotels and provide tourism to the community. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Have any particular questions, they can ask them. Then we'll go back to the public and go for public comment. But do any of the supervisors have any questions? Yes? Okay, so Supervisor Tiffany and then Cosmic,
Yeah.
did you have some also? Okay, so you can be second, and then we'll just see whoever needs to go beyond that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation, Glenn. I mentioned this before, just full disclosure, I'm a member of the RCRC, and I was the one that suggested that we bring this forward to San Benito County to at least take a look at. So I appreciate the presentation. Glenn, if you could further explain a little bit, you said currently looks like we already have this available under the CSCDA with residential. I'm not exactly clear on that. Does that mean that there have been some residential PACE programs happening in San Benito County already? So I'd like a little clarification on that, if you know. And then I know you just mentioned if we were to choose not to go forward with the residential, we could go with commercial only. Is that currently not available in our county, the commercial only? Anyway, those two questions I had, and then I have a follow-up after that.
Yes. Again, this is just from looking at the archives. It looks as though the California First program was approved in San Benito County in December of 2009. I don't represent California First, and our program at Y-Green has never been approved in San Benito County. So again, this is just my own research looking at it. Looks like there was a program approved at the early stages of the existence of PACE in San Benito County. What I was saying, in order for our company, which is the largest PACE provider in the state, to operate, we currently do not operate in San Benito County and would need an approval for the residential program. But if I mentioned at the end, if there were concerns about residential PACE, which I hope that I was able to dispel any concerns, there is also a commercial only option that could help the businesses, hotel, agricultural communities access this tool if they choose.
Okay, and then just following, and you just mentioned this, since this first came to our attention, some of us at least have been contacted by people that have passed on to us a lot of concerns with lower income residents. And in looking at this, and during your presentation, it's clear that there's been a number of new laws, as you point out, just in the last few years. So it looks like a number of those consumer issues have been addressed, but a couple of the ones that I've heard about, and I'm just curious if you would comment on it, are there further regulations to address some of the previous concerns about the contractors themselves, contractors taking advantage of uneducated, lower income communities in particular? So that's one question. And then also, I've heard the concern raised about there's not a review, or there hasn't, at least in the past, been a review of the proposed energy savings and whether they're actually necessary. So those two issues, I'd like to know if those have been addressed recently with some of these changes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. Yes. In fact, this past November, the Pace Nation, which is our industry partner, released 22 consumer protection principles that all PACE providers in California have agreed to abide by. These include a number of contract-related enrollment and training processes, including all home improvement contractors who are enrolled in PACE must agree in writing to comply with all program policies in advertising and marketing. PACE program administrators have already had policies that enroll contractors for compliance. We have stringent training guidelines. A third of, after AB 1284 came out, where the State Department began to regulate the industry, a third of the contractors left the industry because they could no longer comply with the heightened conditions by which the program could be sold. Contractors cannot sell it. They're required to hand it over to companies such as Y-Green to explain the financing so that it is explained properly and they're given the information directly from PACE providers. So a lot has been done to root out fraud, root out financial abuse for seniors and low-income families. In fact, there's much higher standards for low-income and senior citizens. In one of the slides I mentioned, over 65, there are heightened restrictions that prevent many of those customers from even qualifying for PACE, and in addition to low-income families qualifying for PACE.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm looking to piggyback on what Supervisor Tiffany asked about. I'm a little confused about PACE and what's currently because based on the staff report, I thought we were approving just the allowance of PACE, whether it's Y-Green or other administrators. But what you're saying is that we're essentially allowing Y-Green, and we've been allowing other administrators previously.
I should have had the staff report from 2009 pulled up when I asked this question, because I saw that the PACE agenda item from 2009 in December was brought to the board, and that was voted on. That, again, as far as Y-Green is concerned, we do not operate, and so I don't know if the other companies are actually operating. Just because a company is approved in a jurisdiction doesn't mean that they operate in that jurisdiction. And so I'm not actually sure if any of the other companies under the CSCDA JPA are operating their program within San Benito County. I just know that it was approved back in 2009. PACE was. So, yeah, what the proposal is today.
We're trying to help you, Glenn, here. There's 3 or 4 of us trying to help you. So go ahead,
Yeah,
CIO.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up Melinda Casillas. She's our treasurer, and she has background information on this. She actually pulls taxes, and so she's able to address this, I think, a little bit more better than Glenn. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Melinda Casillas, treasurer, tax collector. When this item first came to my attention on the agenda the previous session, unfortunately I wasn't able to speak at that time. I reached out to the Tax Collectors Association to get some feedback on their thought of PACE, and I received about, not all the California counties are involved in this, and I received about 8 responses from the other counties, and honestly I did not receive one positive comment on, not Y-Green. I don't want to say anything about Y-Green. Just in general, they did not have any positive comments to say about the PACE program. some of them were installed in their communities back in 2009. Most of the comments were that there was unfortunately fraud in the whole program, and taxpayers were not given a lot of good information as to what they were actually going to get charged on their property taxes. In San Benito County, I believe there are two PACE programs with the city of Hollister. One of them is California First. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the second one. And most of the calls that we receive from taxpayers that are that have complaints are because they did not know that their charges would be as much as they are on their tax bills. So I realize that a lot of better state legislature bills have been enacted, and I'm not saying that this is a bad program. I'm just wanting to give you some information from what we see in the tax collector's office. Thank you.
Well, I thank you for that comment. And it seems like things are getting more complicated the more and more we look into this issue. So any other questions from, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
And then another question I had, you mentioned the commercial part. Is there, if theoretically, if a county did just commercial, is there less risk with commercial per se? I guess what would be the practical difference in sort of deciding between residential and commercial in your view?
Yeah, I would just add that obviously a lot of the questions that the tax collector spoke of were related to things that happened before the state regulatory department came into being. Again, 2017 and currently, I just showed you the Dfpi report of complaints. Commercial only is simply just, it would not allow residential consumers to access PACE. It would just be the business commercial, multifamily, the larger business entities would be able to access it. And theoretically, it's a much more difficult or different type of evaluation that a business is making to access financing. It's not a personal property. It's something that they're adding to their capital stack to make their property more efficient, but it is a business decision. And arguably, a business is going to have different advisors and consultants that weigh whether PACE is a viable option for them in addition to the other financing options they have.
Lastly, I was just going to ask, can a county, could you limit the program to more, because there's this concern about that maybe sometimes people do these loans, and then there isn't an actual reduction in carbon emissions, or we don't get the savings. Could you potentially limit it to more concrete benefits from renewable energy? Like, just for instance, if you just did rooftop solar and X, Y, and Z, is that possible, or is PACE just encompasses all these designated categories?
Yeah, well, the PACE industry is regulated by the state. The improvements are listed by the department of what is considered a PACE improvement. For example, no one can get a 55-inch flat screen television using a PACE financing. It would only be something that has shown to have an effect on their energy consumption or wildfire or seismic retrofit or water conservation component. Those are the only things that are available to qualify for PACE. So these are not, again, as I mentioned, having the Dfpi regulate the industry doesn't give Y-Green or any private company the ability to determine what is energy efficient or not. It's the department that is determining what is a approvable improvement for a property that qualifies under the PACE program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I just have some comments, so I'll wait. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, you already had your questions, sorry. Okay, so my questions are mostly, and you addressed them, and it's more, I wanted to make sure you included the cooling off period, and I think you said a 3-day, but only for low income. Why, or elderly, why would it only be limited to that population of people? Why couldn't the cooling off period go total industry-wide for San Benito County? Why would you only select a small population of residents?
I need to correct that. The slide showed that there's a 3-day cooling off period for the state for the low-income families and seniors. The PACE industry has made that universal for any customer. So there's a 3-day cooling off period for any PACE customer.
One thing I want to make
That
sure.
that is what the PACE industry, including Y Green, has decided we would make that available for anyone.
Now, the last time this item came on the agenda, we had some people reaching out to us at the last minute with questions that we couldn't necessarily answer within the time frame. So I've had those individuals plus additional ones reach out, and that was the one thing we wanted to make sure that you did have that cooling off period in there. Also, too, is there going to be any kind of component regarding education so that the consumer knows exactly what they're getting into, so there can be no comment saying, well, I didn't understand. I like the way you addressed the fact that no one's going to lose their home as a result of this loan. That's great to hear. I just want to make sure it's in writing. And then not only that, that the contractors that you'll be working with, that you will then require them to have the same type of education, so when they are interacting with the population and the people who choose to participate in the program, that all the cards are on the table, everything is in clear, plain speak, and that the parties who willingly participate in this program fully understand what they're getting into. That could be the only way that I can support anything like that, as long as all of those issues have been addressed in your written agreement. So I don't know if there are any other questions from the board. If not, let's go to the public. Ask them their questions. I'm sorry.
Chair Gonzalez, can I answer your concern, the question first? Because the answer is yes on all the questions that you just mentioned. State statute allows us to have full disclosure for all of the PACE required paperwork. There's a PACE guide that every customer receives from providers. They're confirmed term calls, recorded calls. We have our customer service and customer escalations department is available 7 days a week for customers. There is more consumer protections available for the PACE industry than any other home finance product. And it is, in my knowledge and research, it's very difficult for someone to not understand what their PACE financing looks like in today's regulated industry. There's ample amounts, and including that, we provide reminders, written and email, 3 times a year for customers to remind them of their upcoming PACE assessment.
Also Spanish and English?
Spanish and English,
Okay, good.
translated in Spanish and English.
That's the primary language. Okay, so I will go ahead and defer to Supervisor Dirks. She had a question.
Thank you. The cooling off period, does that apply to the commercial aspect as well, or just residential?
Sorry, all of these rules were put in for the residential PACE industry, but they would apply for the commercial industry as well. Most of the concerns were for residential PACE, so that's what was emphasized in the presentation. But these are also commercial related as well.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
When you're ready.
I have one more question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
You had a mention of use of life of system. I'm curious, is there a requirement that you can't make a loan for something, whatever, as a heater or something, if it's only scheduled to last 20 years, but the loan is 30 years? Is that correct?
That's correct. You can't have something, you can't have a loan, well, it's not a loan, but you can't have PACE financing for longer than the useful life of the improvement. That is correct.
Thanks.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is James Coombs, and I work with Glenn at Y Green Energy Fund. My role here is I specifically work with a lot of small property owners throughout the Central Valley and some surrounding areas. We work with a lot of growers, pistachios, almonds, dairy, cold storage, a lot of housing providers, multifamily, as well as nonprofit organizations, including houses of worship and medical providers. A differentiating factor, I've been financing solar projects and small real estate projects for over 15 years. And one of the features of Y Green that's particularly attractive is we financed over 1,500 commercial projects, and our average project size is just under $150,000. The other PACE lenders out there are set up to do we call larger capitalization projects, often a minimum of $500,000 to $1 million. So we're well suited and work with a lot of property owners, both for profit and nonprofit, in surrounding areas to San Benito, again, including a lot of industries that could really use the influx of private capital, not subsidized by the county, to improve their properties, improve their operations, and sustainability as well. So I encourage and would, of course, be happy going forward to work with Glenn to provide customer examples and that type of thing. Again, I work on the commercial side and focusing on the types of small agriculture, nonprofit, and other small business owners like franchisee hotel owners who really need access to this capital to improve the marketability, value, and sustainability of their properties, and would encourage you to approve certainly on the commercial side. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Elias Salinas, first of all, let's start off with the fact that this is state enabled. It's not a requirement. This is a private for-profit company. Thank you. At least you're taking a look at this program twice now. There are more than 7, and I only reviewed 7 state bills and assembly bills as to why each one came about is because of the abuses that were happening, for the protection of the consumer. You have to provide it in 5 languages. It wasn't being provided in 5 languages. You have a state bill for the fact that they were making promises of how much money you were going to save, how much they were making promises on the that the investment was going to improve in their housing. And it's everything that's happened with regards to this program. All the state bills, all the assembly bills are for protection of the consumer because these companies are taking advantage of the consumers. This is not a requirement that that San Benito County has to go with this program. There are subsidies out there. There are county, federal, and state subsidies for consumers to be able to have access to these programs. There are numerous people in San Benito County that are doing solar programs that I see out there all the time, my neighborhoods and out on the streets. New homes now have solar systems being put out. I strongly recommend that the board not have to enable this particular PACE program to be used in San Benito County. I feel that it's continuing to be an abuse of consumers until more has been said and more has been investigated into. This is too much of a short period of time to make a decision. Don't make a decision tonight, bring it back, or make a decision, but don't without allowing this PACE program to continue or to be allowed here. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have.
Hi, my name is Virginia. Thank you for taking the time to listen, board. I live in the neighboring county of Fresno County, where PACE is enabled both residentially and commercially, and has been so for many years. PACE is enabled, and Y-Green specifically is enabled in Fresno County, Stanislaus County, Madera County, Kings County. So a lot of surrounding counties to the Central Coast. And I just wanted to emphasize that passing PACE residentially or commercially for Y-Green specifically does not mean property owners are forced to use this program or this company. It just means it is an option for the property owners. More options are always good. I reviewed the presentation and listened in, and the interest rate alone is a stark difference in unsecured loans or HELOCs where you're not putting money down up front. So as a property owner, that is only a plus. Again, nobody's going to force me to participate in this program if I don't want to. It is just an option. It's been an option in Fresno County for many years for people to take advantage of. Really quickly, I also wanted to add that property owners are facing a really difficult time. There's historic droughts, wildfires, and blackouts they're becoming increasingly frequent. And even as the state passes more and more aggressive legislation to attempt to stem our carbon emissions and convert our energy grid to primarily clean, this kind of dramatic shift is only going to be able to happen if property owners have access to natural disaster and clean energy property improvements needed. But too often, these upgrades are out of reach with price tags in the tens of thousands of dollars. Therefore, alternatives to traditional homes and business property improvement financing are critical. PACE is one of these programs. It's a transformational public-private policy that has been in place for over a decade. It's not discriminatory.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board then. I'm looking at the item on the agenda. We are not only taking the discussion and the information in, but there's also the possibility for 2 resolutions that are on this agenda item. So what is the will of the board? Any further discussions? I personally love the idea that this is an option. It's not like we're imposing it on the residents. Even though the last caller was from Fresno County, I took down a lot of the suggestions and advice that she had. I came into this agenda item with reservations in that the cooling off period, the possibility of no oversight, but it sounds like Y-Green has addressed those, and so I don't have any reservations on this one, and so I'll pull back any other comments or concerns, let you all decide, and then we'll take a vote on what we want to do with this agenda item. So who would like to go first?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'll jump in here. I spent a lot of time looking at this, and wrestled with this yesterday while I was looking at agenda item, partly because I feel a certain responsibility bringing it to the board in the first place. And I think, like a lot of us, I had a lot of concerns listening to some of the consumer issues, consumer abuses that took place earlier in this program. And obviously, the last thing I think we as a board want to do is to bring forward something into the county that is going to become a problem. But I do feel like Glenn and others today addressed many of those concerns.
Yes.
And I think it's clear there's been very significant changes made here just in the last year or two to address some of those concerns. And in fact, as I'm thinking about it, there's frankly much more regulation in this area of financing than there is probably in many other areas of financing. And so, you might make an argument people are better off going into an area that's more highly regulated. The other thing I will say on the positive side, which we didn't really talk about, this is an opportunity for people to really do energy efficiency. There's also just recently, it's available for things like home hardening, which deals with wildfires, et cetera, which is a big concern. So it's just simply one more tool available. I came into today's meeting not exactly sure where I was going to fall on this, as Supervisor Gonzalez said. I feel strongly that at the very minimum, we should allow this for commercial developments. I know I took a look at it when I had the dealership, and I do think it makes a lot of sense at the very least for commercial development. But I believe I also would support residential given the recent improvements in protections for consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also had reservations. I know they have been addressed. It feels like it, with the legislation that we've had, it would afford people the opportunity with some more support in making sure that they're protected. However, I'm still concerned because it's new legislation. I'd want to see this play out a little bit longer. So I would support this for commercial at this point in time in order to see how this progresses, get a little more data, and maybe see how other counties are able to be successful. Ms. Casillas came and talked to us today, and I appreciate that you did that extra work. So thank you for getting us that information so we could compare that way as well what some of the issues are when people call in about their tax liability there. So all that being said, I don't want to throw kind of the baby out with the bathwater. And I do feel like commercial lends itself the opportunity to be slightly more protected. Maybe a few more people are looking at what's happening with these kinds of programs. And so I would like to see how that would play out in the commercial arena in our community and then move forward from there if we have some great success there and feedback that way from those business owners.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I get I think like everyone, the program's intent and the potential benefits, otherwise unattainable improvements for some residents, positive impact on efforts to reduce carbon emissions. But then there are these red flags, of course, the history of predatory practices to minority groups in particular, limited choices when choosing contractors, certainly a free market kind of person myself, and then foreclosure complications. But the bottom line for me overall, and I think I'll respond to Supervisor Dirks is what she said as well. Two factors. One, I haven't had anyone locally, not one person, to come out and say that they want this program. And I understand we haven't had the program, so there's just a lack of awareness. But there's literally been nobody that's come forward and said we really need this here. We got people from Fresno calling in, but that's obviously choreographed and coordinated. And so I really don't, no offense to the caller, I really don't put any credibility to those kinds of calls because, you're in Fresno County. So the other part is that there just doesn't seem to be, there are some holes in the oversight. I see that the state is trying to address those, but I agree with the local caller who called in that mentioned, well, there's a reason for this legislation and the series of bills that we've had, almost, it seems like every year there's a new PACE bill, because that must mean that there are problems that are needed to be addressed through legislation. So that really is the most significant concern of mine is the oversight issue. And then I thought Melinda Casillas' statement really said it all. She emailed the professionals, the people that are dealing with this on a regular basis, and asked them for some feedback, and she literally said it was all negative. So I come away feeling less assured about the program than going in. I'd be willing to talk about commercial as getting our foot in the door. I feel like there are probably less likelihood of people sort of getting swindled if they're in the commercial sector. So I think that if anything, that's something I would be willing to talk about. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so to put it in context, I don't know of any company that would give you a loan, and I know he said it's not a loan, but it is a loan, um, for a car for 30 years. When we're thinking about something that has a life cycle, that it's gonna, and to attach it to a home, which has a lot longer life cycle and obviously increases in value, whereas something like whether it's an improvement, it loses its life if it's an appliance, especially. Um, Bottom line is I feel like it'd be positioning our homeowners in our community in a really bad situation. So I actually did some numbers, and if you look at a $30,000 loan over a 30-year term, that amounts to about an added $220 payment on top of your mortgage, and obviously the any bonds, property taxes. That amounts to about $50,000 on top of the $30,000 loan. So it's a pretty hefty investment, I think, for the lender, right? And it's obviously not as advantageous for the homeowner. So for all that considered, I might consider, if I understood it a little bit more, the commercial element, but there's no way I could support residential for PACE. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to add, I kind of, reading the room, I do think that this would be, I mean, just coming from business, it's really a different situation. If you're in business, I mean, you evaluate these kind of things, you look closely at it, and I do think as a business owner, this is a tool, an option that a business owner here in our community would like to have. And so I'm really not, I would not be concerned about the consumer protection issues when you're looking at business. And so I would encourage that if, as Supervisor Dirks is suggesting, and I certainly understand that argument, if we'd hold off on the residential piece to see kind of how that plays out over maybe the next few years. But I certainly would be supportive and encourage that we do what we can to set it up for the commercial only, and I don't know how we would do that if there's support for that. Thank you.
And that was my next question, so thank you for broaching that. So just from listening to the conversations, it sounds like if we had to take a vote on it today regarding residential, it would not fly. But it sounds like there's a possibility for it if we look at commercial. The way it's presented, can we bifurcate the two and go with the commercial and hold off on the residential? And what would be the consequence if we did that? And then does this come around every year? Because it sounds like this is a conversation that is being repeated. So whether it's an advance in legislation or just a renewal period, I don't know. But could we possibly look at residential in a year? Does a year sound okay for those supervisors who wanted some sort of proving time frame? Again, I don't have any stake in this whatsoever. I just like the idea of options available to the consumers.
Thank you. I'm a little worried about a year's time frame, only because I'm not quite sure it's enough time to gather the appropriate data, because it looked like, I think I saw a March 2022, some new legislation. So that's even not quite a year. So I would be more comfortable with 2 years, but I don't even know if we have to put a time frame on it.
I know, but I'm just kind of just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be fine with that, Madam Chair. The 2 years seems more reasonable than the one.
Okay.
Or if there's some extenuating circumstance
Or
that
something else
brings
changes.
to light something, then
Okay.
somebody can certainly, bring it up.
So we wouldn't be barred for not having it again in 2 years should the conversation. So could we bifurcate that and go with just the business, commercial aspect? Is that a legal question?
No, I think that the possibility is there. However, County Council, Barbara's not here. She
Right.
worked on the resolutions. I think that there, and I don't want to speak for our feeling right now, but Joel, I think that probably bringing this back with the actual language that says commercial, I think it'd probably be
Okay.
best, just to be clear with it in our conversation. So one of two things: either we can continue this to this afternoon, or till we're done, but I don't think it gives us enough time. I would recommend just bringing it back to the next board.
Yeah, let's just table it, bring it back, and then when you do, and it looks like you have the consensus right now for commercial, not for residential, but, you know, we can kind of delve into more particulars when
edit
that
that
comes back.
and come back.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
if I can make a recommendation, if we can get a little bit of clarity as how it applies to the commercial industry. I know there has to be some distinctions, so I'd like to understand what those distinctions are.
So we can include it in whatever presentation they provide for us.
And
Please.
Madam Chair, just to follow up, so commercial and industrial, I know that those definite commercial, industrial, ag, because sometimes commercial is
Anything
just
not residential, how's that?
anything business related
Okay.
is kind of what I'm seeing, but commercial can, some people perceive that as maybe just a retail storefront type of commercial, so I'm thinking all business, right?
Yeah, we're trying to protect the residents at this point, so commercial can be the proving ground and the test case.
We got clear direction, so we'll work on
Okay.
that.
Good. Then let's see, it is 10:46. Ladies, how are we doing? Do we need a break? Are we okay? Yeah, okay. Well,
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Tiffany, do you need a break? I don't want to exclude you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I recommend that we have a motion to continue this item to a future.
Okay, can I get a motion to continue this to a future agenda item?
I'll make that motion that we continue to our next meeting. Is that possible?
Good.
Our next meeting where we will look at commercial or business-only PACE program,
Non-residential, how's that?
non-residential.
Second?
I second.
Okay, got a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0 for that one. Okay, so then, that would take us then to item number 2. I take it nobody needs a break at this moment, but it looks like we'll probably take lunch at 12 on the dot then, okay. So feel free to step aside if you need to take a break on your own. Item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this came from, I think it was the Intergovernmental Committee, and they asked to have a presentation from Gavilan College. I believe Lisa Scott, I believe, is on the line on Zoom, and she'll be presenting.
Yes, actually, it's Dr. Rose and Damon Felice that will be presenting. I will be moving the slides. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Dr. Kathleen Rose, Superintendent President, Gavilan Joint Community College District, and I'm here today with Damon Felice, who's our project manager for the San Benito County campus. We're here to give you a brief presentation today on the progression of the San Benito County campus and give you some images of the design of the campus that is fully on track to be completed in 2024. So you see here on the first slide, there is a website. All the information that we'll be giving you today is on the Measure X website for Gavilan College, so you can certainly refer to that in the future. Next slide, Lisa. And of course, you all know Damon, but Damon, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Damon Felice. Just a little bit about myself, my firm. We've been here since 2008. And we've been involved with the campus since 2018. And like Dr. Rose said, we've been going through the process for a couple of years now, and it's on track to, and we'll talk schedule a little bit farther along, on track to get this thing opened in 2024. So just real quick, this is my slide as well. Just so in case you hear it out there, we're doing what's called design build for this project, and design build is basically I think what the county is used to. So when I was consulting to the county, we would typically do design bid build, which means that an architect would design the project. The architect was in contract with the owner. Then we would bid the project, and the lowest bidder would be awarded the project, and then we would build the project. So with design build is the Gav College is in contract with a design build entity. That entity is Block Construction, QKA in Gensler. So the district had what we called bridging documents that was presented to the design build entity, And then from that, those bridging documents, a building, a site plan and building was designed and then submitted to the Division of State Architects to DSA. So just a little bit about what design build is, and this is an alternative delivery method that that a lot of public entities are using, and just a little bit on that for y'all. The schedule, it looks like some of the items are not there, but you can kind of see kind of where we're at. It doesn't have any kind of dates in here, and I apologize for that. We are in the design, the DSA approval point, and so we submitted these documents. DSA, Division of State Architects. So whereas if someone were to build a project in the county, they'd submit it to the county. If they're in the city, they'd submit it to the city. Schools are state entities, so we submit our documents to the Division of State Architects. We submitted ours to Oakland, so they're in the Oakland office right now. Those were submitted on February the 4th, and they will go through a review process. We're hoping to get those back in October or November of this year, so that we can start construction, break ground on construction on the building before the end of this year. And like Dr. Rose said, moving to a Q1 completion in 2024. So this is what the site looks like right now. That is Ridgemark in the foreground there, Highway 25 or Airline Highway. This will be the view as we go through, as Dr. Rose kind of presents the layout. This is the view to the south of the campus. There'll be as we go through the layout, you'll see a community room and an outdoor area, and that basically that's what you'll be seeing is that view right there of Ridgemark and Highway 25. Next slide. So Dr. Rose, you want to go from here, or do you want me to continue?
You can take this one, Damon, until we get 2 more slides in.
All right, perfect. So this is the site plan, the Cielo Vista Drive. If you were to stand in the middle of that Cielo Vista Drive extension, it would line up with the center line of the Cielo Vista development entrance. So basically, if you were to leave Cielo Vista and go straight, you'd go into the right-hand lane there. That goes into the campus. You can see where there's we've been working with COG on public transit making its way out there. So there's a bus turnout right there, 150 parking stalls, of course, ADA stalls, EV charging stations in the top right, not maybe the top of the picture, something that looks a little bit different. That's where the power and our trash enclosure is going to be sitting. So that's where our transformer will be there. And then into the building, you can see the entrance into the building. And then I talked about the outdoor seating area it's going to be better. You'll be able to see it better as we move along. So anyway, that's kind of our site plan there. You can see native plants, walking trails. We've talked with Reach San Benito about making it a walkable campus and a walkable site, so that people can come out and park in the parking lot there and have a nice walk out there. It's beautiful out there. So it's a walkable site as well. Next slide. So something that we're dealing with on the site is we are going to be installing a septic system on the site, because at one time there was an agreement with the city of Hollister to tie into the city infrastructure. They have since backed away from that agreement. We are still working with them right now on that, hoping that the campus is still going to be able to tie in to the city infrastructure through Cielo Vista to the backside of Roberts Ranch. But as of right now, that is not approved. So we are doing a septic system. There has been some comments made that septic systems are illegal in the state of California. I'm not sure where that person heard that from, but that is not the case. Septic systems in the county happen all the time. This is the campus itself is not in the sphere. It's not in the sphere of influence. So it's outside of the sphere. So it is in the county. so we can do a septic system. So it will be a small-ish septic system. There are 20 fixtures in the in the building, plumbing fixtures, if you will. Septic system is not necessarily designed off of fixtures. It's designed based off of a count of individuals that will be there. We are currently working with San Benito Engineering with Ann Hall on that. Ann has done septic systems all over the county and is very well versed in that. So, like I said, the goal is to tie into the city infrastructure, but as of right now, we will have a septic system with a leach field.
I'll take it from here, Damon.
Okay, Dr. Rose.
So this gives you an idea of what the 35,000 square foot facility, the San Benito County campus, will look like. And I want to really point out that this campus was designed so that the community members in San Benito County can come to Gavilan College, begin a degree or certificate, and take everything they need for that degree or certificate or community-based or contract program at the San Benito County campus. There's one wing that is basically a classroom wing. The other wing is a lab wing. And then there's a fantastic community room, outdoor spaces, food pantry, wraparound student services, high technology, and everything you would expect for all of the future learners in San Benito County. And we're going to show you a couple of slides to show you what that will look like. So next slide, please, Lisa. This is the entrance into the San Benito County campus. And you'll see as we get into it that the design of the building is meant to complement the beautiful environment in San Benito County. And the idea is to not only emphasize our relationship to the earth and mountains and the pinnacles and the community and the history, but to be able to provide a gathering place for all members of the community to come and to refer for any future lifelong learning needs of students of San Benito County. So that gives you an idea of the grand entrance that's been designed by our partners. Next slide, please. This shows you the inside lobby area. As you see, it's very open, light. There's a lot of opportunity there as you first come in. There's going to be a welcome center for students right off the bat. So students will have our peer mentors. They'll have access to counseling, financial aid. And then the purple wall that you see down there will be an opportunity for a San Benito County gallery, as well as the food pantry and bookstore services that will be right there. So we think this lobby is very inviting. It provides opportunity for students to go to class and then come back into the common area for other services that they need throughout the day. Next slide, please. This gives you an example of the community room. This will be a great chance for the Gavilan College Board of Trustees to actually have a boardroom, a formalized boardroom that can be used for meetings more frequently in San Benito County, and then also have the community room be available for all area nonprofits, for opportunities for students to get information about community agencies, and also for additional meeting space and event space that can be used for a number of things in the future. Next slide. This is an example of the Learning Resource Center design that we've put together. This is a comprehensive center that allows students from the Associated Students of Gavilan College to be involved, as well as library, learning resources, student resources, high-tech center, copying services, and small study rooms. So the Learning Resource Center, we know, will be a hub for our students once the campus opens. Next slide. This is an example of the science lab. Again, as I stated earlier, students will be able to, for the first time, complete all requirements for an associate's degree in San Benito County. So we knew that labs needed to be front and center. We've done a lot of consultation with lab partners who've done similar lab designs for community colleges across the state. And we're very excited about this ecologically friendly and comprehensive lab that will be able to offer biology, physics, chemistry on site. Next slide. And then this shows you the South Terrace. So Damon showed you the property as it is right now facing towards Ridgemark, but we spent a lot of time, and I should say that we've had since 2018, when the voters generously passed our $248 million bond. The very first project on the list, as I hope you know, was the San Benito County campus. So we've had a number of stakeholders provide information and design ideas for us as we've gotten to this point, both internally in the campus community with faculty, staff, students, and our trustees, but also we have a San Benito County campus subcommittee of the board, and they've met regularly. We've also had community forums, so we've had opportunity for members of the community to talk about what they'd like to see on the campus. And one thing we heard was that it needed to be a meeting space. So the South Terrace will provide not only outdoor gathering space for students, but it's designed in such a way that we can do outdoor performances there. We can do small music or dance or art performances. We'll have an outdoor screen there, and we'll have a space that we know will be hopefully well used by the community once the campus opens. Next slide. And so now we're at questions. We know that we only had a few minutes to talk with you today, but I know that Damon will offer, as he's offered to anyone in the community, anyone who'd like to go out there and see the site and have a conversation with Damon as our project manager about the progression of the San Benito County campus. We would really urge you to contact Damon for that. And then also, please continue to go on our main Gavilan College website and look particularly at Measure X so you can see the progression of the San Benito County campus. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to the board for any questions they may have.
Any questions from the board? Okay, so Supervisor Kosmicki has one at least.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, can we, maybe I missed it, can we clarify again, because I remember from intergovernmental, it was kind of a main sticking point. How many actual classrooms are there in this building / campus?
Supervisor, I'd need to go back in there and count to give you an idea. We can certainly do that. There are, I think,
four general ed, and then there's 4 labs, and then there are also some computer labs that can be used as general classrooms or as computer labs as well. So a total of 10 spaces. Community room could be used as a classroom as well. That would get you to potentially 11. So there's ample space for classrooms. Currently, there's as you may or may not know, 4,000 square feet in the current location in the parking structure. And I don't know how many classrooms are there, Dr. Rose.
4.
Okay, four
And
classrooms.
no labs at all.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was a specific number. So 8, or you're saying if you kind of use discretion and talk about the community room, but that's not really a classroom. I'm just looking for how many classrooms / labs. So it sounds like 10 is the number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then how many students will we be able to serve in this campus, and how does that number, I guess, relate to the number of students overall that are being served from San Benito County? So what portion of the San Benito County student base will be able to be served in this building, theoretically?
That's a great question. Thank you. We are beginning the instructional planning now for the opening in 2024. And as you know, for 50 years, students have been driving on 25 to get over here to come to the Gavilan campus to complete their programs. So we are planning for upwards to 500 full-time equivalent students by the time we get to our second year. And so currently, of course, with the pandemic, we've had an enrollment decline, tremendous enrollment decline in the district. But in 2017-18, we were serving close to 10,000 students a year. And so the hope is, as we continue to do our instructional programming and planning, that we will be able to generate that level of growth in San Benito County. All initial indicators pre-pandemic pointed to that direction with all the demographic information we have in our educational master plan. So I can't give you an exact number, but the hope would be that we would be up to about 500 FTE by the time we get to our second year.
Ask, because it's that gray cloud that I think has always sort of hung over this issue. Now that we have you here, can you clarify what happened with the prior bond or bonds that were supposed to go toward this campus. And then my understanding is those funds were diverted to other uses in the Gilroy Morgan Hill area. And I only ask that because I'm startled at the size of this. I'm just going to call it a building. I don't think this is a campus. And I think that our community feels strongly that we've really not gotten our money's worth from these bonds. And so can you clarify what happened with those dollars that were supposed to come to our community and went somewhere else in the past?
Supervisor, that's a long story. There's a lot of information that I've provided over the 6 years I've been superintendent president about Measure E and how Measure E was spent. That was a bond that occurred before my time in this position. But according to our documents and according to the bond language from Measure E was used to purchase the 77 acres at Fairview Corners. And that's what it did. Also, it purchased 55 acres with the help of the Sobrato family in Coyote Valley. In terms of whether or not San Benito County should have had a campus with that bond, there is no evidence that I've seen that would indicate that that was the case. So from my standpoint, Measure E did what it needed to do, and it's Measure X that's going to bring, in my view, a comprehensive campus building to San Benito County.
I do remember, because I was here at the time, this community certainly was sold on that being a new campus, and I know that was before your time as superintendent, but that was what this community was sold on back when those original bonding went through. But thank you very much.
Excellent questions. Next questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple very different questions. This first one may be directed to you, Damon, and I don't know that you can answer it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I know you said you're still negotiating, still trying to work things out with the city of Hollister to connect to their wastewater treatment connection, which certainly makes a hell of a lot more sense. With the, and I understand that you have to look at the alternative of septic system. My question is, does the Regional Water Quality Board weigh in on this at all? I mean, with the potential connection so close, it certainly makes a lot more sense to have that connection, and I'm just wondering if they play a role in forcing that issue. So that's one question.
Supervisor Tiffany, I do not know the answer to that question. If the regional board would be involved in that, certainly maybe that's logical, but that's not to my knowledge. That is not taking place. But certainly we'd take anything we could right now to get tied into that city infrastructure.
Issue connected to the, I know that there's a connection, I don't recall exactly what it is, but connection with potentially an adjacent residential development. Is this now totally a separate project, or is there a connection there and that's part of the problem?
Dr. Rose, do you want to answer this one?
Yeah, I can start. We have been in a partnership agreement with Dividend Homes since the purchase of the property in 2007. And so we are renegotiating that partnership agreement as we move forward in our construction timeline. And so the question of the sewer and the city, there does seem to be an opinion from Dividend Homes about how Gavilan College should be in partnership with them for that. But we are of the opinion that we are ready to move forward with construction. And we are looking for the most optimal way for us to begin our infrastructure, which may be septic at this point and long-term sewer connection. But we are currently negotiating that joint partnership agreement with Dividend Homes, and we're in current negotiations with them.
Then now the water is Sunny Slope Water, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and there's no issue there. That agreement's already been reached.
Yes.
And then a totally different question. This for you, Dr. Rose. So am I right in thinking that if we do reach the 500 enrollment level, which I know is a target, doesn't that open up potential other monies from the state if you reach that level? I just recall something
Yes.
along that line.
Yes, absolutely, Supervisor Tiffany. If we are able to get to a 500 FTE level within the first couple of years, it does provide us more base funding through the allocation process and the student-centered funding formula. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to grow that campus particularly, and we've got some programs in mind that we think will help us do that based on the needs of the students in the area.
And I gather that if that's the case, then with the property that we have out there, there's the opportunity to grow this campus.
Absolutely. We're going to have 77 acres there, and we have a lot of options out there. We've talked a little bit about maybe commercial. We've talked a little bit about student housing. We've talked about a partnership with the Pinnacles, where we have a center there that entices visitors to go out to the Pinnacles from Gavilan College. And then, of course, not with this bond, there would be an opportunity to bring out athletic facilities and so forth in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate it. In regards to accessibility, I'm sure this has been addressed, but if we could just say it, is there a plan, since it is kind of on the edge of town, to be able to have bus transportation out there to make sure that people have accessibility to actually getting to the facility?
Damon, do you want to
Yes.
address that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been in conversation with Mary Gilbert and COG about this already. So absolutely, you can see, if you look at the site plan, there is a bus turnout there. We've already planned for that. So absolutely, there will be transit making its way out there. You know, with the new developments that are happening west of Fairview and Union Road extension to Fairview, there, you know, I mean, people have talked about riding bikes out there or pedestrian, you know, people walking out there. I think crossing Fairview might be a little sketchy, but as things develop, there is some talk of a signalized pedestrian crossing on Fairview Road as part of maybe one of the other developments out there. So absolutely, there will be public transit, but we've also, you know, I think there's future opportunities for other ways for people to get out there other than just driving as well.
And Supervisor, if I could add, we're also going to be providing comprehensive student services there. So mental health services, adaptive services, high-tech services that we've not been able to offer in Hollister. And so we're finally going to be able to have a comprehensive basic needs approach for our students at the San Benito County campus.
Great, thank you very much.
Supervisor Hernandez, any questions?
No questions. Yeah, just from what I've heard, I mean, my only concerns is any housing around there. So yeah, I mean, I guess as these things start to unfold a little bit more, I want to understand better how that applies. I think housing is a big issue, and I don't want to run from it. I think we have to address it, but I mean, obviously not opposed to an added campus that benefits our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It's the first time I've seen it in this format, and again, at least three of us have been on the board for at least a year now. But I have to kind of disclose, as a Gavilan College employee, part-time employee, I know a little bit more than the average bear regarding some of the issues that Supervisor Kosmicki had alluded to, but anyone living in the community knows and feels that Gavilan College has shortchanged the community with regarding Measure X. I respect your position, Dr. Rose and Damon, doing what you're doing, but just understand the five of us sitting up here at the dais are trying to defend that explanation that you just provided to us when a few of us know that there's more information that could have been provided. So on that note, I'll just stop talking there, but I do have some questions and some concerns. Looking at the design layout, will there be a second entrance? We all know the way traffic bogs down here in this community. It's horrendous. It's a nightmare, and if we get to the 500 FTEs that you mentioned, that'll take us to the next level, that will bring us more funding. What about all of the employees and the students trying to get in and out, you know, when the classes end? I urge you to make sure you look at a second exit entry point. And then primarily, if not for all commuters, at least for emergency vehicles. I would hate for that to be a disaster where we couldn't get out of the site. The second issue I have, and it is an issue, is how many other community colleges in the state are on a septic system. And I understand you're doing what you have to do. I understand that the city is having an issue with fulfilling its promise that it gave you. And so I would like to know what we as a county officially can do to help you pave that road. And I see Steve Lupin here, our RMA director here, the interim RMA director, and maybe we can have more conversations, because definitely Gavilan College needs to be not only fully built out, fully staffed, but being able to use the facilities without any kind of limitation of a septic tank. As I said earlier, the Measure X, most of the people in the community are not happy. That's just going to be, 4 classrooms, 10 buildings out there, or 10, the ability to use 10 classrooms. I wish that it's more, but I'll take what you can give us for right now. Let's see. I love the idea about the bike path out there and public transportation, whatever we can do to make that a feasible campus. And I look forward to the day you're going to have the ribbon cutting. So I know that you said March 2024. Was that an expected completion date?
Yes, Supervisor, that's correct.
March. Okay, of 2024. Okay. And congratulations on your retirement, Dr. Rose. I know it's at the end.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Oh, we have another question, and then we'll go to public comment. Go ahead, Supervisor Dirks.
I wasn't going to ask it, but I'm going to now for clarity's sake. Will you remain with the 4 classrooms downtown as well, in addition to this campus, or will that no longer exist?
Well, thank you so much for that question. As we begin to develop our instructional programming for the San Benito County campus, we know there's going to need to be a transition. So the city has been our partner with the Bridge Building for well over 20 years. And we've appreciated that partnership. But the idea would be that we would transition to the San Benito County campus. So I imagine that there will be some overlap. March 2024 is in the middle of the spring semester. So likely the first offerings will be summer of 2024 and then fall 2024 for the large launch of our new academic year. Supervisor, I do not have a timeline for when we will be vacating the Briggs building, but I do anticipate there'll be a transition.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's go to the public.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Bill Lee, and I own property adjacent to this site. I'm very excited to see Gavilan College come. It will provide an opportunity both for our current high school students who are advanced to take classes there, as well as for everyone in the community to be able to obtain an AA within San Benito County and not having to leave. Speaking to some of the issues raised just a moment ago, there is connectivity through the adjoining approved and proposed subdivisions that do create bike paths and connectivity across Fairview Road with a flashing beacon that will allow the students to safely traverse Fairview and get over to the Whale Park and to the city beyond. The issue of sewer, however, really is an issue that needs to be resolved. While the college can go forward with septic long-term, if this college is to expand, they need sewer. And the city did give a letter to the college as well as the adjacent projects accepting the sewer. and they're presently kind of waffling on that. So that's an issue that the county can really help to ensure that the college has the ability to expand, because we all would like to see a larger campus down the road. And if you're locked into a septic, it's not good for our water table to begin with, and long-term will limit the ability for the college to expand down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello there. This is Rob Bernowski, and I want to echo part of the previous caller, Mr. Lee's comments. I'm very excited if we truly can get the community college campus here in San Benito County. However, I am very worried, and I hope you supervisors will ask. Gavilan College is, just received a scathing FICMAT report. That's the Fiscal Crisis Management Administrative team. The wheels are falling off the bus there, and I'm very worried that we're getting all excited about this. And will Gavilan College be able to deliver, under its current status, which is very, very poor? The other thing is, please focus on students in classrooms and instructors teaching them. Don't get all caught up in all these other amenities and community center, this, that, and all this other stuff. We paid for an educational institution, and that's what we want. To that end, let's not do what we did with Rancho Santana School with the Hollister School District, where you guys got behind that project, but because we had to pay for the land, we have a substandard facility, meaning no multi-purpose room at that school. Why are we going with the septic system? Supervisor Tiffany and I both live across the street. We're part of a sewer system. Rancho Santana, part of a sewer system. Sila Vista, I believe, is becoming part of a sewer system. For everything Mr. Lee just said, please believe. Let's not do it. That would be stupid. So, so let's do this right. Let's not do things half-assed anymore. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hey, good morning, Board of Directors, Supervisors. This is Bob Martin Del Campo, Hollister Fire, your fire chief for the county. I was just on the phone with City Manager Miller, and as I understand about the sewage system, the only hiccup I think we have for this endeavor to proceed is the fact that we need to incorporate Cielo Vista across the street so it could be one complete sewage line. And if I'm not mistaken, there needs to be a change in the sphere of influence. I don't think there was a hard no on this. There was just mitigating factors that needed to be resolved prior to a full commitment on this. As far as the waffling is concerned, there's a lot of moving parts to this, and this was completely, I believe, accepted as a way to go for this system to go. Us in the fire service are excited about this. We need a campus out here, and as we talked to Dr. Rose about our training facility a year ago, we've got that, as a matter of fact, at the sewage plant, a 4-story facility that we want to incorporate with this new college campus, and we're supporting this 100%. So let's keep the communication going so we can drive forward with this. This is something that everybody wants here in this community. And that's all I have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Elia Salinas. I want to, I agree with the speaker, Bernowski, Robert Bernowski. So here's the thing. Measure E, $42 million. Then Kathleen Rose came on board, and under her watch, the Coyote campus was founded. The FCMAT report says you need to close it. Gavilan College is literally almost bankrupt under her watch currently. This all sounds too good to be true. What a beautiful campus. Measure X, almost $50 million. Now we're talking about almost $100 million from San Benito County for a campus that I don't even know whether the entire campus is planned out on a septic system. I know that the board approved a $40,000 plan to submit so that they could go forward with the plans for the campus on a sewer system as a temporary Band-Aid. The week that this happened, I was personally at the Sunny Slope Water Board District meeting. I told them about the $40,000 for the septic plant, and they could not believe that they were going to try to go forward with a septic system because they don't believe that it's something that's going to be approved or acceptable. Now, this campus was supposed to be done by June of 23. Obviously, it's not going to happen. We need to get some results here. We need the help of the county to get Hollister City to allow the hookup of the campus to the sewer system. That is the only way that this campus is going to win. The agreement is to allow dividend homes, is my understanding from Bill Lee's agreement, is that they.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Tammy Patterson Jamark. I'd like to know what they're going to do about the traffic. Are they going to put in stoplights? Are they going to take care of that? You got to take care of the infrastructure also along with the sewer system. So what are you going to do about the roads? We're still, up in the air. And what are you going to do about the additional traffic? Hey, it's great, but yeah, Elias was right. They're almost bankrupt. Gavilan College is almost bankrupt. So what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about, you had one bond, Measure G, to bring in money for roads, but you can put that in general fund and just use wherever you want. That should have been, instead of a measure, it should have been a bond. That way you can't use it wherever you want to. So again, what are you going to do about the stoplights, the traffic, the additional traffic, coming this way? Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Irma Gonzalez, and I am a Gavilan College trustee, and I represent Area 7. And I'm here, I'd like to ask for your support. I feel your frustration as far as Measure E. And if that frustration is the reason that I ran for the college board, and I'd like you to know that our entire board of trustees is committed to our new campus, and it is our #1 priority and will continue to be. So with that, I'd like to ask for your support, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Were there any other questions from the board? If not, we'll go ahead and just.
I had comments.
Go ahead.
I didn't do comments.
You'll be the first.
I'll try
Go
to
ahead.
be succinct here. So I just want to be transparent. First of all, one of the callers is attached to this project. Bill Lee was raving about the campus and the need for the connectivity. But Bill Lee's a developer who's attached to this and will benefit from a connection. So that really should be something the public knows when we have people getting on like that. An authorization letter from a city manager who was unwarranted, was using unwarranted discretion, doesn't qualify as a binding document. Housing never should have been included in this project. It's important to note that the reason for the contention over access to wastewater is that hundreds of single-family homes were attached to this project and will be hooked up as well under the agreement. I don't blame the city, and in fact, I agree with the city's position on this. It's really a shame that Gavilan and former Gavilan leadership attached single-family housing projects to a public community college. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's one of the main reasons why we're in this predicament now with the connectivity. And it really is just selling our public down the river as usual. As far as the location goes, I know this is in hindsight, but wow, this is probably the worst location possible for a community college campus. It should have been on the west side of Hollister. Transportation is going to be a huge problem, especially for our low-income residents who this campus should primarily serve. It's not a walking distance for anybody, especially our lower-income residents. In fact, the people we talked about the communities that are around there. You talk about Ridgemark, you talk about a lot of white-collar areas around there that are going to have this convenience in their backyard, as opposed to our lower-income residents who really should have been the reason behind this campus. The campus size, I'm alarmed. When I first found out at Intergovernmental Committee about the size of this building, it is not a campus. I must correct myself. This is a building. The size of the building, 10 classrooms, when we're using funny math to get to that point, is really going to exacerbate existing feelings in this community about trust with Gavilan College. And I basically, over the years, have agreed with all of the points made by the late Tony Ruiz, who really was the voice of reason for this community for many years, and unfortunately passed away a few years back. The location is far from services and low-income residents, and I just don't get it. And, you know, it's really unfortunate that leadership didn't listen to Tony Ruiz's concerns over the year, which really certainly represented what's best for our community. I admired Tony and appreciate everything he did to bring attention to this issue. Thank you.
Anyone else want to make a comment?
I'll just make a couple comments. This has been, as been discussed, been a issue in our community for quite some time. I guess I'll take a more positive tone with this. You know, as far as the location, I think a lot of us don't feel like it's ideal, but it is where it is, and it is certainly a start. And I look forward to seeing the growth of Gavilan College in this location. I think that I know there's a lot of frustration, but we are moving forward, and I think that's very positive. What I'd like to see is that we do get this issue with the wastewater treatment plant connection to the city resolved. I know it's a complicated issue. It does involve residential, but the bottom line is that it just makes too much sense to connect the city sewer project. And so, you know, whether the county can play a role in this, or the, as I mentioned, the Regional Water Quality Board can, or it's just a matter, as our fire chief mentioned, continue to work through the issues. I hope that's the case, but ultimately this really does need to be connected to the Hollister wastewater treatment plant. But anyway, like I said, I think it's a start. It's long overdue, but I'm glad to see that it's finally coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo Supervisor Tiffany's sentiments. While not an ideal location per se, it still is a lot closer than the Gilroy campus, and it will offer a lot more amenities than the 4 classrooms currently downtown. In addition, I just want to say I did go to Gavilan College myself. I got my AA before I transferred to Chico State, so I appreciate the opportunities that a community college in our community would offer our students, and hopefully with the transportation issue and getting students from the west side of Hollister over to where the campus is, perhaps we can do student vouchers or things like that in order to make that more feasible and affordable for those particular students. But in any case, I too am happy that we're going to have at least something and a starting point to move forward from.
Supervisor Hernandez?
I'll keep it brief, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have a lot of concerns, but nonetheless, I don't want to be preemptive. I mean, there's still some things I think they're going to come forward, and I'd rather wait and see what happens. But my concerns are more related to housing, and just the same. Yeah, the measuree element I think has broad questions. We need to understand better. Ultimately, it's the commitment to the public that this is made, and we got to make sure that we follow through with that commitment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
can't speak for any other board, just our own. And so I would hope that anything we can do as a county that can help pave the way for the water sewer slash sewer septic tank out there, that would be awesome if we can do anything, you know, on our behalf. But again, we're not one of the main players. We don't have any control, and we can't make any decision for another jurisdiction. So I'm hoping that we can be a team player there. As I said earlier, being an employee of Gavilan for almost 8 years, I know a little bit more about this than I want to. I know about FitMac. I know about the promises that we believe as taxpayers on Measure E and Measure X versus what is actually coming to fruition with the campus. So what I'm hoping, Dr. Rose, that while you're still with the college, that you continue to reach out to the community to kind of send just positive communications into our community to show us that you are going to try to do everything that we believed when we approved Measure E and Measure X, that we have what we need as a campus and it's functioning here in the community. So I'm not going to belabor it any more than that. This was just an informational presentation. I appreciate that. But if you can reach out to our CAO, Espinosa, Damon, you as well, if there's anything that we can do from a official perspective to help resolve some of these water sewer issues, let us know. Okay? Thank you. So on that note, what we're going to do is go on to the next item, and that would normally have been item number 3, but because of time being an issue, we're going to flip 3 and 4 around and do the veterans portion first, if that's okay. Do I need a?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to invite up Jason Cameron. He is the Director Officer of Military and Veterans Affairs in County of Monterey and works closely with us. We're in contract with them, and he'll be providing an informational presentation to your board. Good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's great to be here. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, full board. I appreciate this opportunity and working, you know, not every day, but often with the CAO's office. He felt that it was appropriate to come and share this information with the full board and the public, so there's some awareness around what we do here in the veteran space. So I appreciate it again. We have the slide deck here ready to go, and I'm going to go ahead and continue on. Are we good to go? All right. So again, my name is Jason Cameron. I am the Director of Military and Veterans Affairs for both Monterey County and San Benito County through a contract that we have. And it's been a very, very great relationship that we've had throughout the years. And what we're going to do here today is just give a real high-level overview, but really to kind of let you see what we do and how we do it, kind of a where we were, where we are, and where we're going approach. So luckily, this county has Sherry Stevenson here. Many of you may know who she is, and if you don't, I definitely encourage you to have a conversation with her. She is a wealth of information. She's been instrumental with the services that we provide here in San Benito County. She has just a tremendous amount of knowledge, and she's one of the senior reps that we have between the two counties. So we remain customer focused, and she provides not only services directly, but also information and referral services for stuff such as homeless veteran services or at risk of becoming homeless, as well as other sort of veteran organization information and so forth. Some of the things that we do go anywhere from, it's funny that we're following on Gavilan. So college tuition fee waivers. For those that don't know, a disabled veteran has the ability to have their dependent children or their spouse go to community colleges, state universities, both UCs and CSUs, tuition free. So simply by being a disabled veteran. So once you get that designation, whether it's a 10% rating or a 50% or 100% rating, your dependent children can go to any of these state schools tuition free. And not just through to a bachelor's. They can go all the way through to a doctorate as long as they stay within certain criteria along that path. Okay, so that's a huge thing. And when you talk about swimming upstream, right, and really trying to affect change, this is how you're able to do it, right? So sharing that information with our veterans is very important. We have state national park passes, getting veteran designation on the driver's licenses. Sounds like it's an easy thing. What we've done is we've actually partnered with the state of California. So from a veteran service standpoint, so all the counties work this way, where if a veteran would like to get the veteran designation on their driver's license, they have to come to our office. So we can provide the DMV form, we sign off on it, we authenticate it, and then they take that form to the DMV. So the reason why is, one, we can go ahead and do the authentication piece, but also we can have that conversation with the veteran regarding benefits that they may or may not be utilizing, right? So it gets us in front of the veteran, which is a really, really important piece, because there's a lot of benefits out there that aren't being taken advantage of, that are rightfully earned, and they're just not being tapped into. Aid in attendance, this is a really important piece for a disabled veteran who's seeking care or receiving care from even a family member. There's some additional monies that can be brought in from that program. Dependent indemnity compensation, this is very important as well. If a veteran passes away from a service-connected ailment, or if they're rated at 100% for 10 years or longer, and the veteran passes away of any condition, their surviving spouse can carry on a large portion of their monetary benefit. So this is a very, very important piece that a lot of people don't know about. So it's not until they come to our office that we have these conversations. And so sometimes you'll run into the veteran who's very prideful. They don't want to feel as though they're taking advantage of any sort of benefits out there, and that's not the case in this, and we think that that's very clear. So it's important for us to get in front of these folks and have conversations. And sometimes it's explaining these kind of pass-through benefits onto the spouse, onto the dependents, where that's the key piece that's the takeaway. CHAMP VA is healthcare for the dependents of the veteran once they reach 100%, working with the DOD and getting other benefit summary letters and so forth through our office is a everyday occurrence. The little graph on the right-hand side, it's not really a graph, more of a wheel, I guess, of veteran benefits and services for those that can see the PowerPoint presentation here, kind of show you the realm of benefits through the federal side, just as, high-level kind of silos, so to speak. And it just lets you know that it's more than one thing, right? We often think, it's like, okay, you're buying a Coke, you go buy a Coke. No, you have a whole array of different things that are out there, and it's really important to understand how vast the different benefits are, and how entrenched we have to be in what types of things are available for our veterans. So for San Benito County specifically, we have approximately 5,280 veterans and dependents. So the veteran piece is about 2,800 veterans, and then we take a guess, a close stab at how many are married, how many have children, so forth. So it's approximate 5,280 is the math that we use. 25.5% are currently receiving services or benefits, and that's calculated through the VA compensation piece. That is shy of the state average, so we're a little behind the curve, so we have some work to do. And quite frankly, the state has a lot of work to do with the access to these benefits. In my opinion, I would say 70% of veterans would qualify for something in this realm, and here we are at 25%. The state is at about 28%, and that's why I'm saying the state needs to work too. There's a handful of counties, the high counties, as far as utilization rate is concerned. It's always good to look at peers, right? So there may be 3 or 4 that are in the 40% range. All the rest are below that. And then there's obviously counties that are less than 25. But we're definitely going to work on trying to increase that utilization rate. That's one of our main missions right now, is really addressing that. Last year, we brought in over $15 million in recurring annual VA benefits. So this is just the VA benefit. It's important to understand that a veteran could be receiving all kinds of different sources of funding from different things. So this is just the VA compensation, often referred to as VA disability, okay? So this is my bad knee, my bad back, I have migraines, I may have PTSD, I may have some other sort of condition. So that's this piece. This does not include retirement pay. This does not include school money, these different types of monetary benefits. So it's a big number, $15 million coming into this county every single month after, or year after year, from the federal government. Also, what this also indicates to us is that they are now eligible for VA health care, which then is able to go to San Jose or over to Marina as the two closest clinics, and then up to Palo Alto for inpatient care. The average award, just about $23,000 for our average claimant. This is a snapshot of some of the services that we provide for the calendar year last year. If you look to the upper left-hand side, you're going to see 2540 is the true count for veterans, is the last census that we have on that, with the 25.5% utilization rate. We filed over 330 claims, and of that, we ended up having 193 compensation awards. So this is when the VA fully adjudicates the claim that we submit. The way I like to explain it is, when we file a claim, we have to look at it as though we're preparing for court, because essentially we are. In the case that a VA claim does not go through, we will have to appeal it. When we appeal it, it can go to the Board of Appeals. We could be sitting across from a judge. I've done that multiple times, where we have to go that route and through the appeal process. So everything is documented, and evidence is provided in these claims. So it's a lengthy process. Average time right now is about 7 months from filing to the full adjudication of the claim. In 2021, retroactive payments, so again, that 7-month piece I just talked about, once the VA decides the claim, they will back pay you to your effective date of either when you filed the claim, or if we filed what's called an intent to file, which gives us a year time frame to file the claim, so preserving a date. So our effective date, when the VA back pays us, we have our retroactive pay. So we brought in almost $750,000 last year alone, $718,000 coming in that retroactive pay into the pockets of our San Benito veterans. Talk about life-changing in this time of COVID, when funds are often needed. Good timing. The annualized recurring monthly payments of that year, so of last year alone, all of our awards put together equated to a new annualized monthly recurring payments of over $1 million. So we have a new $1 million coming in every year to the veterans of this county that we recently filed claims on. So that's tremendous. College tuition fees, we talked about that for a moment. College tuition fee waivers, we waived almost a quarter $250,000 for 34 veteran dependents. Okay, so that's 34, I like to look at it as 34 children that might not have went to college otherwise. So, you know, high school graduates, whatever that, you know, where's my path going to lead me? Because of this benefit, this is where you're going. So it's huge, impactful, and life-changing things that we're doing at our office. Subvention units, this is how the Department of, the California Department of Veterans Affairs, how they calculate funding revenues out to the counties. So this is money that goes straight into the county's coffer through subvention, and we had 399 units. Every county gets that, and then they take the pool of money and divide it down by the units. So we brought in about $65,000 worth based on the current numbers that we have. So it's kind of like a reimbursement, right, for our services that we provide the veterans. So California wins when our veterans win, because we're pulling in that federal money, right? So California incentivizes our offices to really get out there and do a good job. Total annual contribution, again, over $15 million. This is your kind of your snowball effect, right? This is from years past of veterans who've been living here that maybe they filed a claim 20 years ago and they just keep receiving that money every single month, all the way to the new person that we just helped out, over $15 million. Since I've been here, I've been running customer satisfaction surveys, because it's important to hear in the moment what's going on and give folks that ability so we can make changes when needed. And we've received a 90% very satisfied. And when I say we, really I mean Sherry. So Sherry has received, and for those that know her, know that that's, I mean, she can do that with her eyes closed. So a 90% very satisfied category. for that year's worth of work. So kudos to her. So COVID impacts, Veteran Memorial Building was disrupted a little bit with running all the tests there and so forth. We also have some issues with the building currently where we cannot get back into it. Our office is there, but we cannot provide services there until the city does some cleanup. So that's our next stop. Veterans services are really just being provided remotely via Zoom and so forth, phone calls, and in some cases we'll do a home visit when needed. Service provider lists or visits are currently suspended still due to the ever-changing ebb and flow of the coronavirus. So that's the Santa Cruz Vet Center, VA Mobile Treatment Vehicle, and VASH. For those that don't know what HUD-VASH is, it's Section 8 specifically for veterans. So that's what HUD-VASH is. So a very important thing that veterans have, and Sherry is well versed in and is able to help get people to the right folks. Opportunities, this is an important piece. So reoccupy the Veterans Memorial Building. Again, that's our next stop to see what the holdup is on that, with the city cleaning up some rodent infestation in the building there. Some outreach to housebound, hospice, and homeless veterans. So that when I look at that, what I think of is often in county government, we talk about the underserved areas of the county. And when it comes to this demographic, every single district has an underserved population within the veteran community. And that's, from the homeless veteran who's living in the far reaches of the county to the double amputee that's stuck at home and can't leave. So when it comes to that 25% utilization rate, that's often the lion's share is the proactive person who's chasing down their benefits, right? That's not the person who's stuck somewhere who doesn't even know or didn't hear about. There's too many times where I've visited veterans who are in their 80s, and it's the first time they've ever wanted to file anything because finally they heard from somebody, right? And this should have happened 50 years ago, not at 80. So those outreach efforts are something that we're really going to try to implement. Hard to do with one person, right, for the county. So we'll do what we can to get the word out, but it's really one of those, we have to be proactive and as proactive as we can be with what we have. So outreach to the underserved areas I talked about. High school partnerships, this is something we're going to work on as well. So this is working with the counselors and the superintendent, and obviously get them to bless it off. Work with the high school hay balers, right? And get them to understand the benefits that are there for the dependent children of these veterans, so that way they can start making those mental decisions in their head instead of going, I can't afford college and I'm not going to get straight A's, to, I can go to college, maybe I'll try a little bit harder. So again, these life-changing things and swimming upstream is really what it's all about. Veterans Treatment Court, we, in Monterey County, we have a great model to work from. There's a collaborative court here that is kind of along those lines. They do some things for the veterans piece, which there's some military diversion stuff and Veterans Treatment Court. We are going to work very closely with the courts and see if we can bolster that up. There's some monies out there through Prop 63. We could potentially, and I'm not going to put Monterey County on the hook, but we'll see if there's partnerships that can be made. Whatever it takes to bolster up the collaborative courts with regard to veterans, we will do as well, because anything we can do to provide the services needed for some of these folks, treatment through the process. So that's kind of what the Veterans Treatment Court is all about, is providing treatment along the way, and obviously reducing recidivism and dealing with the root cause of some issues, right? So working on that, and with that, takes me to the end. Thank you for your support. Our contact information, CAO Ray Espinoza has all of my direct information as well, and I definitely encourage any one of you on the board or the board as a whole to reach out to us anytime if you want any information. And with that, I'll go ahead and close out this presentation pending any questions from you.
Are there any questions? Yes, okay, so Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate it. I had a question about the homeless veteran population. We're going to be starting a homeless committee here, so I want to make sure we do address that population. Are you able to identify about how many homeless veterans we have in the county?
You know, at this point, I believe that the point in time count had recently happened, I think for all counties, right? In January, yeah. So what we can do is we can reach out to the coalition, and so that'd be something that I have to come back to you with. And I suppose I can go straight to Ray with that information and he can disseminate it to you. So we'll reach in and we'll find out if we can get a number on that. As we all know, it can be a transient population as well. One of the things that we are doing too, and we will work with San Benito County because we're really sister counties, right? So we are working on a homeless veteran stand down, which should be taking place at the end of June in Monterey County, and we will work to see how we can get homeless veterans from here to there for this stand down. Stand down provides all kinds of services, anything from dental care on site in the moment, all the way through to legal services and food and clothing and so forth. Thank you for your question, and I'll get back to you on that. He'll get back to Ray on that.
Thank you. And I just had one more question too. You kind of answered it in the last slide regarding getting information to counselors. There's oftentimes college fairs. Have you thought about attending those at the different high schools? And then in addition to San Benito High School, we also have ANZAR as well in San Juan Bautista. So
perfect.
I just want to throw that out there that might be a great opportunity. And I really appreciate that you're going to reach out to the counselors as well so they can let students know. But if you're in that space as well, I think it's really important for students to be aware of that as well.
Thank you so much. And I really like the suggestion of the like college fair or college whatever day at the high schools and being a part of that. I think that that's an important piece. And I will throw out that, you know, in this relationship that we have, you know, we also, you know, it's Sherry does all the hard work. And then there's us who can help with these kind of other things, right? And I have another gentleman who's not here. His name is John Brown, and he is, for all intensive purposes, he's my projects manager. So I will have him work with the schools here in the county and work on that and even come out and do those types of presentations as well.
Supervisor Kosmicki, did you have a question?
Yeah, just real quick, just to clarify the 25%, so you were essentially saying that's the percentage of veterans who are receiving disability compensation?
Correct.
Oh, okay, and the 27 or 28, that's statewide?
Correct.
You know what the national number is? I'm just curious.
No, not off the top of my
Okay.
head. On the national side, I would venture to guess that it's slightly lower than California's. California, Texas, and Florida are your big three veteran population states. We have approximately, depending on where you get your data, it's all over the place. It could be anywhere from about 1.6 million to 1.8 in the state of California as the big state. But between those three, Texas has us outbeat a little bit. They put a little more money into the programs to get out there and see the people. So as a result, the utilization rate's higher, right? So they're around 30%, California's around 28%, and then I want to say Florida's just behind California.
Okay.
So.
And then just generally, what can we do as a county to improve the conditions for our veterans? What can, just as a county organization, what can we do? Is there anything we
Absolutely.
can do better?
You know, it's really grassroots, right? So it's about just having that feather in your cap, especially as electeds. You know, when you're out and you're doing your town halls or your, you know, whatever events you do in your districts, is just having that arrow in your quiver, so to speak, and voicing it. And never assume that somebody's taking care of benefits. You may see somebody walking around with a hat that identifies them as a veteran. Doesn't mean they're utilizing benefits. You'd be surprised. I went to get an x-ray at the VA for myself, and I asked the tech, you know, did you ever serve? Because chances are, I mean, you're working at the VA, is probably, maybe. So, yes, served in the Navy, did 8 years, whatever. You all connected with your VA benefits, I ask? No, I never did. You're kidding me. You work for the VA, you serve, you know, so that's probably the biggest thing. Ray's office has done a great job helping to promote us. Other than that, I would say, really it comes down to, sadly, dollars, right? So the more that we can advertise, the more that we can get the word out, the more that we could do maybe a PSA, local news stations, those types of things. It's really getting the word out.
It might be a project for our new PIO once they come on. Just
Nice thinking ahead, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, with the 25%, how much of that is because of, I read, obviously, I don't have personal experience, but I read about some of the issues with just, getting benefits at the VA hospital and the frustrations that veterans go through. And then I wonder how many of those just drop off because they're frustrated.
Right.
Are you seeing, I'm sure you see that, I'm just curious, are you seeing improvements being made in those areas?
So you bring up some really interesting things. So like everything, there's nuance, right? So first, I'll start with the big picture. The big picture is that as an overall, when you think of the VA, it's a three-headed monster. Okay, so you have VA benefits. So that's I'm going to give you money every month because you're messed up. You have a bad knee, bad back, whatever it is, right? So you got your monetary benefits. Then you have VA healthcare, which is now that you're getting benefits from the VA benefits side, you can now go to the healthcare side. A lot of the complaints come from the healthcare side, other than it took too long to get the VA benefits, the monetary piece, right? And once you want it today. Unfortunately, it takes 7 months. The healthcare side, nationally, there's been a lot of issues. Locally, when we talk about the Palo Alto healthcare system, they're ranked pretty good. They're in a good spot. For here locally, probably proximity would be our biggest thing. However, there's a lot of policies that are in place now versus 5-10 years ago, where if you're more than 30 miles away for a certain condition and you need to get seen, you can see a private practitioner versus going all the way to the VA, those types of things. Also, the VA will reimburse you mileage, so you can do that, so that's also helpful. There's also the VA bus, but there's some weird things around that. To your point about the frustration piece for the veteran, and sometimes there's that, you can only go through it so long before you just kind of give up. I will tell you that often, you'll get a veteran who finally heard enough from a friend saying, you need to go get your benefits. And they take the time to go, okay, I'm going to go in, I'm going to have the conversation. I'm not happy about it, but I'm going to do it so I could shut up my friend up, basically. They show up to the Veteran Memorial Building today, and they go in, and the door's locked. And they go,
yeah,
and they're not coming back. That was your one chance. So sadly, I mean, there's nothing to back that up, but I know, sadly, that's what's happening today. And when I say today, I mean the last year. So it's a horrific situation, currently. And the last time this happened with that memorial building, and I didn't really want to go down this road, but the last time that we had this same issue with the Veterans Memorial Building, Ray jumped in and actually saved the day and got us, actually was triple the size of the space that we had, and was able to make that happen for us, and that worked out great. And I'm, depending on how our conversations go today with the city, I might be knocking on your door again, Ray. So that's my roundabout answer, I guess. It's kind of, there's multiple pieces to it.
Yeah. Well, it's ironic that you have issues with the Veterans Building.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's kind of a sad statement. But thank you, and to piggyback on what was already talked about, I'm sure that a significant portion of the homeless people, and maybe many of those that don't take advantage of a homeless shelter, and I hear comments being made, they're just strung out on drugs or whatever. But I wonder how many of those people are veterans that have PTSD or other issues, I imagine a significant number. And we've got to do everything possible to reach those people. So anyway, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I actually have a few. And so we've all mentioned something about the homeless issue and veterans. So what is the position on the veterans home currently trying to get it set up for the Monterey regional area? Is it just right now we're trying to make some, taking funds, collecting funds, or is it already in place? What's the status of that? Because I know Monterey County, Luis Alejo and his friends are just out there supporting it. So I'll share it every time that I get something like that. So what about that? First questions first.
Absolutely. So we're working, even today, working on gathering the support. We were really pushing for, as you know, the 18th was the deadline for the state getting legislation introduced. So, this is a huge, huge ask, and there's a lot of moving components, and we were unable to get it introduced by the 18th. So Senator Caballero, she was interested, however, she had reached her 40 bill cap, and would have been interested in co-authoring. And then Senator Laird needed more information, and there was some conversations that he had with Calvet that he couldn't get the answers that he was looking for in order to push through in such a short notice, and so on and so forth. So here we are now. Still, it's still a major priority for the County of Monterey. I've also gotten the County of San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors support letter. We've gotten a support letter from Ray.
Yes.
In fact, that was one of the first county letters that came in, so thank you so much for the quick turn time on that. It might be good to get one from the Board of Supervisors as well. Just the more the merrier. We're working on one from Santa Clara. We got multiple Congress folks. We met with, I don't know what to call her. Yeah, but is she was candidate Lofgren, I don't know, right? So Congresswoman Lofgren or candidate Lofgren, depending on where you're standing and when you're meeting her. So we met with her actually this morning prior to coming here, and she's in full support. Now, the reason why we need the congressional support, although it's a state home, is because we want to, lack of a better word, start having those conversations or greasing the skids for federal reimbursement of 65% for the construction of the home. So Monterey County is willing to give the land. So average what I'm seeing is around 25 acres or so is what some of these mid-sized homes are on. So Monterey County is definitely interested in providing the land on or near the former Fort Ord, which is very near the VA clinic that's in Marina. There's also some other veteran services and so forth, as well as some active duty installations, as everyone here's well aware of, I'm sure, in Monterey. So now we're have changed gears a little bit from pushing for the legislation to gathering more support and re-engaging with Calvet, the California Department of Veterans Affairs. One of the biggest hangups is in their master plan, and then I'll stop because I could keep going. In their master plan, Calvet's, it says we're not calling for a new veteran home. Big letters throughout their whole 100 pages of master plan. However, their master plan was released 2 years ago, and they took 3 years to put it together. So you're talking about stale data, stale climate, stale budget climate for the state. I mean, the state's, we all know where the state's at today versus 3 years ago, 4 years ago. There's a big difference. So if any time is a good time, now is a good time to establish the home. So with that, that's where we're at today.
Well, I won't take much of your time. You're talking to the daughter of a Korean War vet and a lifetime member of the Women's Auxiliary. So anything that you have said has been fully digested. And so you know where to find me. Let me know if there's something that we can do as a Board of Supervisors. And let's see if we can put that in the agenda to kind of get a board support letter for you as well.
Thank you.
Okay, the stand down, I just want to say thank you. For those people who don't know what the stand down is, it is a phenomenal event that the VA puts out there for any veteran. Doesn't have to be a homeless, but any veteran within that area, that region, to come in and utilize the services that are available. They get together for a whole weekend, as you said, legal services, homelessness services, dental, just everything. It's just amazing what you guys do, and I think you guys need to toot your own horn. So send that flyer this direction, and I promise I will help you toot that horn. Okay, and in terms of the veterans treatment court, do we not have that pilot program here in San Benito County? And now we know someone who works in the courts,
Right.
the new court administrator. Maybe that's something we can kind of pull his compassion there too. But that's not something that we currently have in San Benito County.
My understanding is that it's not fully, what's the right word, Jack? Let me bring up Jack.
Hello, Jack.
How do you do, Madam Chair? It's not a formal program in the sense that it has full VA participation, and that's a key component of it. It's currently lacking a mentor aspect as well. I'm a longtime volunteer with the Monterey County Veterans Treatment Court and military diversion programs. I've been there since inception, about 2016 or so. And we've had veterans from San Benito County, either drug or DUI court, that are referred to Monterey County. We did that for the first couple of years, but then as the program grew and became more formal, it was realized that there was a challenge jurisdictionally between Monterey County probation being able to provide supervision to veterans from San Benito County. So we're looking at a couple different options as to how we can either collaborate on shared supervision, transfer supervision, but as with other things that are fully in your wheelhouse, someone's always going to go, now hold on, that's going to cost my guy money. So we're looking at some options. Jason mentioned Prop 63, which is a grant through the California Department of Veterans Affairs that we applied to. We have had Prop 63 funding in the past. This year, we expanded it to provide outreach to San Benito County specifically, and also San Benito County to help establish a San Benito County Veterans Treatment Court. We cannot do that unilaterally. It's going to take the VA to participate as well. But fortunately, we have a great relationship with their Veterans Justice Outreach team. I'm confident that especially now with your new court executive director, we're going to be able to move that discussion forward. But there is, his name eludes me right now. I believe he's your collaborative drug court presiding judge who has a keen interest in establishing a Veterans Treatment Court program.
Okay, thank you.
And one last thing that I wanted to piggyback on what he had said, just to kind of drive it home, is the Prop 63. So Prop 63 funding through CalVet. So the California Department of Veterans Affairs has this grant funding that we have to apply to all the counties. So it's opened up to all the counties. The counties then decide whether or not they want to apply for it. We applied for it year over year. We've always gotten it. They changed it from a 1-year grant to a 2-year grant this last cycle, which we got awarded that, for Monterey County. This year, as Jack said, we actually applied for it as a joint Monterey and San Benito County. Together, we can do this if you give us more money, right? So we're hoping that happens and that they give us the full amount, and then we can bring some of that funding over here to affect change.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and go to public comment really quickly.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name.
Rosa Fernandez with San Benito Hall Foundation. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Rosa Fernandez with San Benito Hall Foundation. I just wanted to note that federally qualified health centers throughout the nation are also authorized providers of veteran services. So San Benito Health Foundation is a federally qualified health center, and you're welcome to refer people that are not receiving care to our facility for primary care. And if you were in need of an office, since your building is disabled, we would welcome also to provide you with some space if need be.
Wow, thank you. Okay, they heard you. They're shaking their heads. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Sandy Patterson Jamark, and I am a wife of a Vietnam era veteran, 66 to 68. We've been fighting for 7 years to try to get my husband the benefits he deserves as a veteran. And every time we put in for something, we get denied. We just got denied on a 40% hearing loss. Now we have to go to appeal. This is wrong. You can give all these benefits to everybody else, but you're not taking care of your veterans. But I don't give up. I have the patience of Job, and I will fight for my husband. I'm also a daughter of a World War II veteran. And I was in the American Legion Auxiliary. I know the fight that went on for the Veterans Building and how bad it was. So, but you just need to pay the veterans. It's been a set, and even before we were married, even with the power of attorney, the VA wouldn't let me take care of what needed to be taken care of for my husband. I said, we can't even get help. He has Alzheimer's dementia. They won't even hire anybody for Hollister. They'll come as far as San Juan Bautista. And it's frustrating and irritating, but we're in appeals. And Sherry Stevens is awesome. I don't know what we do without her, but she needs help. You've got over 5,000 veterans, and she takes care of them all. And she's only here part-time. She's in Monterey County. Pay her to be here full-time. Take care of the veterans here in San Benito County. It's not at this level. It's at the level of the VA and above, because I'm sorry, the government would rather the veteran die from the Vietnam and Vietnam era than pay them, because they don't want it to get out. All this stuff that they was sprayed here in the United States. All you have to do is get the book written by Frank.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jose Manuel Bernal. I'm a retired gunner sergeant, and I was looking at Facebook, but I guess you guys aren't paying attention to the comments on there. But I like to. I'm a longtime member or longtime citizen of San Benito County, born and raised in the area, and like I said, I'm retired. So if you want to take down my name, I want to volunteer for whatever we have, whatever, if you need help doing this, that, with homeless, whatever the case might be, please look me up. I'm not that hard to find. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, whatever you want to find me at, and I'll volunteer all you want. Like I said, I'm retired, so I just want to give back to those veterans that gave a lot before I did, and the ones that are giving after I retired. Thanks.
No other comments.
So Jason, before you leave, maybe you can get the contact information for Mr. Marks as well as Jose Manuel. Yes, okay. She was the person I was thinking of as you were doing your presentation, that she might be able to utilize your service. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Marks, for your comments. I was thinking of you. So it is already after 12. And this was just an informational.
Yes.
We did not have to vote on anything. So then closed session, do we need to announce closed session item? And then we'll have a working lunch, and then how much time realistically? I know a time frame was given to me previously, but an item has been deleted. So is a half an hour enough?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So for the closed session item, this is regarding pending litigation. under Government Code Sections 54956.9A. The case is Preserve Our Rural Communities versus County of San Benito et al. San Benito County Superior Court case number CU 20-00053, 6th Appellate District case number H049261.
So then let's go to public comment on that.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. So then we're going to go ahead and take a 30-minute break. So that would take us to 12:50. Okay. Thank you. right, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. So, County Council, for the closed session item, do you have something to report out and to take action on it?
Yes, there's a draft settlement agreement that I request the board approve the signature of the chair on the settlement agreement. So the board should entertain a motion to approve the settlement agreement.
Okay, so we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the settlement agreement.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
We got a first and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have a 5-0.
Thank you. I have the agreement for the clerk of the board for your signature later.
Thank you. All right, so then that will take us back to the regular agenda. So we went to 4, we skipped 3, so let's go back to 3. And then we'll proceed on to 5 and then close, consent item. Okay? So item number 3.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Board, members of the community. Thank you some time. So item number 4, item number 3 now, moved a little bit. We're going to be discussing the American Rescue Plan Act and some of the different projects that ARPA ad hoc has been looking, some of the information that we're going to be discussing related to some of the guidelines and regulations, the final rule as the federal government has put in place, as well as some expanded areas of opportunity where we can kind of use some of this funding. So without further ado, I'm going to start off here. My name is Gabriel Orozco. I'm the budget officer for the county, and hopefully I can answer some of the board's questions along the way. If not, we can wait until after. So a quick overview of the American Rescue Plan Act. It was enacted last year, March 11th, 2021. It essentially provided funding for all the state, local, and tribal governments. What that meant for us is about a little bit over $12 million. It's in installment payments. The first one was received last year around May, June. We expect to receive the second installment this year around the same time. It had 4 main categories of utilization. COVID-19 public health emergency, to provide premium pay, replace lost public sector revenue, and to invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, broadly speaking. This is more or less the guidelines that were set forth when the funding was received. The federal government did put together an interim final rule and provided some structure around the funding and its mechanisms and how to utilize it. But it was very vague. On a lot of different sections, it said you can use it for this, but it didn't say whether you were allowed to, or it didn't provide enough guidelines. But going forward, the final ruling, which became available in January of 2022, provided a little bit more information, more on a lot of projects that a lot of jurisdictions are wanting to work on, because in a lot of cases, the interim final rule just addressed capital expenditures and capital projects, but capital projects is very broad. You can't really identify it as one thing. The interim rule did provide some guidelines on sewer, water, infrastructure, as well as some broadband, but it didn't provide essentially some detailed information, whereas it left jurisdictions thinking, oh, can I do this? I don't know. You know, it seems to halfway qualify, but not really. So the final ruling definitely went a little bit further and provided more information as to, you know, avenues that jurisdictions can look at, or people that they can contact to get a little bit more information. So the final rule is going to take into effect April 1st, 2022. Anything before then that was approved is good to go and continue past the April 1st deadline. So if it was a cost that happened, you know, between March of last year and April 1st of this year, you're okay. Funds, as we have them, need to be obligated by December 31st of 2024. And as long as their obligated expenses do come in 2 years after, so December 31st of 2026, that's all fine. As this is the budget that was shared with the ARPA ad hoc. I'm gonna just kind of go high level on this. Up to right now, we've spent or committed about $2 million, so $2,132,927. The current balance out of our first allocation is just under 4 million, so about 3.9 million. When we take into account the second allocation, what that leaves us is with about $10 million or so worth of allowable, or I guess open dollars for expenditure across, you know, the remainder of the period, which is a little bit over 2-3 years. On the left-hand side, we have a couple of the programs that we funded with the ARPA funding, the vaccination incentive program, the nonprofit relief fund, tourism symposium, a couple of COVID staffing related positions, a small amount for homeless phase 1. We have some miscellaneous expenses that we've used some of this COVID money for. The majority of those expenses are related to our security for some of our public meetings, our testing for some of our employees, some of the COVID information that we've sent out to the local community with flyers and things like that. It's the majority of those expenses. And the last one being the bonus that was paid out to some of the employees. The last two that I have on here have been more or less projects that have been kicked around in the ad hoc for a while. We've just been discussing them with further detail, getting more input from local partners and from other departments to see whether they're feasible or not. And we've been kind of moving along with them as we can. I'm going to go into a little bit of the final rule update. So becoming effective April 1st, some of the big items that were addressed in here, it allowed for departments to now take a standard allowance loss of revenue up to $10 million. The original setup was essentially the jurisdictions had to find lost revenue, and now the federal government is giving the jurisdictions the option to essentially take the standard allowance of $10 million, which makes it a little bit easier to justify, I guess, expenses, as long as the jurisdiction is able to more or less provide documentation saying, hey, I did lose some of this money. It just gives a $10 million cap. It also, the final rule also updated a little bit on the formula for calculating the loss. It actually increased it a little bit. So it made it so when you were taking these calculations to figure out how much was lost or how much you were projected to make and how much you did receive, so the difference is the loss, that difference was increased a little bit. Another big piece is now that there are a lot of questions on capital projects, there was justification that is now needed on those capital projects depending on the dollar figure. If it's less than $1 million, there's no written justification required. If it's greater than $1 million but less than 10 million, there is justification that's required, but it doesn't need to be submitted as part of the reporting process. If it's more than $10 million, then you do need to have written justification, and it must be reported with the expenditure reports that are reported to the federal government. Another big item is to rehire staff to pre-pandemic levels. So this is actually one of the areas that we're looking to explore, is that essentially the federal government said, let's go back a couple years pre-pandemic, and we will give you guys essentially your FTs at that time with a growth factor of 7.5%. So what that means to us is, let's go back to fiscal year 1920 and take the FT count at that time and attribute essentially a 7.5 growth factor. And what that would mean is, if currently I have total approved FTEs less than that amount, the difference is what I could potentially hire as new staff right now. So what that means for our county in particular is roughly around 10 FTEs to get us to that 7.5%. So what that allows us to do is to hire positions and fund them through ARPA funding in order to get us to that approved level of 7.5 staffing growth. So a couple of items, we're going to see them later on, are directly attributed to that piece. A couple other areas of clarification they provided is, you can use money for modernizing essentially our IT infrastructure, particularly dealing with cybersecurity and network security. I know that's one of the biggest, one of our biggest asks that we have in one of the items, and it's essentially just to make sure that our both our software and our hardware is where it needs to be in order to protect against any attacks from the outside. It also broadened eligible uses for water and sewer infrastructure. So it provided more funding. We can use it now for culvert repairs, for some dams and reservoir rehabilitation, as long as it meets clean water and drinking water guidelines. So there's a couple of caveats on that. The increase in essentially the projects that we can do related to broadband infrastructure to ensure that we can continue to connect to our broader population and everyone kind of out in the community. Another item that I wanted to provide is our NACO update, so National Association of Counties. There is still some, as I mentioned, there's been a lot of legislature that has been passed through the federal government, and there's still some that is being pushed through. One of them being House Representative Bill 5735, and this is to provide even more flexibility to ARPA funding. It'll essentially make it so you can use some of the money directly tied to roads. Right now, we have limitations where you can only use revenue that you've lost to attribute that to roads, but what this will do is this will directly let you use some of that money to roads. Another area of expenditure is allow for the use of this funding within CDBG guidelines. So a lot of different projects that are funded through CDBG funds can now, they're wanting to implement those guidelines to this. So this will potentially expand that even further, the current flexibility, so it'd be good to have. The final rule provided some flexibility that they were looking to provide with this bill. So right now, I think the federal government is kind of trying to figure out what this is at the end going to look like, but they're still pushing to make sure that they can help all the local jurisdictions to, use the funding as best they can. So I wanted to get into a couple of different projects that we could potentially be able to do. So in our county, I know one of our biggest requests and asks is, work on roads, and there are some potential, road projects that we could do, whether that be, helping with culvert repairs, stormwater sewer replacement, stormwater infrastructure, or broadband fiber run under roads. We could take some of these projects and potentially leverage some of the funding to help get some of the roads that have some of these specific attributes and help rehabilitate them to an extent, and maybe use mixture of funding to take care of some potential roads. So these are some of the projects that be available. There's also some potential water projects that we could do. Infrastructure to improve access to safe drinking water. We have an item that we're asking for approval related to a historical park. They're looking for potable water out there to see if they can test it to use it. So that's definitely a project that we could utilize. I know we've talked about our San Justo Reservoir. Reservoir rehabilitation, we can use some funding to help in that as long as the primary purpose is drinking water. So we would have to look at the feasibility if we wanted to put some of that funding towards that project. There's also remediation projects, whether it's lead testing, water quality testing, or compliance monitoring, that can be good projects to undertake. Now looking at homelessness project, we can use funding to improve vacant and abandoned properties to more or less clean them out. For example, another one of the items that we've been discussing, and it's going to be brought to the board at a future meeting, is going to be the homelessness abatement services and program manager. That's going to be coming in a future meeting, so that's going to probably bring and alleviate some of the homelessness incidents and situations that we've had down at the riverbed. Hopefully that item and this funding can go to alleviating some of the services that are lacking in the community. We can also use the funding to pay for community health workers to provide help. So to be able to provide service providers, so we can get members of the community connected to services, whether it's health services or social services, or even getting them connected to other services here in the community, whether it's the food bank or housing authority or anything that they need to get connected to. We can also invest in neighborhoods to make sure that we can, be able to move our communities forward and help those hardest hit members of the community to kind of move forward. One of the bigger items that we're going to have in this ask and to obligate some funding for at a later date is for capital projects related to homelessness. I know our current one, we've been kind of eyeing it. For this one, since it's going to be over $1 million, we're going to need just written justification to submit. So it's more of a ask before doing. So we're going to be making sure that we follow up on that and we can move forward with some of these projects. We have some potential broadband projects. So broadband fiber run, as I had mentioned before, cybersecurity upgrades, software and hardware. And one of the biggest components that's now, or two of the biggest items that are kind of out there that we're making sure that we can, utilize to the best of the potential is the RCRC strategic plan that they're putting together. So making sure that we, as we kind of move forward, if we decide to move forward with broadband projects, that we align kind of our funding with that strategic plan to make sure that we can utilize that to the best that we can. The other piece, California Middle Mile Broadband Initiative initial project. So the state itself is taking the middle mile projects and making sure that they're addressing them. So for example, one that's going to directly tie into us, Central Coast Project, is going to pull broadband infrastructure from Santa Clara Valley down to Hollister, and then from Santa Cruz to Los Gatos. So that could be an area where we can potentially leverage some of the state's already projects that they have in mind and pull that last mile, which is essentially what the idea was with the ARPA funding related to broadband, is finish up, get that last mile connected. So that could be an area where we can look for a potential partnership and make sure that we can continue to, finish up that project to get it to that last mile. So now I'm going to kind of go into a little bit of a recap of what we're looking to work on and what we have to operate with. So currently, as I showed in the prior budget, our obligated / committed funds right now are about a little bit over $2 million. Current on-hand balance is a little bit under $4 million, $3.9 million. The current remaining balance overall, including the $6 million that we're going to be receiving in a couple of months, is giving us about $10 million to work with. And what we're asking for to the full board that was brought through the ad hoc is to obligate essentially $4.8 million of proposed projects through different projects and programs that we're looking to implement. A lot of these projects, we're essentially asking to obligate funding. We're not, in a way, moving forward with the purchase or the specific programs, as some of these programs are built and are ready to move forward. They'll be brought to the board for their approval to move forward. This is essentially fixing the money side of it, essentially postmarking or obligating some of this funding to some of these projects at a later time if if we put together a project, it comes to the board, and the board thinks that at that time it's not a project worth moving forward with, we can unobligate the funding and use it for other projects later on. And as we have some of our current obligated / committed projects, as those finish up and then there's any unused funding through those, that'll essentially go back into the balance, and then we can use it for other projects going forward. So these are breakdown of the projects that are proposed by the ad hoc to bring forward to the full board. So allocating $100,000 for potable water for the historical park, a pump for the veterans park to allow for drinking and irrigation, Riverview Park bathrooms about 1.6 million, and one thing that I definitely wanted to address specifically with this with the Riverview Park and some of the other items that didn't make it on this project list is that we aren't just looking to essentially use ARPA to, you know, fund all these things without looking elsewhere for funding. We are definitely taking in consideration any other funding that there may be on hand, or if there's any grants out there, whether at the state or the federal level, that we can take advantage of. And if the funding does come in, we will, you know, use that funding in terms of using our ARPA dollars, and then then allocate this funding for other projects. So at this point in time, it's essentially postmarking some of this money for specific projects, and then later on, if through, you know, a grant, we get allocated money to, you know, fund a specific piece of it that was going to be used for ARPA, we can then reallocate it for other purposes. Another piece is our public information officer to staff it for approximately 2 years. As our CEO mentioned at the beginning, we have an open recruitment for that position, and hopefully we can get some good applicants. We have also some COVID-19 temp staffing that provides some of the services and provide information to the community. So this is actually a position that was very instrumental to make sure that as members of the community were getting vaccinated, that we were able to coordinate them with our vaccine incentive program, get them connected to services, and to have someone that can help to connect them if they are just looking to get tested or looking to get the vaccine to a public health department. Couple of requests that were made jointly through our clerk of the board's office and our county council related to public records requests. One related specifically to staffing. As you'll see in the consent agenda, we have an item directly related to the staffing request. And the second one is for software. We are actively looking for some software to help us manage public records, and we feel like this is a good investment of ARPA dollars to help us be able to keep up with the current demand. This isn't essentially a stopgap. We're looking to obtain money from the state because this looks to be a statewide issue with public records requests, so we're looking at other avenues. Next one is IT software and hardware, asking $1 million to set aside for software infrastructure and hardware to make sure that we have what we need in place in order to make sure that our network is safe and secure and we don't have any issues or anyone trying to attack it from the outside. We also wanted to set aside $150,000 for a document scanning service to make sure that everything that we have, we're able to scan into our files, so when members of the public are wanting to access something that we have publicly available through a document archive, they're able to log into the system, it's scanned, and they can look for it there, so they don't have to come in or submit a public records request. They're able to pick that up themselves. This will also help for staffs. If staff need to access a document, if it's scanned into the system, they're able to access it instead of looking through boxes and boxes and boxes. The last couple projects, as I mentioned, the homelessness abatement RFP program, about $329 million. So this will fund that program for about 1.5 years. And we'll probably see an item for that in the following Board of Supervisors meeting. I looked into a request made by our Supervisor Hernandez for handheld radios, and through the use in emergency communication, that isn't approved. So we're allocating $50,000 to set up a program that we could utilize some of that funding for to provide essentially emergency communications. The next one is COVID testing for staff. So $500,000 to continue to test our current staff for COVID-19. So it's not an expense that comes out of the county or out of the employees' pockets. We can use ARPA money to cover that cost. And the last one is to continue to provide public security for our public meetings. At the end, it totals out to about 4.8 million, which is a little bit under half of what we currently have. And the last piece I wanted to cover is some future potential projects that we've been discussing in the ARPA ad hoc: bathrooms for the historical park, Veterans Park bathrooms, culvert repair projects, broadband fiber projects, a homelessness phase 3, and a water treatment plant. Some of these have some defined dollar figures. Some, the funding will vary depending on the potential projects that we may undertake. But at the end of the day, what we would have remaining after we obligate some of the other funding on the previous slide, the 4.8 million, is we'd be left with a little bit over $5 million for some of these projects. And that concludes the presentation. So I'll open it up to the board.
Can you go back 2 slides to where you have the 4.8? Okay, leave it there for a moment. Oops, right there. Okay, so just a kind of little background. Supervisor Tiffany and I, when we met, and we've met, this is what, 3 times now that we've had 2 really good meetings. The last 2 have been really good. But what we are bringing to you as a board is we're bringing 13 items that we can fund right now without an issue. And so I want you guys, it's the same list that's on your agenda transmittal item that's there in your board packet. So look at it. And Ray and Joel, do we have to go one by one in terms of discussing these, or can we discuss them all and then approve them all, or pull some to not be approved for discussion? How would you like to do that? Because both Supervisor Tiffany and I know the logic of them being up there, and then scroll 1 more page, and then the logic of those being up there, and they're what I call big ticket items, and we couldn't get as much bang for our buck by including those at this moment, but we can by going with the previous slide, that one. So what's your best suggestion on how we do this? Because we still have to take public comment too.
My suggestion is hear public comment.
Okay.
And then I'd come back and open it for discussion. That's what I would recommend doing, where maybe some of the issues that some of the board members may have, or some of the maybe comments that they agree with these items. And then I actually itemized them out on item number 2. So you can go down and individually approve them.
Okay, good.
Tonight.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, and I just wanted to piggyback on Supervisor Gonzalez. I was on the ad hoc, and I know previously Supervisor Kozvicki was on ad hoc that addressed some of this as well. Some of this Gabe already touched on, or pretty much he did, but I just want to emphasize that. So there's some things that are relatively small items. The potable water, 100,000 for the historical park. So in some cases, we just felt, these are relatively small items, and it made sense to allocate money and get them done for the good of the county. There are some items, as Gabe pointed out, that we're still hoping we get funding from other sources. And for example, the Riverview Park bathrooms. Possibly we will get some funding through a grant for that. But we felt there were three items that had bathrooms on it. We felt as a committee that the Riverview Park was a real priority for our county, and that those bathrooms are critical for it to be successful, and so we needed to at least earmark that money in case we don't get the grant money. The other thing I was going to mention is that although we haven't totally, it's on the next slide, we haven't totally dismissed it. We also, as a committee, pretty in conversation with both Ray and Mike Chambliss, pretty much agreed that, at least we felt, that the water treatment plant item, which initially the idea of building our own water treatment plant to the north, which was going to be a very significant amount of money. Probably just, it's not realistic. We couldn't get it done in time for one thing, although as a county, we may want to consider in the future revisiting something like that, although obviously it wouldn't be through ARPA money. We also discussed at one point possibly using some of the ARPA money to somehow tie into the Hollister sewer, wastewater treatment. But we thought realistically that just was not, the cards were not on the table for us to probably go forward with that. So now things may change, but that was kind of our thinking. And then there were a couple of items, if we go back one slide, there may be others, but for example, the, trying to find the homelessness abatement, one for $329,000. We're still hoping that the city, and I think they rightfully should, but the city of Hollister, and maybe to a lesser extent San Juan Bautista, would contribute toward that. But again, we're earmarking the money for that. So that's kind of, these are the ones we thought we could maybe address right now. And then, as Supervisor Gonzalez said, there's still money left over for a couple of very major ones. For example, the homelessness one, $3 million. That may be one we want to target, or possibly some of the culverts or road work. So, anyway, that's just some additional background on how we got to where we did.
So then let's go ahead and go to public comment then, and then we'll bring it back to the board for full deliberation on each of the items. There's 13 of them, one by one.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. I did address this also to Supervisor Kosmicki in an email when I understood the ARPA funds were going to be discussed. And there is a sliver of land to the left entry on the old stage road before the gates for the Anza Trail. And we've had historically a difficulty with parking, vandalism, and non-access to emergency vehicles because of other parked vehicles. And Mike Chambliss had previously suggested that we purchase that sliver of land owned now by Dante Baines. There is no structure on it. There is some tarmac and it's used for storage. That area could be surveilled better than the little cameras that we currently have up. And it would create a inviting spot for this well-traveled trail. Now, San Juan Bautista is not, the folks there are not going to get over to the regional park as much as those around Hollister and the county there. So it would make sense to create an amendment, an improvement to that Anza Trail for the public and the whole county. So that would be my input and suggestion, and not to diminish the need at the regional park. That for certain is.
No other comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board then. And so we can just go ahead and go item by item conversations.
And can I make a suggestion too? Because
Sure.
there are some ideas that I have that aren't on that list. So I'd like to at some point be able to talk about having a conversation about items that aren't necessarily on that list as well. I have one big one in particular.
Okay, well, since this is an ARPA item, go ahead. And
Okay.
we will take notes as The ARPA ad
So
hoc.
I have a lot of notes on all these different items. Do you want me to go into that one first?
The
or-
one that it has been omitted from from the list.
Okay, so I was gonna talk about the wastewater plant and why, and I'm the one that I'll get into that later. I'm actually the one that brought up the wastewater plant, and I think a lot of things have changed since that point. Namely, there's an initiative on the ballot, and that's potentially gonna cause a lot of problems for that. But I was thinking that we saw at some point on the agenda, I think there was a $3.5 million number, and that probably, I guess that changed since when I had looked at that. And now that's not on the itemized list for the wastewater plant. I'm glad it's not, because I don't think it belongs there right now. But my thought was that a dollar amount actually is about the exact amount, if I can recall, for what it would cost us to eradicate San Justo Reservoir of zebra mussels and move toward reopening that facility to the public. And I think what we could do is potentially partner with other jurisdictions in the area. We would obviously have to partner with the water district because they operate it, but I believe the city of Hollister would potentially have interest in somewhat of a multi-jurisdictional plan to eradicate the facility, working with the feds obviously, and reopen that facility for public access, recreation, and tourism potential. And it really jumped out to me when I saw the eligibility was now open to reservoirs, and I know there's some issues with drinking water, but I think we can definitely still make the case on that, and also making the case on just that this is an economic development opportunity for the county as well. I just think that is one of those like hanging out there 5 or 10 issues that everybody talks about. You know, we all campaigned on it. We're going to do everything we can to get it reopened. It's now 15. Going on 15, it's 14 years later. I, for one, obviously we would want to check on the status of the federal involvement trying to get us funding, but I'm not holding my breath on that. I stopped holding my breath on that about 9 or 10 years ago. So I think that's something we should circle as a real opportunity with these dollars. The community wants it open. They've made it clear, the community has made it very clear that we should be doing everything we can to reopen it. And so I think that would be a good use of, whether it's in that 4.8 or that 5.2 that's left over. I feel strongly that we should have that discussion and potentially move forward on that. And I mentioned the multi-jurisdictional part. And that's it. I just wanted to put it out there for conversation because I think I hadn't even thought about it until this weekend when I saw, and I was on the ARPA committee as well, when I saw eligibility now open to reservoirs, it just hit me that we should definitely be looking at the San Justo Reservoir, despite the fact that it's not in our jurisdiction. I think that the water district would be remiss to say no, and the Bureau of Reclamation would be remiss to say no to us if we were to provide the funding, perhaps with help of the city of Hollister. So I just wanted to get that out there for discussion as potential.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think it's a good idea. We should definitely look at it. I'm trying to remember, other than money, I think there may be some other hoops that we have to get, jump through to get approval to, I don't think it's strictly up to the county to eradicate, but I definitely think we should pursue it and look into it. I'm just trying to remember what was involved.
Well, right now, I kind of wanted to focus on this item, but I did write that down, and as part of the ARPA, we'll go ahead and take that suggestion back. But I got one item, the wastewater treatment plant. You'd like to make sure we revisit that, the zebra mussels, and then find other monies beside the federal monies to pay for it. So.
No, I would like us to shelve the wastewater plant. I don't think there's any
no, I think-
potential for the
okay,
wastewater
That's kind of
plant.
where we were at
I think
as
he's
a ad hoc.
agreeing with us. Ray, did
Okay.
you have some?
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm still trying to focus on this list of 13. Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, my honest opinion is we've already done a tax sharing agreement, which pretty much takes commercial out of the county. It doesn't, and everything has to be deferred to the city for adoption. So I think to scrap the wastewater by default says we're not interested in commercial development. So I fully disagree. I think the wastewater treatment plant should be a priority. I think those funds are going to be important for economic development if we're serious about it. And just a quick note on what Supervisor Kozmicki mentioned with the reservoir. I'd love to open it. I think that's awesome if it's doable. But from the last time I remember, is the Bureau of Reclamation, they basically said it's not even just about money. They don't, as far as I could tell from the last two presentations we got from them, they don't want to touch opening up that river because there's a backflow issue. They don't want the tiny microscopic element of this mussel going into another river. Now, if it's all about money and all we got to do is tell them we have the money, I'd love to test the waters and see, but I think it's going to be calling them out on their bluff. I don't think they're interested in opening it up. It's my honest opinion, but I'm more than willing to try.
Okay, I thank you. I know that Ray is trying to make a comment, but both Supervisor Tiffany and I will talk about it, bring it back to the ARPA ad hoc.
Can we
when
just
have
talk about it now, or we're at a board?
No, right now, we're looking at the 13 items that have been suggested to cover for the 4.8 million. So I've already have it down that we will bring that topic back up, whether it's the zebra mussels or the waste treatment plant. Yes, Ray?
I was just going to share a couple things. One is, I think, as Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned, that Mike and I, and we discussed this concerning the wastewater treatment plant. I think the timing has come and gone. The amount of time it is to actually use ARPA funds, because it's a very short window, and that was the issue. But out of the conversation, we do not want to have just table it. I think we want to continue to move forward with a wastewater treatment plant, but doing it on our time. So it's going to be obviously a lot longer a period of time, and looking at other funding to actually continue to move that forward. So that just, I wanted to make sure that Supervisor Hernandez knew that, because I think it's important and relevant information. Regarding San Justo, the NEPA process, I think there is definitely some potential there. I think there's obviously some concerns that were brought up that I think we need to delve into and make sure that those are mitigated and part of probably the process with the feds moving that forward. So there's probably some more homework that we'll have to do, but I think it's something that I think is, would be money well spent.
Go ahead, Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of reiterate what Supervisor Kozmicki was saying too, I understand we're looking at these 13 items, but I think it is an opportunity for all of us to maybe put some things forward since we weren't a part of that ad hoc committee. So, I appreciate about the San Justo Reservoir. That's something that my husband and I talk about often over the years. And so I appreciate that you'll take some information back, because I'm also interested in hearing about that. Sounds like Supervisor Hernandez is as well. And to that, not to get away from the 13, but I do want to say that I've had conversation with our fire chief, Martin Del Campo, about a communications problem he brought up to me, and that would require some funding. I don't know if we could potentially get grants for that, but I at least want to throw that into the conversation as well. I followed up with Sheriff Taylor regarding the issue to see if he felt it warranted the same thing. We are currently using an analog system throughout the county. Everyone has to be on the same channel. If there were to be an emergency of some kind, we'd be kind of in problem because it's very cumbersome to use. If we can move over to a digital system, that would be great. They thought it could be around $1.2 million, but they both saw that as definitely a need. And so when it comes to public safety, part of our responsibility from the county level is to look at that. And so that is something that I'd want to see looked at into further detail. Maybe talk to OES about it as well. And I just want to put it on the table as an issue and something we could look at. I did talk to the police chief, and they have, within city limits, the police department has moved over to a digital system as well. So if I understood that correctly. And so I just feel like it's important from a public safety standpoint, especially when we get into Supervisor Tiffany's district out there in South County, and making sure that we can, our public safety officials, whether it be fire or sheriff, are able to communicate effectively, especially during an emergency. And so that's just something I also wanted to, not to muddy the waters with the 13 items, but it's kind of our opportunity to throw some things out there. So I want to make sure you know, that we have the opportunity to do that too.
Yeah, let me just emphasize, these 13 items, again, this is just, you know, the ad hoc, obviously.
Right.
The entire board, we fully understand, you know, needs to do exactly what we're doing, talk about them and come up with the items that we want to. We do feel like that there are some things we would like to see us move ahead with, at least the ad hoc. But as we go through this, we can decide on those. Some of these are not immediate issues either. They're, you know, the Riverview Park bathrooms, for example, certainly are not something in immediacy. So I think getting input on whether it be San Houston Reservoir or this communication system, those are great ideas that we should be looking at as well. Thank you.
Okay. So Supervisor Hernandez, I'm sorry, we're gonna go ahead and talk one by one. Did you have any questions?
No, so on the 13 items, that's what we're gonna talk about now, correct?
So, public comments, we went there already, right? Okay, so item number 1, the potable water there at the historic park. What exactly will that get us, that 100,000? Excuse me, sir, can you take a seat? Okay, please. Okay, just stand a little bit, I know there's nobody in there. Oh, okay, all right, go ahead. So the 100,
Yes, so the $100,000 we're setting aside for potable water, it's essentially for the cleanup and trying to see whether the water out there in the historical park, there's some testing that needs to be done, and essentially it's gonna cover essentially the whole amount. And if there's any infrastructure that needs to, you know, get fixed or anything that we need to fund, it's essentially money that we want to set aside to fund everything that may come down the line. If it comes to that, it's a simple just fix and that's covered, then with, you know, 15,000 or something like that, then that's something that we could do. If it's something that ends up being a little bit more costly, let's say it's 125,000 or something like that, we may come back to the board for some extra funding. But as of right now, that's more or less what some of the funding is hoping to be utilized for.
okay, so then, any other questions strictly on item number 1, the historical park and the potable water issue? Any questions for clarification or anything of that nature? No? Okay, so let's just kind of,
I'm good with it.
okay, okay. So then let's go ahead and, all in favor of allocating the 100,000, say aye.
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 Okay, so item number 1, 5-0 on that vote. Item number 2, the Veterans Park. Okay, so this would be a pump for the drinking and irrigation to the tune of $12,000. So can you give us a little bit of background on that one?
Yes, so essentially the pump that they have at Veterans Park, it's about to either go out or is gonna go out in the coming future. And if that goes out, then they lose, you know, the irrigation out in the fields and the drinking water. So we're preemptively wanting to replace it in order to mitigate that. And what that'll do is it'll help, you know, make sure that the, you know, the replacement pump helps the irrigation system so we don't have, you know, water spilling everywhere or end up having, you know, water out there. So that's what the 12,000 is essentially going to get. I know that we had done some preliminary estimates and talked to the RMA department, and they were able to get a contractor out there to look at what it was going to cost, and it was roughly about $12,000.
Okay, so any questions or concerns on this one? Okay, so then all in favor, say aye for item number 2.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, oppose? You have 5-0 on that one too. Item number 3, the Riverview Parks, the bathroom. Now, I know there's been some discussion about not having to you know, go ahead and do it now. I see it more as a priority. If we're gonna make that park the be-all and end-all, a destination for people to go to, I just think we need bathrooms there, but that's just me, especially the fact they're gonna be ADA compliant, it just makes me so happy. So, anything else you want to express on that topic there? Gabriel, item number 3.
So the 1.1 close to about 1.6 million is more than just the bathrooms. It'll cover essentially essentially the lines, the sewage, getting it all set up. It's not just essentially the bathroom, it's the cost associated with getting it set up out there. All the kind of extra things that come with it, not just the bathroom itself.
Gabe, excuse me, if I might, Gabe, was that a separate grant that we applied for?
Yes.
I believe it was.
Yes.
And the, Steve Loop earlier mentioned that we had gotten approval on a grant. Did I misunderstand that? Was that on Riverview
Sunnyside
Park?
Park.
Sunnyside.
Oh, that was Sunnyside.
Sunnyside, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
But we are actively, as I mentioned, looking for other funding options, and this is one
And-
of them, so.
And it seems to me Mike said on the Riverview Park, the bathrooms, we would hear on that pretty soon, aren't we?
Yes. Mhm.
April.
So we're gonna know, yeah.
Mhm.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And I keep chiming in because I've been kind of looking at this particular item. I think it's a good item. I just think, considering that this Clean California grant is almost at the end of the process, and I don't want to take the chance of tainting our potential of getting that grant if the state sees that we've been awarded, that we're allocating 1.6, I'm worried that they would potentially pull out the rug on us on the potential through the grant. I would rather just wait till April because it's not gonna hurt anything just to wait those extra 2 months, see if we get the Clean California grant and then allocate, and I will support allocating this later. I just think it would make sense to wait a couple
Okay,
months.
yeah, I see no problem. And that was a concern that was expressed too, that if we had money allocated at one point to reallocate it in another, might cause an issue. So that's okay to postpone this until April, come back and look at it. But again, we're just trying to get as much bang for our buck as we can with the ARPA money. Okay, so then, it sounds like, is that a motion?
Yes, madam.
Okay, can you make it into a motion so we can get a second?
I just move that we hold off on deciding whether to allocate 1.6 million to the Riverview Park bathrooms until we just get the decision on the Clean California grant.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so all opposed? I think everybody said. So it's 5-0 to table it until April. Thank you, Supervisor Kozmicki. Let's move on to item number 4. Now, I know everybody has opinions on it, so let's just try to keep our opinions away from the topic and just look at in terms of hiring a PIO for a minimum of 2 years, where this would be funded under the ARPA funds. So questions, concerns on item number 4?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
My only question / concern is the dollar amount. I'm just curious on 400 for one position, and I did a little, looking around at PIOs, and I don't know if it really is how you classify the position. There's communications director, there's public relations manager, so there's a lot of different titles that you could give to this position. I just feel like basically $150,000 salary seems pretty excessive to me and I'm coming from the media industry. Seems like a great job for a communications person. So that's what I'm curious about. Is it 400? I'm thinking more 300 on that allocation personally.
And that's a perfect modification that we can make. I essentially went off of what we currently have on hand with the current PIO position, funding that for the extent that we can. But if you would like us to look at other options, we can definitely do that.
Well, and if you started that position again, I don't have all the logs in front of me of all these positions throughout the state, but if you started that position at 100. And again, it's a limited term position, so they know coming in, it's probably going to be somebody that's trying to get their feet wet, or somebody who's retired, or somebody who knows that in 2 years I'm out. I just feel like somewhere around 100 for a salary would be pretty generous, pretty fair, I think.
I think what we did with this number, because I asked the same thing, but it was benefits and all that. And was it just for one position, or was there something else associated with that?
Yeah, I believe it was just for one position, but I think I'm actually reaching out to HR. So give me a second and let me
Okay.
bring them in, if you don't mind.
No,
Let's
no.
go to the next item.
Okay.
And we'll come back to this item, if that's okay.
All right,
with
so
the
we'll go
board.
back, we'll come back to number 4. So number 5, the COVID-19 temporary staffing to the tune of 100,000.
Yes, so this is just essentially temporary staffing that we have had on hand that's either been helping with our vaccine incentive program or our vaccine information outreach program. And it's just to continue to have them on hand, continue to help both our office and the HHSA department to continue to, promote vaccinations and testing in the local community.
So
Gabe, excuse me, has this already, in essence, been spent?
Not to continue it. We've spent a small amount through the miscellaneous expenses, but if we want to continue to, provide some of this information to the local community, this is more or less the ask.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I had a quick question.
Go ahead.
Is this an existing staff member, or are we going out for a consulting firm? Or?
This is existing.
So
this is to continue that.
So it's our existing staff.
Mm-hmm.
So we're essentially just filtering this into the HHSA budget.
If I may
Go ahead.
clarify, there was a position that we had brought on board specifically for vaccines and COVID testing last fiscal year. And this is essentially just to continue to fund that position. As you mentioned, this is typically a position that would be coming out of the HHSA department. In this case, HHSA had reached out to the department or the county administration office to see if we can collaborate with funding for that position, and that's that's what we've been funding it.
That clarifies it. Would we be able to fund this position with other federal dollars or?
Potentially, yes.
It might be something to really look at closer. Just
okay.
I'm not against the position or funding the position. I just want to make sure that because I know we're trying to allocate these dollars as quickly as possible, but there's a lot of things we could spend this money on, and I don't want to just put 100,000 towards something just to put it out towards something. If we can fund it in a different way, I'd rather fund it through other sources. Personally, that's just me.
No, that's fine.
Any other questions or concerns on item number 5, then? Do we want to continue with this path, or do we want to table that?
So, Madam Chair, I think we also under code, so I'm sorry, I apologize. There was a lot kind of going on here, so
Yes.
I'm not totally in tune to what was actually happening. But I did want to highlight as well that COVID-19 temp staff, I think there was also, during the incentive program, there was an allocation of funds as well for health and human services that we were looking at putting into that. So we did hire some staff. We no longer have those staff as well. So I think there was also some funding out of there that we were going to look at for that. But now, we've already kind of gone through that period of time, and I'm not sure if we need need 100,000 here. In addition to, I'm not sure what Gabriel or who else discussed.
And I agree. I mean, let's all hope that we're really coming toward the end of the pandemic here, and who knows if we're going to even go through a cycle of crazy vaccination outreach again. I don't know.
Right.
Well, if I might, some of these, I guess the question is this an expense that we are making right now or need to make right now? For example, the Veterans Park sounded like that's something we should do right now. We don't have another source for it, or the potable water, for example. On the other hand, there's a few of these items that sounds like, we may know in the next 3-4 months whether we're going to get money from elsewhere.
Right.
To me, that's partly how we're going to, how I'm going to decide whether we decide right today or not.
I would recommend, if you don't mind, let's defer this as well to April, and so we'll have a better understanding of where we stand, and do an accounting, a little bit more deeper accounting, and work with Health and Human Services on that. That's what I would recommend your board, if you don't mind, just because I think we may not need it fully right now at this point.
So can I get a motion on item number 5, the COVID-19 temp staffing, what to do with that one, and then a second, and then we'll vote on it?
I'll move to delay the COVID-19 temp staffing till April.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we have a 5-0 on delaying that till April. Let's go back to number 4, the PIO. Now, I'm happy to see this on here in that I know the placement of the PIO, the way it came about 2 years ago. I know there's many people in the community that are just concern about the dollar figure, misunderstanding the compensation that the current PIO was receiving and the hours and then the realm of responsibility. And so when I brought this to Ray's attention, I was told that, well, you're gonna pay for what you get. So if we go out and look for a PIO who has the training, the skills, and the ability, then we're gonna have to pay for them to be able to attract them. So the tune was given to me in the neighborhood of 400,000, which we fully staffed that one person, a qualified staff with benefits. 400,000 sounded like a lot to me, because when I mentioned it to somebody else, they, well, where do I sign up, you know? They were giving away the whole county there. And so I just want to make sure we have enough in there to be able to staff it at a professional level, but then we also are able to entice those that want to possibly relocate to the area. So, does HR have an answer for us?
Yeah.
Poor Elvia, she just walked in and we didn't give her a chance. Yeah, so questions, anybody else right now while she's getting ready to address us?
I was just gonna say, like, I think if we did that dollar figure for 3 years, coming from the communications industry, I think that makes sense. And, you know, I don't know if we want to make a case for a PIO officer if we need to at this point, but.
And I think we do want to look at the title. I think that was more of a, you know, some of the, I know Jim was a law enforcement guy, and it's usually, usually that's like a police officer.
A
type.
communications director of some sort.
Well, and I can tell you, just for historical purposes, the request was to get somebody on yesterday. So what we did is we pulled from our existing, you know, salary range for, you know, a spec that we had, and we used that. So it was kind of a that made it work. I know as of last week, we really didn't have anybody that met the MQs that were local. I think one person did, but I think they were from back east somewhere. So, and the position's been open for a period of time now. So that's been kind of a concern, I think, what Supervisor Gonzalez is bringing up, that we probably need to look at the spec, come back to your board with more appropriate spec, and then tie whatever what the salary would be appropriate for that, and then bring it back to your board. Okay. That's what I would suggest.
Now Supervisor Dirks had a comment about possibly for 3 years, that dollar figure. Would that 3 years violate our ARPA funding plan?
It could, because we have 2 years. We have to spend.
Okay.
So
that's why we had 2 years on that. Yeah.
But I would suggest that maybe we have this earmark, and there might be more information that Alvia can talk to, but I would suggest us probably looking at it and looking at the spec and seeing where we stand, because I know the position's been open. Do we have any?
Good afternoon, board members. We have about 6 candidates. We did a quick review, and we think we still have to further review. We don't know if we have any local qualified candidates at the moment, but it's continuous. So it's not scheduled to close until we could further review the candidates and we have enough to interview.
Okay. And one other question I have is salary range, full benefits.
So per year, estimate is about 141 with benefits, but that's per year. So I was explained, so about 2.5 years, as long as this contract, it would be about 350 or so.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that was a good neighborhood for that 400. Okay.
But that's for 2.5 years.
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah. So 350.
So 140
so
would
140 per year. So 140, and then half of that.
That includes the benefit cost. So it's really around 100,000 per
100,
salary.
it's about 100.
110.
It's about 100 and sorry, I had it here.
140 some.
Yeah, it's about 140 per year benefited.
Okay.
So not is 108 with no benefits.
Got it.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez, I heard you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my only concern is we're not really even talking about the job description. I mean, I would imagine the job is heavier for a bigger county, so how do you justify the cost? And, you know, what are we getting? What kind of messaging? How is that going to be controlled? You know, to who has the authority to put out the message? Like, none of that's being discussed, and that matters to me a lot, because I want to make sure that we don't have the situations like we've had before.
Okay, point taken. Is that something, the conversation we have to have right now?
No, no.
Okay.
And this is just budgetary. I mean, we're looking at covering this, you know, the salary for a PIO. We need a PIO.
Okay, so we're just looking at the monetary aspect, but we can address the questions that Supervisor Hernandez raised. Yes.
And it it very well may mean that if we don't have anybody that really does meet the MQs and
Yeah.
it's not, you know, is willing to move over here or whatever, then we're gonna have to readdress the spec.
And so until further notice, our current PIO is still willing to do the job until we have someone
He's
come
a-
in.
He's a 960 hour. He's
Okay.
a part-time retired individual, so he doesn't work full-time. It's part-time.
Madam Chair, also, I mean, this PIO, though, we're looking for, it's more than just a COVID PIO. We're looking for someone that is going to, is going to provide information, education to the public about other issues.
Yes.
Everything going
The
on.
landfill, the
Yep.
whatever.
Yep.
Yes.
Which we've talked about, there's a great need for that in our community.
And Madam Chair, if I may, and I think we should really be, and I appreciate what Supervisor Hernandez said, I think we should really be diligent in how we do the job specs and the expectations of the role, social media, press releases, video, the amount of work that we're expecting. You know, and I actually, just as a exercise, started sort of jotting some of this stuff out because in anticipation of this conversation. I think there's a lot of activities we could, you know, put into this sort of spec that are beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this position, in my mind, should be totally a bridge to transparency between the public and the county. And if we can write that job description in a way that will reflect that through all of the things Supervisor Kosmicki said, Supervisor Hernandez brought up, I think we'd all be in agreement to making sure that this particular person is able to fill that need that we have in this community. I think it's a very big need, and transparency is huge. And if we have someone there who can build that transparency bridge, I think that would be more than beneficial to everyone involved.
I love that transparency bridge. I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna borrow it. Okay, so on that note, then, can we take a vote on it as written, or do we have to delay on this one as well? Because right now the recruitment's going out. Do we have the money in general fund to be able to fund this position if that person's hired?
So we're hoping that this position we can use ARPA money, so we would like for you to approve it today. However, depending on where we stand with our current recruitment, we might have to revisit this. We'll probably bring it back to you with a rewritten spec. We're hiring Mike Mcdougall, and he's going to be going through all the specs, as well as the Office of the RMA to separate them. So he's going to be helping us through this process. So I would request moving forward with it. I mean, I think you could probably reduce the $400,000. I think would be more reasonable. And then just one other point of clarity with this. We would use this for 2 years within the time frame that we have, and then after we would go through a cost plan, and that's an A87 plan that we have with our county, which is 2 years in arrears. So then at that point, we can cost out subvention work and other funds outside of the general fund to cover the position. So just along with some general fund money, but we would be able to use multiple facets of money at that point.
Okay, so then that would be coming to us then at 350,000, because that's the number that you had said, right? The 140 plus the half.
Oh, we're not doing a half though, right? We can't do a half a year.
Well, we have until December of 2024.
Oh, okay.
To finish.
Oh, okay.
To
I'm
allocate
sorry.
it to you.
Yeah, so my apologies. It's to the end of 2024.
Got it. I apologize.
So, yeah.
Take that back.
Yeah, so we're not
Okay,
quite.
so then 350 is sufficient as opposed
If
to the 4.
that's, yeah, that'd be
Okay,
great.
because that's the figure I kind of picked up. Okay, so then can I get a motion on, and again, I'll say this in quotations, the public information officer staff, which might be called a communication director, to the tune of 350,000 for the remainder of this year through 2024.
I'll make that motion that we approve that.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
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 No.
Okay, so it's a 4-1 with Supervisor Hernandez as the dissent. But we will be bringing it back, Supervisor Hernandez, with all of those requirements that you had wanted. Okay, that is not falling on deaf ears, because it sounds like you have other supervisors that support that.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 6 would take us to public records request for staffing. And then item 7 is actually the other part of it. The other half is public records request software. So this would be for one full-time, I'll let you do it. 2 staff, but you tell me who they are.
It's
Okay.
going to be 2 staff. We're looking to bring on a county council, a deputy county council position, and essentially like a law clerk that would assist the deputy county council on the administration functions to help. Essentially, we're looking to do a similar situation as the public information officer, where we're looking to cover the cost for about 2 years, and then have essentially the costs going out to the cost plan, and then being charged out to the subvention funds. So the 350,000 is for those 2 positions. In the consent agenda, there is an item directly tied to this, with the county council's office bringing 2 positions for approval contingent upon the obligation of this funding. And it is, like I mentioned, it is for a deputy county council 1 and a law clerk position. And the software right now is more or less a soft estimate, because I believe the county council's office and the clerk of the board's office is still vending out potential companies to come out. So right now, it's essentially we're just postmarking some money aside in case we get a software that comes within that dollar figure.
Okay. So any questions, comments on items 6 or 7?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I was going to pull this from the consent agenda as well. But my biggest concern with the 2 positions, initially it was 1 on the earlier draft agendas. I was fine with 1. I think personally, this is an area where I don't want to see us overshoot, for instance. I know there's a backlog of work, but I think we can catch up on that, relatively quick if we get a good person in there. My broader concern here is that we're continuing to add personnel in a lot of departments right now, and I want to make sure that it's absolutely essential, the positions that we add, and especially, I know they're ARPA funds, but in 2 years, there's basically we're going to have a new staffing baseline to work off of, and I just, there's a number of departments where we've seen mid-year budget additions, and this is another one where this I understand because of the urgency of the PRA thing, and if the public isn't aware, in a nutshell, the county has a whole lot of PRA requests coming in. There's a huge backlog of work to do because we don't have the resources to handle the PRA requests, and we need to catch up on those. I get it. I just don't know if I would rather hire 1 person now, maybe during the budget cycle, which is pretty much right around the corner. We, reevaluate to see the workload and where we're at, and then decide if we want to bring on a 2nd person, because I don't necessarily think this is a permanent shift. Right now we're in a pandemic. We have the landfill issue. We have the Strata Verde stuff and all these, growth issues. But maybe I'm too hopeful, but I'm hopeful that in another year or so, when we're hopefully out of this pandemic, that we're not going to have this influx of continuous public records requests. So I don't want to hire 2 people and then have to potentially lay 1 off or 2 off down the road. And I also will say I really feel strongly that these should be designated as limited term positions, that the people that are coming in understand that this is a 2-year job, and there's a likelihood that it's going to end after 2 years. It's my thoughts. Thank you.
I rather agree with you, but I see the urgency of actually needing to staff it with the 2 people. As we sat down and we talked with with county council regarding this item and the necessity of it. We currently have, 5 or 6 staff in the CAO's office that are dealing with public records requests, and they're so overwhelmed, they can't do their own responsibilities, and when they are, then they're here for later than necessary, just because there's just volumes coming in. And I would hope that it would die down, but I have a feeling that the numbers that we're receiving is only going to increase, because we have some very controversial items that are coming up on, in our future. Not even on our agenda, just in our future. As you said, the landfill, Strata Verde, and, other issues that the community wants to have more say in. So I have a feeling that the numbers for the requests are just going to amplify rather than reduce down any. So I want to make sure we have adequate staff. By law, we have a certain time frame in which we need to respond, and getting to them, granted, we get to them when we can because of the staffing. But if we don't have it staffed well enough with people who are familiar with this request and what can and can't be redacted and so forth, it's just going to make more work for those people who are on board. So that's all that I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I totally hear you, Colin, in regards to your concern. I guess I have a little bit of a concern that we are, and I know you don't mean it this way, but penny wise, pound foolish, in that one of the staff positions is for a, paralegal, and, which is, so we have someone at a much lower cost that is maybe doing a lot of the legwork, and if we don't have that person, then that means that it's all on this attorney. If he can't cover it all, then he's being staffed by other attorneys, which are costing us more money, and that might mean we have to push more out to outside. That might be my concern. I don't know if Joel, maybe, and Barbara's not here, but whether you can touch on the argument for the 2 staff people.
I certainly can. There are 2 aspects of this. One is, it is our desire that the paraprofessional take over the management of the next request software from the clerk of the board's office. So where they have other demands for their time that they're not able to meet because of the amount of time they have to devote to public records request. As far as the attorney level position, we're talking about attorney 1 rather than a 2 or 3 experienced attorney, someone that we can train and focus on this particular issue, but also right now we are reliant on using outside counsel to help us manage particularly burdensome PRA requests. We're using a specialized unit within Best and Krieger, a statewide municipal law firm that has paraprofessionals and software that can help manage complex public records requests, where we have literally thousands of emails that we have to review and sort and accomplish. And we're looking at trying to replicate some of that capability in-house so that we don't have to contract out at much higher cost to take on those responsibilities.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. For perspective, for the public's information, how many PRAs have we received so far to date this calendar year?
This calendar year, as of this morning, we had 103 requests in less than 2 months.
And what is it typical in a typical calendar year?
Last year...
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, we'll have the clerk get up. Can you go up to the mic, Jennifer?
Sorry, Jennifer.
Frechette.
She would know, right?
She knows. She's the one that's, yeah.
So when I first started around 3 years ago, our average for the year was about 60 requests. Last year,
Okay.
we received around 370, and already for this year, we received 103 as of this morning. So it's more than tripled.
Okay, thank you. I just
And
want the
me and
public to be
Vanessa
aware of
then-
where we're at from a numbers standpoint
Yeah, so they've
as
more
well.
than tripled.
And there are also, I think, there's a lot more work involved with them. They're requesting a lot more information. And there's a lot of, in-depth work that the county counsel's office has to do as well. So it's not only the quantity, it's the amount of work involved with each one as well.
And just
Thank you.
for clarity, me and Vanessa are pretty much spending half of our mornings working on public records requests, so it's very time consuming, and it really is taking a lot from our normal duties. I just wanted to
Okay.
put that out there.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I appreciate it. And I just want to add to the conversation. I hear you, Supervisor Kosmicki, about the 2-year. No one wants to lay anyone off. That's a really terrible feeling. But I think as long as we're very clear from the outset that this is we have funding for 2 years, and I feel strongly that we need the people to get us up to speed, because we do have that, time frame in which we
Well,
need to address it.
It also gives us time to build it into the normal budget process, rather than have a mid-year request or anything, a longer-term perspective on it for the future.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you're lobbying now for funding down the road already, and that's the problem that I have, is I really feel strongly that this should be designated as a limited term position, that it's not in the budget. Now, look, if things don't change and we have to, I would rather tell the people now, it's a 2-year assignment, and then at the end of the 2 years, if you're wanting to stay, we've actually decided to make this a permanent position, rather than here's a permanent job and now it's just part of the county council's
That's
office.
exactly the point I was trying to make, Supervisor, is that it would be a temporary position, and then we would have the
Talked about
time
building
to
it into the- you
evaluate
talked about building it
whether or
into the
not
budget.
to make it a permanent one.
Okay.
Okay, you say tomato, he says tomato, but it sounds like you're saying the same thing. So on that note, and I agree with you, Supervisor Kosmicki, that if the need does arise, I appreciate your willingness to want to go back and look at it. So items 6 and 7, let's look at them together. All in favor that one?
Can we do it can we decide whether we're gonna do we have to decide whether it's gonna be limited term or not? 'Cause that-
Well, just simply because of the ARPA funding, it's limited in duration because we only
But-
have it until December 31st.
But if
of
we go out,
2024.
to
Um,
hire and it's,
Can we make sure that that is, because I'm looking at the page where we have jobs, and it does say if it's just short term. I was looking at some of that. Can we just make sure that it is non-benefited, because okay, so Deputy County Counsel 1, this is a non-benefit, temporary, full-time position that is expected to last blah, 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 blah. So there is the ability for us to say that in.
I think there's still
There is
benefited,
the
but-
ability to say that, but that is a position that we were trying to fill. We had no qualified candidates, so in essence, we're contracting that out at a much higher cost at the present time. And we're not suggesting that this be a temporary, it could be a limited term.
Limited term.
And with benefits.
Yeah, that's.
If we make it too restrictive, who the hell's gonna want
Right.
to apply?
It needs to be an LTP position with benefits, and we'll make sure that it's documented.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I can support that.
We just want clarity, that's all. Okay, so then for item number 6 and 7, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, then I'm gonna assume that was a 5-0 because I didn't hear anybody opposed. Sorry if my assumption is wrong, but that's kind of how I heard it. Okay, taking us then to item number 8, the IT software and hardware to the tune of $1 million.
So for this one, if I may address it, this is more or less money that we were setting aside. We were actually, on this item, taking a note from the CARES Act money where we allocated money for specific programs. And as software became available through looking at essentially upgrades that we wanted to do to our network or our software that we utilize in our computers, that we would be pulling from this $1 million. If the board so chooses, we can reduce this or increase this amount as they wish. But we wanted to set aside $1 million for this purpose.
Madam Chair, if I may, as well. So I also have some clarity from technology IT. They're on a conference call now, so they cannot attend, but they did specify it's for cybersecurity, networking monitoring systems, cybersecurity training, remote monitoring and management tools, computer system refresh, improve internet connection speed because of the the COVID, and improve internet, harden network redundancies, also middle mile fiber tri-county connection, so some of the middle mile broadband item as well. So it's $1 million seems like a lot, but with technology, it's not a lot, especially with some of the middle mile fiber connections that would occur. We had directional boring done for the city of Hollister, city of San Juan, and the county to interconnect our offices, and that was about $600,000, but that was 15 years ago to do that. So the cost to lay fiber is substantially more. There's a lot more cost to it. So anyways, I just wanted to relay that to you, your board.
Now we're allocating it for that time frame. What's the consequences if we don't use it, spend it within that? Do we lose it?
Yeah, we have to. We're obligated to spend the money during that period of time. There was a slide that was brought up, if we allocate it and let's say there needs to be some work, we have another 2 more years beyond 2024, so we have till 2026. So for the larger projects, it gives us a little bit more time. I think broadband's going to be one of them, to be honest with you. There's a lot of engineering work. I mean, RCRC is still going through just to, evaluating if we're going to be receiving money, let alone the process to go through the engineering and that with the broadband.
Any questions? Go ahead, Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah, I'm hearing broadband now. It seems, $1 million is a lot of money, so I, for one, would like a little bit clarification before I vote on this as to what exactly
we can come back.
Spend this money for.
We can come back.
I don't know. That's just my point of view. Is
I'll be honest with you. If we're going to include broadband in this, $1 million is not enough.
Yeah, right. So what I was hearing in our ad hoc was because I questioned it, and I think what I was hearing as well. Part of it is that with so much more, public interest, access, and stuff like that now. Cybersecurity is all that much more important. Right. But now I'm hearing other things.
Well, no,
too.
I don't necessarily think it's going to be all for broadband, but I think that there's still some middle mile money that would go into this. Now, how much and what is required, I'm sure, we don't know. We don't even know. We don't have those figures yet from RCRC.
Right.
We cannot provide you an actual dollar figure of what it's going to cost because that engineering has not been done yet.
Right. But I guess what I was saying is I was thinking this was more of something we're doing in-house here, hearing some different things. So maybe I think we need a little bit more clarification
we can do that
personally.
Yeah, I asked IT, but unfortunately they're not here, so, yeah.
Can we table that to the next meeting, like April, that we're looking at the others?
That's fine.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I may, because this was one of the ones where broadband, in my head, I separated IT cybersecurity and broadband.
Yeah.
I had questions about IT cybersecurity, want to make sure that those are urgent, essential needs. I know we're going to have to improve obviously, but then it's just a flat $1 million figure, like you said, so I would definitely like clarity on what we're thinking with the IT cybersecurity part, but then also to have that list of potential broadband, and I think we had a list, I was just trying to find it again, a generic list of a few different potential broadband projects, and I think we should probably come back with an estimate of what those potentially would actually cost, and if there are any other broadband projects, because I personally think if we have several $1 million left, I think broadband should be one of the areas that we focus on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
we can do that.
So do we need an official tabling, or is it fine to just say, bring it back to the April?
We'll bring it back. I
Okay.
got it.
So then that takes us then to item number 9, which is then the ECS imaging document scanning. And I totally understand the reason and rationale behind that, so why don't you share with us,
Yes.
Gabriel?
So this is a two-part kind of project. One is run out of the administration clerk of the board's office. There's also document scanning that we need to take place out of the RMA department. So it's essentially a county-wide, or I guess, couple department-based project. And this is to scan up everything, make sure that we have it in our system and available to access. For example, some of the documents that we have to make sure that we can scan into the system, whether it be old agenda items or resolutions from the Board of Supervisors from prior years that have been held up in our hall of records over there that haven't been scanned, to make sure that they're there and available for anyone, members of the public or anyone in the community that wants to look at something that happened, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. And this is essentially the process to get it set up. I know our clerk of the board, we had been talking to the vendor to get us some quotes, and it was roughly around 50,000 for our work initially here. And for the RMA office work, I believe it was a little bit under 100,000. They have a lot of documents to scan into the system. They actually have a full, essentially, office filled with documents that they need to scan. And what that'll do is, you know, we'll get rid of all the file cabinets and be able to utilize that space for other purposes, whether it be, you know, to increase office space for, you know, somewhere where, you know, maybe we have a couple of staff, you know, cramped into one office is maybe a possibility.
Any further questions on this item? It sounds like I might have circumvented our items here. So item 6 and 7, we went to the public records request staffing for the 350 and the public recs request software of 250,000. It sounds like I may not have gotten a first or a second, but I did go all in favor. So just for clarity, can I get a motion on item 6 and 7?
I'll make a motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and then for clarification, let's do roll call vote on this one, please. Madam Clerk, we had a 5-0, but I just want to make sure everybody had the opportunity.
Yeah, Kosmicki,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Tiffany,
Yes.
Dirks,
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
And also, I might add, I think item 1 and 2, there was not a second.
Well, stop us when we're doing that to you, because that's not fair. Okay, so both items 1 and 2?
Yes, I have you doing a motion, but there was no second.
Okay, so I don't know who gave us that first motion for the historical park.
How about you? And I'll be the second.
Okay, I will make that motion to spend the 100,000 for the potable water at the historical park.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5-0 again. Was there another one? You had said item number 2?
Yes, item 2.
Okay, same thing for the Veterans Park. So this would be for a pump for the drinking and irrigation to the tune of $12,000.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll second.
we got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5-0 again. Okay, but please let me know, and I guess I failed to tell you, the doctor put me on some medication to kind of combat the COVID symptoms, and they tend to really hype me up, and I haven't had any coffee this afternoon, and so sometimes I just go too fast, and so I will not be offended if he's like, oh, beer, whoa, Madam Chair. No offense whatsoever, okay, because no, don't get me wrong. I'm a hyper person anyways, but medication makes it worse. And so, all right. So then that takes us back to item number 8. We started talking about the scanning. Did we do a vote on it? That's for the scanning, the EMC imaging.
I'll move to approve that
Thank you.
$150,000.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we got first and a second. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. 5-0 on that one. Go ahead, Supervisor Kosmicki, you want to take on the next one? That was nice, quick.
No, but I support it.
Okay, good. So we have a one here. So homeless abatement RFP program for a program manager to the tune of 329,263. But it's not just, that's not just salary. So, and I think it's also on the consent item, if we're not mistaken. No?
Yeah, so I might clarify.
one's gonna come back.
So this is a two-part item, so it's for the homelessness abatement RFP that we had gone out. And it's also to fund the program manager to manage that RFP and to provide essentially connective services for some of those members that are needing some services and some assistance, is to get them connected, whether if it's to social services or to other services in the community. And for that program manager position, it's a fully benefited position. And it essentially, this is for pretty much about a year and a half worth of service, the remainder of this year and then the next fiscal year to fund, and the way that it was set up, essentially, the amount of time on the RFP is matching the amount of time on the program manager. So just like Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned, this is more or less a limited term position for that program manager as they pertain to essentially manage the RFP that's set out for essentially the rest of this year and the following fiscal year. And that's essentially 329,000. Right now, we're looking to spend it through ARPA funding out of the county. But this is something that we're going to look at to collaborate both with the local jurisdictions, the city of Hollister and the city of San Juan, to see if they'd be willing to pay some portion of this to help, alleviate a problem not just in the county, not just in the cities, but in the neighboring county, not just in the cities, but in the county in general.
Okay. So refresh my recollection. This was on the last agenda on the consent item, correct?
This item was on your board approved the going out to RFP. It was out of the Health and Human Services Department.
Okay.
And we went through and processed it. We did, I think, discuss it with your board. A recommendation was take it to the intergovernmental to have them see about them covering half of it. That's when they discussed creating another committee to discuss homelessness within our community. However, just the increase and the issues that we're seeing, we're just going to go ahead and request your approval and start processing this and moving forward with it, and then ask for them to cover it down. So we will, if this gets approved, we have to come back to you, your board, to approve the contract and to move forward with it. So we have to come back at a later time for that.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And we
Just
could
one-
also, we could also wait until the city, so it's up to your board what you'd like us to do.
I was just going to add that JPA, if that was sort of part of the discussion too, is forming an actual JPA so that it's all in writing contractually and everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and we're intergovernmental together, and I'm in favor of this for sure. In a worst case scenario, I would support it one way or another, but I would like, when it comes back to us, I would like for us to have hopefully gotten the city of Hollister to
Somebody,
step in
yeah.
and pay for a
Yeah.
significant portion,
Yeah.
if not half of this.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
They should be paying half of it.
Yeah, they should be paying half, if not more. I mean, most of the homelessness
Right.
issue is in the city of Hollister.
Okay. So then it sounds like we want to go ahead with this. So can I get a motion on item number 10, the homelessness abatement RFP program manager funding?
I'll make a motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
First and second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? So we have a 5 on item number 10. Okay, the next one, item number 11, the handheld radio program.
So this was in more or less a topic of discussion that was brought up by Supervisor Hernandez a couple of meetings ago when we had the handheld radio club program come by and provide essentially some information about some of the benefits that having the local community involved with the handheld radio program in our community, the benefits that brings. And we went back and we took a look, and emergency communication is one of the allowable expenses within ARPA. So what we're looking to do is to set aside $50,000 to work with our partners to put together a handheld radio program, whether that involves purchasing some radios to provide to the local community, or setting up programs where we bring in some professionals to provide more information about the program, or be able to do trainings to the local community and members of the community that are involved with this program. I think it'd be a great resource that we'd have.
So,
Madam Chair, I could speak on this real quick.
go ahead.
So when everybody, I don't know if everybody recalls, we had that cellular outage. It was like for 4 hours where the towers were not responsive, and I don't remember what the issue was, but nonetheless, everybody was out of reception. They didn't have an ability to communicate, friends or family, and it just really reminded that communications is such a vital part of emergency response. And since this ham club had presented, and I'm actually a radio. I have a radio license myself, so I have experience firsthand that it becomes pretty vital for family members to be able to communicate and educate on air. So basically, these are over the air, and they have towers across the county, and this club is very involved. So basically, it gets the public to become part of the emergency response process, and it could be pretty life-saving, whether of an emergency happening right next to you and there's no cell opportunities, then you can use your ham radio, and legally, you have to register, but nonetheless, you can become a part of the solution in responding to an emergency. So it's pretty critical, and I know that our community is very engaged, but there's a lot more could be done. So this is really pennies on the dollar for the ability to make our community, which is very large, right? We have a large rural area in Supervisor Tiffany's District 4. There's a lot of outages with even just cell towers themselves. So this would create kind of and fill a gap for the need for our community to be responsive to emergencies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so then on that note, if there aren't any questions?
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Perfect.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? 5-0 on item number 11. So that takes us to item number 12, COVID-19 testing for staff, and 500,000. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Yes, so this is COVID-19 testing for our current staff. As the board knows, we have a current structure where staff members who are not attesting to being COVID-19 vaccinated or wish to not attest, we are providing testing for those members, for those staff, and we're paying for that essentially out of the general fund right now. What ARPA money allows us to do is to fund testing, whether it's for the public or for staff. And what we're asking for is essentially to allocate funding right now to the tune of $500,000 for testing for the remainder of essentially the COVID money, so until December 31st, 2024. And 500,000 may seem like a lot, but currently right now we're expending just about a little bit over $10,000 a month on COVID testing, and as it goes, throughout the year, it kind of stacks up. So what we're looking to do is continue funding for that, so we're not eating up the general fund balance, covering up some of these costs.
Okay. Go ahead.
Gabe, a question. You said about 10,000 a month. That's roughly 120 a year. How do we get to 500,000?
So there's
for a couple years. I mean, it sounds like more like 250 or 300, but what am I missing?
There's a couple of other expenses that are more or less tied to it. So it's not just the testing of itself. I know we had some expenses related to the COVID site itself, so having that, as well as the county itself purchasing some emergency COVID tests. For example, right now we do testing twice a week, but we do purchase some other tests that we have on hand. For example, when we have some sort of exposure in a department and we need to have some tests that are readily available for some of these staff, We have some of these on hand that we can utilize, but as we kind of go through those, it does weigh on it, and I want to have the flexibility within that funding to have some of those. So like I mentioned, 500, if it seems like a lot, like you mentioned, when we take it out, the full year, it's about, if it's just the testing that we're doing with Hazel Hawkins right now, it's probably going to be closer to about 300,000. And what I was building in, there's a cushion to do these other, tests that we have on hand in the administration office for emergencies. So if we need to reduce that, that's perfectly fine. And if it needs to be reduced to 400,000 or 350,000, that's not a problem.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So the testing to this point, I thought some of this was also being covered by other funding. Am I wrong on that? This was all ARPA money that's been covering the testing sites and the veterans building thing, and now we're doing the mobile testing clinic starting next week.
Some of that is covered by other funding, but there are some there are some other expenses that have come where there hadn't been any funding to fund it. So if there's a gap in funding, that's where we've been funding it. But they've been relatively small, but we want to keep some funding aside in case something like that happens and we need to fund it. But you are correct. For example, the OptumServe site that right now is set up over there by Hazel Hawkins Hospital, or the other one that's going to be set out over here at Brigantino Park. Those are funded through HHSA or some other funding, but if there is a need to host it someplace for one reason or another, so for example, when we were hosting it at the Veterans Hall, we were funding for that because we needed to pay essentially for the maintenance and the cleaning of the facility to have the site be operated in that facility.
Okay. I was just going to say 500 does seem like a lot at the right now where we're at in the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Again, keeping our fingers crossed that things are going to winnow off here. I would probably feel more comfortable allocating maybe half of that and then coming back, and again, there's no urgency in going all in on testing right now. 250 is going to cover us personally for at least a year to 2 years, even if not 2 years. It's just the thinking. I don't know.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a question for you, Gabriel. So I know this money can be used going back to March of 2021. How much have we spent so far today, and is some of this money going to be used to cover the last year's COVID testing?
Yeah, so far, and we actually had a deal with the Hazel Hawkins because we did purchase the equipment for them to do the testing. So what Hazel Hawkins did is they provided the county with, I don't recall the exact number, but it was a little bit over 100 free tests for our staff, which essentially provided testing for roughly 2 or 3 months. And then after that, we started receiving the bills for, the following months. And so far we have bills from the middle of October all the way clear through the end of January, and they average about 10,000. So we probably have about close to 50,000 that need to get paid out, and we're wanting to use some of this funding to cover that back expense.
And then you were calculating from here to the end of 2024.
Yes.
So that's I get it. In part, and just so some of you are aware of, we use Terrace funding to give to the hospital to buy a machine. So those are other federal funding from prior. So we're more than willing to do that, 200,000 or 200,000, 250, and come back to your board at a later date. 200 is fine.
Well, even at 250 and then the backfill of 50, that's 300,000. So I'd want to make sure we're close to the reality of what's being spent versus not. So if we had to revise this, would it be acceptable to put to 300?
It's fine.
Okay, so 300 as opposed to 5, and then if we still need the future expenses, then we
Yeah,
can still.
and if we don't use it, we'll come back to your board and let you know. We'll look at reallocating the funding,
Okay.
reallocating it somewhere else.
Okay, so then can I get a motion then for the 300 then to allocate?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so item number 12, 300,000 allocated for, on a 5-0 vote. And then the last one, security for public meetings.
So this one was, this one's actually a continuation, similar to the other one, is to cover some back expenses and also to continue to fund expenses going forward. And this is for our security that we have for our public meetings. As we've all been part of, we have sometimes some contested items, and we provide security. And to not further strain our sheriff's office, we've been contracting out for security to these meetings, and so far I think it's worked out well. And this is money to continue to be setting to pay some back expenses, to continue to be setting aside some expenses going forward for security for our public meetings.
Okay.
And this is also until, the expiration of COVID. Our contract isn't, we didn't try to, go out there and seek, the highest dollar figure. We wanted to make sure we got something that was manageable. And since we do have a lot of meetings, but the security is only going to be for those meetings, it's not really high dollar figure.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns on this item? Okay. What's the will of the board on this item here?
I'll move that we approve this.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Guess all opposed? That was a 5-0 on item number 13. Okay, and then what I would like to do is, can you go back to your presentation? And that would be the page right after the proposed by the ad hoc, the 4.8 million. Let's look at the 5.1.
Yes, right here.
We're on his presentation here still. But what I would like to, other than, what I heard Supervisor Kazmicki suggest that we go back and look at well, whether he wants to or not, I heard somebody say it, sorry. The wastewater, the zebra mussels, and then
The communication.
the communication problem, right. Okay, so those items, so I promise you that Supervisor Tiffany and I will take those under consideration. We meet again as a ARPA to see, is there anything else on that that's, that's not already on that last, the one that has a 5.1 million, the expense of future potential projects? Sorry. Just so that we're talking in the neighborhood of the concerns of the supervisors. So it would be the page, the second to last page on this presentation. The title is Future Potential Projects. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay? And so these, we didn't walk away from. We merely pushed them aside in that the dollar figures were really significant. By us playing with the agenda today, the items of the 4.8 million, we didn't spend everything that we allocated, so obviously that 5.1 is gonna go up. But is there anything up there that's a burning issue that you all want us to focus time and attention to? And anyone?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes. So on that list of future potential projects for me, and I don't see, the road one was somewhere else, and we had a breakdown of a few different road culverts and things like that. I think anything road related that we can do would be great. Broadband related would be great, and homelessness would be great. Those are my three other priorities.
Okay, so roads, broadband, and then what's the other one, I'm sorry?
The homelessness.
Homeless, okay. Okay, Supervisor Dirks, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I'll echo Supervisor Kazmicki, although I'm also on the Veterans Park Commission with Supervisor Hernandez, and there does need to be renovations done at that park, including the bathrooms, so I basically almost.
So you want
Yeah.
that 3.3 million for the restrooms, okay, that's
Oh.
okay.
That's a lot.
It's an option on the
It's a
table.
lot. I'd like it to be entertained, and then we can all talk about it. Because I also, the San Justo Reservoir still is, I'm interested in learning more about that. And then also looking at the communications piece too,
Okay.
For our fire and sheriff's departments.
Supervisor Hernandez, is there anything else you want us to look to? Because when Supervisor Tiffany and I get back, we aim to do business. We aim to look at what we can get done within the time frame that we have, and then we aim to bring back another set of expenditures of ARPA money.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, the Veterans Park should be a priority, just because I know that they've had that issue for a really long time, and I really believe that would increase the benefit to all the park goers. We've deferred maintenance on that park for a very long time, and it's much needed.
Okay, so then on that note, we are finished with the regular agenda. Oh.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? Where does that, almost $4 million for the bathrooms come from? I mean, that's a lot of money, and I'm looking at.
Well, that was a tear down and a reconstruction, and then that was a sewer hookup to the city.
That's a real number that
Yes.
someone has.
Yes,
I have an Excel with that breakdown. I can provide that, yeah.
yes. I know, that was a tough one for me to swallow too. I said, really? And then when they broke it
And-
down, it's like it's dollar for dollar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then again, to me, that should also be a city.
I
partially
agree,
funded
and
by
that's
the city.
I think we have to have that discussion along with this.
Absolutely.
And are there cheaper options for
Right.
about like $3.4 million for bathroom facilities?
Yeah.
I mean, we can do
Yeah.
some portables there for almost nothing.
Because I mean, I look at, for the regional park, it's half of that. And I realize that's, starting from scratch, but yeah, that's a
Yeah.
lot of money. Anyway.
Just really quick, Madam Chair, that park is the county's park. The city's, it's not their responsibility. The agreement is for the rec department of the city to run the programs. But so that's how they're working with us. But as far as the actual maintenance cost, we have CIP dollars that we've never used for that. So I'm curious what that means. But at the end of the day, it's the park is our responsibility.
I hear you, but I mean, you could argue that about the library too, and again, Veterans Park is used largely by residents in the city of Hollister, so anyway,
And
I understand what you're saying, but I still
real
think the
quick-
city should be
And
involved.
city officials, some at least have expressed interest in having discussions about the future of that park and who should actually operate that park and own it, essentially.
Well, it looks like we have some food for discussion. You have direction, right? Gabriel and Ray?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
good.
Yeah.
All right, so that takes us to the end of that item. Oh, so that's the regular agenda. That's the last item on that, so
No,
then
we-
we'll look at,
No, we
No?
have one more.
Item 5.
oh, wishful thinking, B. I'm sorry. Okay, item number 5. That's because I wrote all over it. Oh, it's the ad hocs, okay. So, who would like to go first on the ad hocs? Let's see, hold on, we have to approve somebody first. Okay, so, receive an updated report from members of the board. Okay, so we'll hear your updates in a moment. We have to approve the creation of an ad hoc, for the Cannabis Committee, appointing Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Dirks. So that's one thing we need to do that's actionable. Also provide staff direction on the desired member composition of the Economic Development Committee. Did we not do that? And then authorize staff to open the application process. So let's do the cannabis one first. So Supervisor Hernandez and Dirks, is that okay with you two sitting on that committee?
Madam-
Can I?
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to advocate a little bit here, Supervisor Hernandez would like to be a part of it, that's totally fine, but I'm really thinking that perhaps it's more appropriate for myself and Supervisor Tiffany to be on this, only because the majority of the outdoor cannabis grow is going to be in our districts. And so we'll be the ones taking the phone calls. If that becomes something that is an issue, hopefully it will not be, the way that it's all set up. But in any case, that's my only, that's my only concern about that. But, nothing against Supervisor Hernandez, but I just was looking at that and I was thinking, dang, we'll be the ones who are gonna be fielding most of those phone calls. I don't know Supervisor Kosmicki if you'll have outdoor grow in yours.
No, I support that. I think it makes a lot of sense to have you two on that committee.
Yeah, and you beat me to the punch. I was gonna, again, nothing against you Supervisor Hernandez, but again, I think primarily there's gonna be area focused, certainly in my district, and then secondarily in Supervisor Dirk's district. I think it'd be most appropriate the two of us be on the ad hoc.
And just to kind of just chime in, the reason why this item is even on the agenda today is because Supervisor Hernandez attended a training of some sort, and he brought this to our attention, and so I asked him if he would like to serve on it. So I couldn't really take it away from him after I asked him, and he was the bearer of this item. So I would like to keep him on it, and I understand your reasoning, but which of you two would prefer to be the second person on this?
If that's the case, I guess I would need clarification as far as what the ad hoc is for. You know, my further concern or question is, and maybe you can hear from Supervisor Hernandez, but this is something that last year Supervisor Kosmicki and I spent a lot of time on getting to this point. And I think it's an important area that we hope that there may be some revenue for, you know, coming to the county. We obviously need to watch it closely, make sure it's done right, but there was a lot of time spent on this. And one concern, you know, admittedly I have to raise is that Supervisor Hernandez, I think virtually in every case, voted against us going forward with this. So it really makes me wonder, you know, what is the role of this ad hoc, and does it make sense to have Supervisor Hernandez, you know, be on it, given his position, previous positions? So maybe we can get clarification on that.
I'm more than willing to speak, Madam Chair. I don't know if I'd be out of turn since we're just supposed to discuss who's on it. But the bottom line is I spoke to Monterey County DA and also the Deputy DA, and they brought up some things that wasn't discussed, and that was part of my concern. And I know you're saying you guys did your due diligence. I would disagree, Supervisor Tiffany, because those are the things that I had questions about even during our discussions. I didn't oppose it for the sake of being opposed to cannabis, right? This is the farmers' rights, but just the same, I wanted to make sure there was prudence involved, and the things that were brought up were very concerning. One of the things was the write-off. You know, so we at the 11th hour, we decided to amend it to allow for writing off of a loss of crop, and come to find out that not only is it illegal for that crop to be sent out of state, but now all of a sudden you're going to have an opportunity for that. You know, so in the history and from what I was shared with was in Monterey County that was one of the concerns, is that you had folks that used that write-off and that product was sent across state lines, which is supposed to be illegal, and nonetheless it's opening up the doors for other, you know, other, basically our backyard being used for outside of the county benefit. So, you know, and I asked about track and trace. The Deputy DA basically said is, look, that sounds really nice, track and trace, but it really doesn't have, it's the mechanism to actually address accountability. It's just not there. I don't know what that meant, but that's why I wanted to do more due diligence. For me, it's about public safety. That's always been my argument, and I don't feel we've done the due diligence with public safety. One other quick point is outdoor grows in and of themselves are not going to be a pure crop, and that in and of itself makes it less valuable. He actually said indoor grows, because it's in a controlled environment, have a lot more benefit because of the fact that they're a higher value crop. There's more controls when it comes to the THC. So all those things created nothing but extra questions, which I knew that because I was prudent about it, the concerns that I had, he addressed. And again, this is him speaking, not me.
I'd like to make a motion
Yes, what's your motion?
to appoint Supervisors Dirks and Tiffany to the Cannabis Committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. So, all in favor of that motion of appointing Supervisor Dirks and Tiffany to this cannabis committee? Say aye.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I hate to cut
Public
you off.
comment, too.
Public
We haven't-
comment. I
we
just
haven't-
wanted to do, make sure we
Yes.
get public comment.
Okay, and there's 4 parts to this, this item. So let's go ahead and go to public comment, and then I'll go back and I'll revisit your motion, Supervisor Kosmicki.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. So Supervisor Kozmicki, going back to you, can you
Oh,
reaffirm your
yeah,
motion?
my motion is to appoint Supervisors Dirks and Tiffany to the Cannabis Committee.
Okay.
I'll second that.
So I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. All opposed?
No.
Okay. And I'm going to abstain because it sounded like I made a mess of this one, okay? Because I said yes to Supervisor Hernandez, and then I agree with the majority, and so I'll be the abstention. So we have a 3-1-1 with Supervisor Hernandez, a no, and Gonzalez abstaining. Okay. So going back to, can we do item number 1 last, since we're already in the middle of things? So item number 2, approve the creation of an ad hoc fire committee and appoint Supervisor Kozmicki and Tiffany. And then-
Supervisor Gonzalez, Chair, if I may, I'm confused by this because we already have a fire protection committee. And so I'm not sure where this came from.
Thank you.
I mean, I have no problem with those
And the
people, but-
conversation was those those supervisors with vast amounts of land, which would be Kozmicki, Tiffany, and Dirks. I'll be in that realm later when 2024.
But
redistricting, but-
currently, I think it's Supervisor Tiffany and myself who are on the Fire Protection Committee.
So I think that's right.
Yeah.
Is this, Madam Chair, I apologize, does this relate to the discussion with the city about, they've been talking about forming some sort of a, looking at fire and?
We'll let Ray answer that because I couldn't answer that. I'm giggling because I couldn't answer, sorry. So we do have a fire protection committee that is seated by both Supervisor Tiffany and Dirks.
Madam Chair, I think
Okay.
there's a typo, so I just want to make sure your board is aware of this. So there was some discussions about the fire committee. I believe in the original agenda, it was on the staff report. We were gonna basically looked at the ad hocs and looked at the committees, and we do have one, so we pulled it off. It actually got pulled off of the actual front-facing staff report piece on the background. I mean, on the background, but it actually didn't get pulled off from the staff recommendation.
So
So
that's a non-issue then?
it's a non-issue.
Okay.
It needs to be removed.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay, so we're striking bullet number 2 on item number 5. That's a non-issue. Thank you, Supervisor Kozmicki. I had the same thing. I said, wait a minute. I'm still having that sensation about the Economic Development Committee. Did we not staff that one too?
This is the composition, so how we would want the other business, we were talking about having business people on the committee.
What we wanted to do
My
with
apologies.
this, yes, exactly, is that it's just to hear from your board. We'll come back at a later date with some more information. We wanted just to get some feedback from you of how we would go through and develop the bylaws, so to speak, or policies, not really bylaws, but that we'll probably be creating a policy with regards to this. What we did do for the Economic Development Committee is we did reach out to the supervisors, and I believe the supervisors did ask someone to partake or be a part of the meeting, which we did have some folks be a part of the Economic Development Committee meeting. So we can do that and just make sure that everyone's aware of it and that, it's not a formal representation, or we can go through the formal representation. It's
Because
up
I
to
know
you.
that Supervisor Hernandez and I are on it, so I know that Supervisor Dirks was thinking maybe someone from each of the other 3 districts that are not on it.
Yes.
Yeah, and having business representation on it, I think is important. And I don't know how formal it needs to be. I don't know the legality of all that, but I think that if they have a voice and they know they have a voice, then they'll buy into the process and make sure they're attending the meetings and all of that. I'm sure, I feel good that both you and Supervisor Hernandez would let people have that opportunity to speak and participate, but here and yet, I still think it's good to set a precedent to make sure that we do have business community involved and that we're taking it very seriously. I think it adds to that transparency bridge I talked about earlier, and just really a commitment to economic development in this community, and that we're taking it really seriously. That's
So-
my motivation behind it.
Okay.
And we can designate them as committee members, and they can be a part of the process, which is fine. We can do that.
If I might, yeah, just to Supervisor Dirks, in addition to possibly a representative from each district, whether it's separate or together, I do think one representative should be from the EDC. It essentially already is there. I
Yeah.
mean, and then one representative, I would, and I'm biased, admittedly, I'm on the Business Council, but I would say someone from the Business Council. Now, possibly, I don't want to make it too unwieldy, but possibly someone from the Chamber or the San Juan Committee. But anyway, those are things that could be discussed.
Well, that's what we wanted to discuss that here. So when we go back and do
okay.
our homework, we will come back to your
I don't
board
know,
with
yeah.
something. So if your board's okay with representation from each district that's not being formally represented by Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Hernandez, we can do that. We'll make sure that we document that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That's fine. I think it is maybe getting a little unwieldy because then what if we want somebody from outside of those groups? Like I was gonna suggest, I would like to make sure there's somebody from the western portion of the county, which obviously I represent, but I also now represent the west side of Hollister. But I just, geographically, Aroma, San Juan, for me, I think it's really important for at least somebody, and that would probably come from the San Juan Committee
San
or
Juan Committee,
Rotary
maybe.
or, the other thing I was gonna mention was that we have contracts with some of these groups, and, we've had questions over funding the chamber, for instance. I just wanna make sure that those discussions are left out of this. That potential crossover there is concerning to me, and that there is no, that's why I do get a little hesitant because then the committee members would be very close with those folks, and then next year we all know that, and this isn't a negative, but they'll be coming to ask for more money. EDC has this ongoing $100,000 contract. I just don't know if we should necessarily have that crossover. Might cause some issues at some point.
Yeah.
And then where I see the conflict also too is those of us, since the two of you are sitting on, well, actually, Tiffany and Hernandez are sitting on it, the three of us not on it, if we put someone on, for lack of a better word, your board, your committee, there's kind of influence that we're putting into it, and it's your committee, yours to bring back to the board. So I personally wouldn't want to give a member from my district, but maybe possibly, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, is make sure we identify someone from the community, from the global community that should be on it, and then just consider, including them on it. But I would be reluctant to put someone from my district on that, because again, then it's my influence is in there, and I'm not on that committee, you two are, and I said specifically, I didn't need to have a say in it. So that's just me.
Clear as mud, right?
Yeah, clear as mud.
I told you guys in December, I had no desire to serve on that committee, only because there's more people out there more qualified and prepared and knowledgeable than I in this area. I'm not gonna pretend that that's an area that I excel in. It's not.
This may or may not be a good idea. We could just have each of the other three supervisor recommend someone to be on the committee. They could choose whether it's someone from the business community or someone from their district or someone totally different. So it'd be kind of a member at large, but it could be, just a suggestion.
Yeah.
That would be three people in addition to Supervisor Hernandez and I. I don't know.
I like
One
that,
idea.
member at large, I like that. Mm-hmm.
That works.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Supervisor Hernandez, did you have any comment to add to that?
I love public input. I think it should be open to someone from each. I just want to make sure we stage it in a way, and I do agree with Supervisor Kosmicki that it could easily muddy the waters. We want to make sure that the meetings are set up in a way that the ad hoc basically receive input, and nonetheless we convene together and then ultimately give direction or give input to the board thereafter.
So we did not go to the public for this one, correct?
We went to the public earlier, but that's
Oh.
fine. But for the entire,
Let's
I
just
thought it was
try
for
it
the
and-
entire
Let's just try it
thing.
and see.
but-
It's a different animal than what we were looking at previously.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, all right, we tried. Okay, so then, if there's nothing else that we need on that, let's go to the individual members. And if you'd like to give a report on your ad hoc.
I'm sorry, I just need to be clear. So we're gonna have 5 committee members. And each board member can pick their representative. The beginning of the year, we'll need to make sure we get that to our clerk of the board, so she can go ahead and agendize it and make sure that we have all the information. So we'll do it like we normally do when we bring somebody in. And we'll create some policy and we'll bring it back to your board.
And 5 total or 7?
No, five total. So the 2 existing board members.
You guys wouldn't pick somebody?
No,
You're okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
That okay?
Supervisor Hernandez, you okay with that?
Sure.
All right. So you have enough that you need?
Well, we have enough.
Okay, good. All right, so let's go ahead and go, who would like to go first on their ad hoc and/or committee that you haven't already mentioned, because we kind of covered it already?
Madam Chair, I'll try to run through quick.
Thank you.
Council of Governments, a few, I think, notable things that was mentioned of $312 million from the government throughout the state to beautify highways. Pinnacle National Park Highway and the San Juan Bautista area with the Washington Street Bridge are going to receive some funding and some beautification, so look out for that. The 156 expansion, the bids open on March 2nd. The groundbreaking is scheduled once the project is awarded, so probably more like late spring for the groundbreaking. The roundabout at 25 and 156, it was a big discussion. The construction is scheduled to start in mid-April, and it should be about a year. That will be what's called a turbo roundabout. So if anyone is interested in finding out more about what turbo roundabouts are, you can find some videos and things on YouTube. Of course, all of us made our points clear about where the community stands on that roundabout as well. So the estimated opening April 2023. 3CE, there was this big discussion on the Community Advisory Commission. There's 3 layers of 3CE, the directors, the board, the Community Advisory Commission, and an operating board with Raison, the operating board, I believe. The Community Advisory Commission, there was a proposal, in my view, would have been stripping their influence on the process and essentially lessening their influence, ability to bring items to the table for discussion and direction. And so I voted against that proposal. It ended up being a tie vote, so it was essentially rejected, and there was an ad hoc form to look at that further. But that was, I thought, good news for now. And then the Monterey Bay Area Resources District has an e-bike incentive program. There was a discussion about the lack of participation for the low-income program. So I'm wondering if maybe our PIO could help out, just getting the word out on that. The Monterey Bay Area Resources District has this program where you can get these electronic bikes for a very low cost, especially if you're a low-income resident. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, who would I go next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also attended the COG meeting, so I won't repeat what Supervisor Kosmicki said about the roundabout. I just encourage everyone to take a look at it. The more familiar you get now, the better off you'll be when it is up and running by April of 2023. I did meet with Integrated Waste just to get an informational kind of meeting there. And then we do have a couple of meetings for the landfill as well, and another integrated waste meeting coming up in the next week. And so we'll be looking at that as well.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick things. Supervisor Hernandez and I together had I think a very productive economic development committee meeting, and we have coming up on the consent items, the addendum to the EDC contract, and soon we'll have, I think, a finalized version of the incentive program. Behavioral Health Board meeting I actually have in a couple of days. I'm just mentioning it because, again, and this came up before, one of the key items we'll be talking about is the review and interview process for finding Alan Yamamoto's replacement. And then, of course, I won't get into it, but we spent a lot of time with ARPA ad hoc, couple meetings, and of course we just got done with that. a county facilities meeting, which was a good beginning, and I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Madam Chair, I apologize. I gave my updates earlier, so nothing else to add.
Most of us did. The one thing that I did want to mention about mine, the meetings that I have attended is LAFCO. We named Supervisor Tiffany as the chair for LAFCO, so I know he hasn't announced that. Otherwise, I would have said, woohoo. But Supervisor Tiffany is the LAFCO chair, as well as City Council member Cesar Flores is the vice chair for LAFCO. So that was just nice to be part of that. I'm looking at the list of assignments, and I think that's pretty much all that I needed to cover. But congratulations, Supervisor Tiffany, on that. Yes. Okay. So on that note, it takes us to the consent item. So,
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
yes, you may.
Jennifer, do you know if on the Community Action Board whether there was an opening for District 4, and I saw on the agenda that someone was to be appointed or voted on, but I wasn't able to attend the meeting. Anyway, I'm just curious. If you don't know the answer, I'm just trying to find that out, because I know I did have an opening on that. Yes, I had an opening, and yeah, I'm only bringing that because I don't know if it's under here or under the earlier, but usually it comes up as a. Okay, all right, excuse me, thank you. Okay.
Okay. So then, back to the consent item. So we're at the point of the calendar, the agenda, we're at the consent. So we have consent item number 6 through 22. And I know that our board clerk mentioned pulling 8 for some typographical errors that she was going to fix. Supervisor Kozmicki, you initially wanted number 11, or you still want?
I still do, just
Okay.
to clarify, to make sure that
Okay.
we're memorializing the limited term.
Okay,
part
and
of
then
it.
I don't think I've heard anyone else. So anyone else want to add anything?
Oh,
in
and
addition to-
19,
And
please.
19? Okay, so Supervisor Kozmicki has number 11 and number 19. Okay. Anyone else like to pull something from the consent item?
No.
Okay. None for Supervisor Dirks, Supervisor Tiffany, or Supervisor Hernandez?
Nope.
Okay, so that's a no for Supervisor Tiffany. Hernandez, did you have anything?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. And neither did I. So with the exception of item number 8, 11, and 19, can I get a
Madam Chair, if I may,
public comment?
I'd love for you to just continue on, but I gotta tell you, public comment if it's ever, sorry.
But you want me to go
Public comment,
Okay,
if you don't
thank
mind, yeah.
I got you too, huh? Go ahead.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, and so then back to my motion for the consent items. So all of the consent items with the exception of 8, 11, and 19. What is the will of the board?
I'll make that motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, all opposed? Okay, so you have a 5-0 vote on everything except for 8, 11, and 19. So 8, there's no discussion. You've already explained it. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 11, Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, I was just wanting to, I can just make the motion if you'd like. I would just like to move to approve the item with an amendment that designates these as limited term positions.
Okay. I'll second that for you. So can we do that? Make sure it's okay. All right, so we have a first and a second. All in favor of item number 11, say aye.
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 Those opposed? We have a 5-0 on item number 11. And then we go over to item number 19. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just was curious. I know we've been with Forley for a while. It's this same question I kind of tend to have. Do we look back at other options ever? You know, can we go out for bids on something like this? I just want to make sure that we're staying diligent in that same respect.
Steve's on the phone. Steve, or on Zoom.
Yes, Supervisor Kuzmicki. So we are going to reevaluate the contract at the beginning of the year. And this just takes us through the end of this fiscal year 2023 for this inspector. And I don't know if that answers your question, but.
How come we're considering this after the contract started?
We had, you're right, there's a month of lapse of the contract from January. And we had some extra budget left, so we just kind of mistakenly thought that we were okay with the extra budget going into January, so we had to backtrack a little bit, and that's why it goes back for the full year from January to December. So.
Okay.
And then I'll put an item that we'll reevaluate the entire contract, at least for public works inspection for 2023, and put it out to bid and see where we go.
Definitely appreciate that. I just, I've had questions come up from the public on this particular item, and just to be consistent, I think for me, I'm willing to, support this as long as there's a firm commitment that I know it's late now, but that we'll go for bid on this going forward.
It's a firm commitment.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Any other concerns or questions on that? No? Okay, so we'll take a motion then, item number 19 then.
Move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? 5-0 on item number 19. Okay. So then that takes us to future agenda items. So I personally would like to make sure that we are looking at the feral cats issue. The women that came out this morning, and I say women because they were all women, that came out, they were very impassioned on what they believe and what they're doing for the community. And if we are not part of the solution, then we're part of the problem. And if a SNP bus is what's required,
I'll support that.
then we need to make sure we do that. Okay?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may?
Please.
We have already met with the city of Hollister for the last week to discuss this particular item. And so we had staff on both sides meeting. So Brett and I met with our staff. And we went through this. So it looks like we're going to be budgeting for this with a joint contract with the city of Hollister. So just wanted to let you know that we're kind of ahead of the game and been working on it. So you'll be seeing that soon.
I love that joint contract. Very good. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I feel like, none of us are perfect, but I feel like in hindsight, I think we made a mistake by reducing the amount of speaking time. And so I would like to bring it back to discuss going back to 3 minutes on speaking time.
I'm going to support that. That was actually what I was going to recommend as well, Supervisor Kuzmicki. So I think it's in line with what the city council's doing as well.
And I'm glad that you guys are bringing that up because that's come up time and time again and it needed to be revisited. And as a matter of fact, if we go back to the play-by-play on the day of the meeting, you'll see how surprised I was that, what? We made it to 2 minutes, so it even caught me by surprise. So let's definitely revisit that, okay? The sooner the better on that one, okay? Just because the public really wants their 3 minutes back.
Only one other reminder, the RENA, taking a stand on RENA, I think sooner than later as well would be helpful.
Okay. Can I ask, how do you mean take a stand on it?
Oh, that came out of, geez, that came out of the Council of Governments.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Supervisor Hernandez and I both are on the same, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor, on bringing that to the board as far as taking an official stance on, the 5,005 homes that are expected.
Okay.
So just for clarity purposes, requesting like COG to come back and provide a presentation or?
Well, COG could provide a brief presentation. I think we've been sort of, we've seen the summary, I think at the board level.
We did that before at the
I think
board
we
level.
did. So just something brief, I think would be fine. It's,
Okay.
again, the state is designating us with 5,005 homes, I believe, and it's an expectation that we're going to zone for those homes over the next 8 years. I can tell you on COG, it was a wide consensus against that, and so we just discussed taking it to all the jurisdictions and put it to a vote.
Okay.
I have a love-hate relationship with those RENA numbers. On paper, they give you the hope that there's housing on the horizon. And I say hope as in those people who want affordable homes, multifamily dwellings, you know, in the community. But then there's no device to force these or require these units to be developed. Granted, there's a potential consequence down the road, but they're numbers that are set by.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, we are setting this for a future
Yes,
discussion. We're not
as I said,
discussing it today.
a love-hate relationship with those RENA numbers, and I'll leave it at that. Anything else we have on agenda that needs on a future agenda? And if not, I will take a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a thought, for the sake of consistency with our board meetings, I thought maybe if it was possible when it came down to presentations, and I'm just thinking even for, obviously as priorities happen because of the conversation, maybe we re-divert, but I'm thinking setting a cap on presentations, you know, as far as time, so that way there's kind of a lot more, you know, focus with our time, so that, and then just the same, if we're going to be speaking, that we maybe give ourselves a cap as far as how long we speak, you know, on the dais. But you know, it's something that could be totally workable. I obviously don't want to silence the board. That's not my goal. All I'm trying to do is just bring up how we can be consistent, giving ourselves a little bit of a more focused time with whatever minutes you know we decide that makes sense.
Can we bring that up at our retreat in March?
Sure. Yeah, it's not a hard and fast.
All right. I guess there's no other issues. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
Also move.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All opposed? 5-0. Adjourning at 3:26 p.m.
Thank you.